law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the costume killer, who was an old hand at his trade and a hard master to his apprentices, until he learned the first lesson of society at the hands of skillful detectives.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Chief J.A. Pitcock, who recently retired as Chief of Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, after 31 years of service, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the costume killer.
Chief Pitcock, from what you've told me, I know tonight's case is so fantastic, the facts about this criminal are hard to believe.
Yes, Don Gardner, but I've got his signed confession to murder right here in my hand.
Well, when did you first hear of this man, Chief Pitcock?
Well, Don, our reports start not too many months ago in the city of Paragould, Arkansas. A tall, slim man about 40 had been sitting in the front parlor of his rooming house. He'd heard a knock at the door, and he was on his way to answer it.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Osprey.
Well, come in, Joy. Don't stand there like a tired old field horse.
Yes, sir. Look, Mr. Osprey, don't be sorry to me because
Don't tell me here. Come on in the parlor.
Yeah.
Kids, spend your days and nights trying to pound a little something in their pumpkin heads so maybe they'll amount to something. Get in there.
Yes, sir.
Well, what were you going to tell me, boy? Get it out of you. Think you wasn't born with a tongue.
I tried, Mr. Osprey. Honest, I tried.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to listen to me, boy. For years I've been showing kids how to do this. Kids, they all think they're smarter than you.
Oh, I don't think I'm smarter than you, honest.
Well, if you listened close to me and done exactly like I told you, you wouldn't have had no experience like that.
I tried, Mr. Osprey.
You didn't do it like I told you. You didn't do a thing I told you.
Well, I was awfully scared. That cop came pretty close, awful close.
Well, if you'd listened to me and if you'd opened the window like I showed you how to open it, you'd have been in there and out with a stack full of stuff before that cop even got close.
Yes, sir, I guess I would, but...
But nothing. I got boys all over this city and lots of other cities. I showed them what to do and how to do it. Now, me and you are going back to that store tonight, and me and you are going to come home with a gunny sack full of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And then after we get that, I'm going to show you a few other things. How to disguise yourself up good so nobody can pick you out. How to pick a lock with just a hairpin. How to break a man's arm with just one twist.
Do I have to learn that?
Of course you got to learn that, boy. Sometimes you got to hurt people. Sometimes after you don't hurt people, you get hurt yourself. And hurt bad.
Did you ever hurt anyone?
Only because I had to.
Bad?
Bad enough. I killed him.
Killed him?
Only two.
Oh.
That's what I did my time for. And if I'd killed the third one, I wouldn't have done no time at all. But I got soft-hearted. Serves me right. Now, never you get soft-hearted, boy.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, you listen to me. And I'll tell you how we're going to get in that store tonight.
Maybe you ought to use the glass cutter some more.
Shh, boy.
You got it.
Sure, I got it. Okay, Joey, I'll give you a boost up. You unlock the window.
Yeah.
Now grab a hold.
Okay.
Now, up you go. Okay, now. Reach in, unlock the window.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. A little higher.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Good boy. Now come on down. If you hadn't did it like this last night, we wouldn't have had all this bother tonight. You got your gunny sack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to boost you in. You know what to take. And when you get it, you meet me back the room.
Ain't you coming in with me?
There ain't but one way to learn, boy, and that's do it yourself.
But, Mr. Osprey...
Don't stand there arguing with me. Now, come here. I'll boost you.
It ain't fair.
Now, up you go.
Okay, that's enough.
Now, jump down.
Yep.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good boy. I'll see you back the room. It's all right. I'm coming. Joey?
Yeah, it's me.
Just a second. Come in, boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, good work, boy. You did fine. Where's the gunny sack?
I got it, Mr. Osprey. I left it in the shed.
Well, I told you to bring it so I could give you what you got coming.
I was gonna, but
what, boy? Speak up.
there was a cop waiting in front of my house.
A cop?
It's a good thing I saw him, Mr. Osprey. An awful good thing.
You snitch. You...
Please, Mr. Osprey, let me go. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What's he doing there, then?
I don't know.
Huh?
Let me go.
All right, boy. If this cop's waiting for you, that ain't good.
What do we do?
Well, I'll tell you, boy. You go on home and get to bed.
But the cop will
That
get
don't
me.
matter none, boy. You got no record. You get off easy.
But I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to.
I'll just give you a talking to. With me, it's a sight different. I'm on parole. They send me back to prison for life. You wouldn't want that to happen to your old friend Slim Osprey, would you?
Oh, no, sir, I wouldn't.
Well, now you see why I got to leave town. Anyway, I got some of my other boys to look in on. I'll be in touch with you, boy. You'll hear from me. You're a good boy.
So, Don, Slim Osprey, a paroled murderer and tutor in crime, fled to his native town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where he sought refuge at the home of his sister Etta. But Slim Osprey's sojourn in Hattiesburg didn't prove as pleasant as he had hoped.
Slim!
Yeah, what's ailing you now?
I asked you to weed the garden. Instead, you sit there all day like you were the landlord waiting for his rent.
If you want the garden, weed it yourself. I ain't budging, Etta. I ain't budging an inch.
Honest, Slim, it just ain't right.
If I feel like it, Etta, I'll sit here all week.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Slim. You ought to be out working like other men.
Now, looky here, Etta. If there was work I felt like doing, I'd be out doing it. There ain't no kind of work around this town I feel like doing. Can't you get that through your head?
If you don't work, you're blown back in the penitentiary.
Now, look here, Etta.
I said the penitentiary.
Don't you talk to me like that, Etta.
The whole town's talking about you. They all know what you are. I got to bear the shame.
Who cares?
I could see that you're sent back to jail.
You shut up, you old hen. Why should I dirty my hands on you? Fine home you gave your own brother, always nagging. Don't know when to stop.
I guess it was a mistake taking you in.
More of a mistake not coming back.
I guess you better leave, Slim.
I reckon the best.
I want you to be packed when I get home.
Yeah. What time you coming back?
I won't be back till late tonight.
Hey!
What?
Who's going to fix my supper?
Nobody. You're not eating here again.
Hey, Etta! You old hen. You ain't sending me back no penitentiary. You ain't even going to think about sending me back.
That, Don, was the moment Slim Osprey made up his mind to murder his sister Etta. He knew she would walk home that night, and he waited in a clump of weeds until he heard her footsteps.
Etta? Howdy, Etta. You have a nice time?
Oh, Slim, you scared me.
Did I, Etta?
What were you doing back in those weeds? Did you lose something?
No. I'm just fixing to lose something, that's all.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Etta, nothing at all.
Are you all packed to go? I don't want you in my house tonight.
I changed my mind, Etta. I'm staying.
Who said so?
I said so, that's who.
No, not in my house.
No?
If you don't go tonight, I'm calling the police.
You call him, Etta, you call him.
Slim, no, don't.
You old hen. Try to send me back to penitentiary, will you? Find a way to treat a brother. You old hen. I'll show you. Treat your brother like a little dog. Take care of you. Huh?
Deputy Sheriff Clarkson.
Deputy Clarkson, this is Slim Osprey.
Yes, Slim.
It's my sister, Etta, Deputy Clarkson. She left the house yesterday to go visiting. She didn't come home all night.
Where'd she go, Slim?
Well, I don't rightly know, Deputy Clarkson, but you know, Etta, that ain't like her. Something must have happened to her now. Would you help me find her?
All right, Slim, I'll be right over.
So, Don, the murderer, Slim Usry, reported to the authorities that his sister Etta was missing, although it was Usry himself who killed her. But in carrying out his plan to fool the police, Usry ran into unexpected difficulties.
Okay, let's break right here. More from Gangbusters right after these messages on 670 WMAQ.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Edgar Bergen. John and Blanche Bickerson.
This is Stan Freeberg. Would you pay $60 for 60 of the greatest old-time radio shows of all time? Well, now you can by ordering Old Time Radio's Greatest Shows, a 60-episode collection for only $60. The Whistler, Gangbusters, Philip Marlowe, Gunsmoke, and many more. All on top-quality cassettes housed in a designer case. Plus, you'll also receive a 20-page anecdotal booklet giving you the inside story to each and every show.
Hold everything, Stan. This is Carl Amari, owner of Radio Spirits, with a special limited-time offer. If listeners call right now and mention this radio station, they can take $10 off the $60 price. But you must call right now and mention this radio station for this special $10 savings.
Hey, you don't have to convince me. Order toll-free, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
It's time for Internet Jeopardy!
I'll take Internet Service Provider for $100.
They're the fastest-growing Internet access company in Chicagoland.
Who is TechPort?
You're correct. You control the board.
I'll take Technical Support for $500.
The company with free 24-hour support.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Still your turn.
Give me Internet Best Buys for $1,000, Bob.
Now listen closely. They're the company which offers unlimited Internet access, a free homepage for new subscribers, email, and free setup for only one low fee of $19.95 per month. Plus, the first 30 days are free.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Now, if you answer this next question correctly, you'll double your money and walk away the new Internet Jeopardy champion. How can people sign up with TechPort Complete Internet Access?
That's easy, Bob. They call 1-800-830-4880 or log on to www.techinter.com.
Congratulations, you're our new Internet Jeopardy champion. And remember, TechPort is your best source for complete Internet access. Phone 800-830-4880.
Now, let's get back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Pitcock, that Slim Usry murdered his sister Etta and then reported her missing.
Yes, Don. And an investigation was started. The weeded area of the neighborhood was on the list of places where deputies thought the woman might be found, and the search there was in progress.
Deputy Clarkson? Yes, Slim.
You don't reckon we'll find Etta in here? If anything happened to Etta, it'd break my heart.
I know how you feel, Slim. Let's cut the talking and look.
Okay.
Matter, Slim.
Hey, boy.
Hold it, man.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Did you find something, Slim? Good Lord. Come away from it, Slim. Come away.
I won't sleep a wink till I get the man who did this. I won't sleep a wink.
Come in.
Hello, Deputy Clarkson.
Slim.
They said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Come on over and sit down.
Sure, Deputy Clarkson. Well, you got any idea who killed my sis?
Yes, Slim. I've got a few ideas.
Well, you just tell me who it was. I could wring his neck with my two hands. I could...
You could what, Slim?
Well, you can't blame me none, Deputy Clarkson. Poor little Etta never did no harm, no one. Murdered in cold blood like that.
You killed two men yourself, Slim.
Well, that was different.
What was so different about it?
Well, I paid for it. I spent 19 years put away. And You don't think it was me killed Etta?
I didn't say you killed her, but you could have.
Well, I didn't. What would I be killing my own sis for?
I haven't any idea.
It's a fine thing. I come down here to help you, and I get accused of murder. Just because I've been in a little trouble once or twice, you can't let a man have no peace. Not even when they're fixing to bury his poor sister.
Hey, Slim.
Huh?
Come here.
What do you want?
How come it was you, out of all the people looking for Etta, that found her body? You seem to know just where it was.
Well, she just happened to be where I was looking. If I killed her, you don't think I'd be fool enough to find the body, do you?
Slim, I don't know what to think.
Well, Don, a few months went by and no new evidence turned up. Then one day Slim Usry left town and went to Little Rock, Arkansas. Shortly after he arrived, Usry walked into a costumer's shop on Commerce Street and asked to look at a wig and mustache outfit he saw in the window.
Yes, sir. Finest wig and mustache in Little Rock. There you are.
Yeah, not bad. I've seen better.
I take it you're going to a party?
Oh, I figured on a couple of parties. You got a looking glass, yeah? If they look good on, maybe I'll take them.
Right in back here, sir?
Oh, yeah.
The mustache sticks right on.
I can see how it works.
Very good indeed. Nobody'd recognize you, not with that on.
How much?
Well, now, let's see. That'd be, $11.80 with the tax.
Okay.
Shall I wrap them up for you?
Sure, wrap them. You don't think I'm going to wear them now, do you?
Attention, all squads. Be on alert for Bandit who robbed Auto Rental Agency, 6th and Scott, of several $100s in cash. This man, described as tall and slender, apparently wore black mustache and wig as disguise. Caution, this man is armed and dangerous.
Oh, come on in, Sergeant.
What a morning, Captain. I had that witness look at every picture in the file. No luck. Not with that wig and mustache disguise. Good disguise.
You know, I can't remember anyone using a disguise like that on a holdup in years. This must be an old-timer.
Well, the victim thought he was about 40, Captain. It doesn't make him too much of an old-timer. I wonder if he bought that wig and mustache in one of the shops here in Little Rock.
Maybe. But they can't tell whether that stuff came from their shop until they see it. And it looks like we'll have to get our man before they can see it.
Hello, Mr. Usry.
Huh? Well, Joey. Sit down, boy. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Usry.
Call me Slim, Joey. People around here know me as Slim.
Okay, Slim.
By gravy, you growed. How about a beer, Joey?
Oh, no, thanks. Later, maybe. Well, I came as soon as I got your letter.
Yeah. Well, I wrote to you, boy, because I like you. And I want to do something for you. I was sure glad to hear you didn't go to that reformatory.
Well, it was like you said. They gave me a talking to and let me go. They haven't caught me since.
That's good, boy, Joey.
I figured when I got your letter you needed some help.
Not just yet, boy. First, you got to finish your lessons.
Lessons? Well, I could do okay now. I've been doing okay.
Well, maybe you could, but we got to be sure about it. Now, tonight, I'm going to try my old disguise trick again. You recollect I was telling you once about disguises?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, boy, tonight, I got a nice little old cafe all picked out. It'll be so easy I won't need help from you. I wouldn't need you even if you was ready. So you just stick around my room.
Sir, what'll you have?
This, stick up.
What?
Reach.
What's the matter?
Everybody quiet.
Wait a minute.
Wait for nothing. I'm in a hurry. Where's the dough?
I'll get it. Hey. It was an accident.
I don't like accidents. Now, don't anybody move till I'm gone. Anybody follow, get the same.
Get him.
How bad is he, Sergeant?
Luckily, not so bad. Both flesh wounds, Captain. This is his room.
Okay. Let's go in. Hello, Mr. Walters. How do you feel now?
Oh, not bad, considering.
I'm Captain Crossman.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Walters, do you think you could recognize the man who held up your cafe and shot you?
I don't know. Maybe I could. I ought to know that mustache anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is this the mustache?
Yeah, that's it. I'd swear that's it.
It was found in an alley near your cafe. The holdup man was seen running up that alley.
That's it, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Walters. We know where it was bought. Now all we've got to do is find the man who bought it.
I'm telling you, Joey, just like I tell all my boys. If you miss doing something one way, no matter how many times it worked, it ain't good no more.
That seems crazy to me. All you gotta do is get another mustache.
No, boy, the police and everybody else on that mustache and wig trick. I gotta try something else.
Yeah, but you promised I could try the mustache trick.
I said no, boy. When I say no, I mean it. Maybe we'll pick up and go someplace else and try it, but not here in Little Rock.
It's nuts, Slim. And we're just getting set here.
And I don't know whether I'm going to stay or not. They got a big charge against me. I could have killed that man last night.
Oh, the guy was shot up a little. Serves him right.
Maybe I should have killed him.
Sure. So, he'd have been number 3.
Joey. Number 4.
Number 4?
You heard me.
You mean you killed somebody since I saw you last?
What if I did? If you want no account. Getting back, we got to change our way of operating. We got to just... Boy, where you going?
I'm going out for some air.
Well, now watch out where you go and what you do.
Well, just going out to get you a present.
Present, boy? For me?
Sure. And one for myself. I'll see you later, Slim.
Captain Crossman.
This is Sergeant Woods. We've got men planted at that costume store. Nothing doing yet, Captain.
Well, keep them there. And at the other stores, too.
Okay, Captain, but it's pretty much of a shot in the dark. This fellow'd be a chump to come back for another mustache.
Maybe. But if he does come back, I want a welcoming party for him.
Joey?
Yeah, Slim, open up.
Where you been, boy? Get in here.
I told you I was going out to buy a present.
Oh. Is that it there?
Uh-huh, that's it.
Well, don't stand there, boy. If you're going to give it to me, give it here.
I got 2 of them.
What is it? Give it here, boy.
Not until you promise I can use one.
One what?
One of these mustache outfits.
Mustache outfits?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get it?
Hey, let go. Please, Slim, let go, will you?
Where'd you get it?
At the same store you showed me. Please, Slim, you hurt me. Please.
I ought to kill you, boy. I ought to beat your brains out.
No, please.
You could have brought the cops here. You know that.
There were no cops. I looked good, honest. Let go, Slim.
Huh? No cops?
I'm positive. I didn't see anybody.
Well, as long as you didn't see no cops, I guess there'll be no cops coming here, huh?
Sure. Everything's okay.
Yeah. You didn't listen to me, Joey. I kill people who don't pay no attention.
Slim, don't do nothing.
Come here, you miserable...
No, let go. It didn't mean nothing.
Didn't mean nothing, now.
Oh, please.
Turn you loose. Huh? Police officers, you're under arrest.
Huh? Me?
Please, I didn't do nothing. He was trying to kill me.
We'll see about that, son. Come on, both of you.
Now watch who you're pulling.
Come on, you.
Okay, kid. Let's go.
No, I don't want to go to jail.
Come on, boy. It's just another lesson.
It should have been the first lesson. It should have been the first.
So, Don, that was the end of the teacher of crime. And Usry, who thought he had committed a perfect murder, made the worst mistake of all. He told someone about it. And the boy Joey told the police. In the Little Rock jail, William Usry confessed the murder of his sister Etta. Usry was returned to Mississippi, where he died in the electric chair in the Forest County Jail a few months ago.
Well, congratulations, Chief Pitcock, to you and to the men of the Little Rock Police Department who solved this terrible crime. Principal roles in tonight's dramatization were played by Bill Smith and Jack Grimes. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And that's...
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Saul S. Sherrison, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the kidnapped Paymaster.
Mr. Sherrison, before you begin, I think the Gangbusters audience would like to know that you brought to the studio a man who played a very important part in tonight's case.
That's right, Don Gardner. He's right over there, and we'll hear from him later. Right now, I think we ought to get on with the report.
All right, Mr. Sherrison. The main events in this case occurred right here in New York City. Isn't that right?
In the section of New York City known as the Bronx. Almost a year ago, Don, on a Saturday afternoon, the stores in the Fordham Road district were crowded with shoppers. At one particular shoe store, a young woman customer was trying to get fitted, while her companion sat next to her. The trouble clerk was on his way with still another pair of shoes to show his hard-to-please customer.
Just look what he's bringing over this time.
For crying out loud, Terry, you're going to buy a pair of shoes, or aren't you?
If I see something that's chic, yeah.
Here, madam, is a style that's very smart.
Pumps, I asked you for. Do these look like pumps?
Well, as I told you, madam, pumps have gone out. They're not wearing pumps this year.
If the lady wants pumps, get her pumps.
Yeah, get me pumps.
I'll take one more look. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back.
How do you like the nerve of him, huh?
You're not exactly the easiest one in the world to please.
If I want pumps, Mac, I want pumps. That's the price you've got to pay for keeping me slaving away in that shop.
Look, Terry, I don't want to hear no more about it. You stay on the job there until the time is right.
And when's the time going to be right? Meanwhile, I'm breaking my back running a drill press at $40 a week. Who needs it?
You'll keep running that drill press until I'm set. I need another guy or two.
Who are you looking for, Dillinger?
Shut up.
Ain't 4 months long enough to find somebody?
I wish you'd get your shoes and get out of here.
Well, let me take my time, Mac. I'm the one that's got to wear 'em, and I... Oh. Well, how do you like that?
What?
Here comes that Charlie McCarthy of yours.
Bud? Where?
He's coming. He'd find you in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Hiya, Terry. Mac. I said you went shopping.
You've come to carry the bundles?
What do you want, Bud? I had to see you, boss. I'm in a little jam.
A cop or a dame?
Lay off, will you, Terry? What kind of a jam?
Where's that monkey with the pumps?
I need about $300 quick. $300? Well, $280 to be exact.
Must be a dame.
Crying out loud, why? I owe it to a guy. Stall him. You can give him to him after we pull off the big deal. Mac, I gotta pay him off tonight. If I don't pay him, I'll get my head beat in. Who's got this dough coming anyway? Johnny J. Johnny J? Yeah. Don't you have no more sense than to borrow dough from a rotten loan shark? I needed it.
The horses out at Belmont were hungry.
So what? How much did you borrow? 2 bills. What's the 80 for? That's interest. Interest? Only 5% a week. Hey, you idiot. Where do you have to meet that cigar-smoking chiseler? Oh, at some bar. Tonight. Okay, he'll be met by the two of us.
Where's that guy with my pumps?
You don't need any shoes. Let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, let's get out of this joint before I run you out in your bare feet.
Okay, but why get sore at me? I didn't borrow no dough from Johnny J.
Let's go. Wait, set. Let's go.
I'm coming. Don't rush me.
Hello, Johnny. I was up at the bar.
Told you this booth. Sit down. Got a match?
Yeah, someplace. Yeah.
Thanks. Well, give me my dough, I'll buy you a drink.
Look, Johnny, I haven't got it. That's what I want.
You want to get paid, you rotten welcher.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
Wait, nothing. Told you what had happened. Ever see a guy get his face burnt with a lit cigar?
He'll get you dough.
I bet on tonight.
There's a guy here.
Has he got the dough?
Yeah. He's got it.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go get him.
We don't have to. Here he comes. Oh, Johnny. How long's it been?
This the guy?
That's him. Sit down, Mac.
How you come taking care of the kids' troubles, McIntyre?
I look after my boys. Okay, Bud, scram.
Hey, wait a minute. If I don't get my dough, I want his hide.
Get out of here, Bud. Go on.
Yeah, so long. I'll be sorry.
Hey, wait a minute. Come here.
Sit still, Johnny. He only listens to me.
You got a lot of nerve, Mac.
One more thing, Johnny. You can stay, but that cigar's got to go.
Oh, yeah? Give me a match.
I said put the cigar away or I'll shove it down your throat.
Well, as long as you ain't got no match.
How much did the kid take from you?
Comes to 280.
I didn't ask what it comes to. What did he take?
Took 200, but I'm entitled to my interest.
Here's your 200.
And now, look, Mac, I'm in business. I got it.
You've got to nothing. You don't want the 200, give it back.
20, 40.
It's all there, Johnny. Put it in your pocket.
Yeah, I guess it is. What do you have to drink?
Nothing. I'll see you again sometime.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Don't get the wrong idea about me. I'm still as tough as I used to be.
Be as tough as you like?
I'm a 3-time loser, Mac. Once more, they put me away for good. I don't want that. But remember, I can only be pushed so far.
Johnny, have you got any idea why I laid out 2 bills to get this Bud out of soak?
Didn't think it was out of the goodness of your heart.
He's got a trick, Johnny. You can take the door lock right off a car without leaving a scratch.
So, what do you want me to give him, a medal?
We take it to a guy, and an hour later, we got a key that fits the ignition and the door.
Sweet. Awful sweet.
But it takes too many cars to build up a nice score. I want it quicker. And I'm going to get it quicker.
Huh?
Johnny, I got a deal in the works that I'll have to have a bushel basket to carry away the dough.
Yeah, they'll throw the book at me this time, Mac. Told you I was a 3-time loser. I'm not interested in anything, except staying out in the street.
This'll be as soft as frozen custard.
Worth it?
Can you count up to 100,000?
I tried hard enough.
Want to hear about it?
Can't put me back in for listening.
This is a big foundry over in Jersey. I planted my girl in there. The payroll runs 50 to 100 grand every week. They pay off in cash.
Payroll's got guards, Mac. Figure they ought more guards they got.
Look, I've had my girl in that shop for 4 months. I know that place inside and out. Thursday nights, the payroll lays in the safe with nobody around but an old creepy watchman.
What about the safe? I don't think that'd be so creepy.
That's where the gimmick comes in. The Paymaster lives right here in the Bronx. We grab him at his house, take him back to Jersey. He opens up the safe. That's all there is to it.
It's going to take a lot of doing.
For a lot of dough, I can stand a lot of doing.
Okay, Mac, figure me in it.
Didn't you ask me for a match before?
Yeah, I did.
Here. Go ahead. Light up that big black cigar. I love them.
Thanks.
Hey, waiter. Waiter, another round of drinks here. Make it snappy.
So, Don, the criminal David McIntyre had completed his organization, which he intended to use in robbing the payroll. He had everything worked out nicely, except a few details, like a set of stolen tires and an unexpected doorbell. It was such clues as these that set the Federal Bureau of Investigation on the right trail. In the meantime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was looking into the interstate car thefts in which McIntyre and young Bud Aldridge were previously involved. These cars were being stolen in Bronx and Westchester counties, New York, then taken to Connecticut and New Jersey, where the accessories were stripped and sold. Special Agents Haynes and Martin were at the New York field office discussing the case.
Well, Haynes, looks like those car thieves are going to be harder to catch than ever now. They just quit. At least while they were operating, we had a chance to get them with the goods.
I don't know. I don't think they pulled out of it permanently, Martin. Maybe they got something else to do for a few days. Maybe they took a vacation.
And they've sure been doing well enough to take a vacation. You'd think after all this time we'd at least be able to get a line on them.
We'll get our line on them. All we have to do is keep checking those junk shops and second-hand parts places. We'll find where they're selling the stuff. That's all the line we need.
Well, I'd better get going.
Jersey City?
Yeah. I'm going to do a little hunting. Maybe I can turn up something over there.
He's going to pull into that parking space down the block, Mac. Okay, double park right here. Keep your lights on. Yeah, Mac, sure. All set, Johnny?
You kidding? Let's go.
When you see this car pull out, bud, get right behind us and stay there.
I know.
Come on, right with you. On the sidewalk, let's go.
Good break. Nobody's out tonight.
Let's do it fast and quiet.
Never seen a faster guy.
Here he comes, on your toes, huh?
Stop here. Pardon me, mister.
Yes?
Got a match?
Yes, I think so.
Those cigars of his keep going out. He runs himself and everybody else out of matches.
Oh, some cigars are like that.
Keep your hands at your sides and don't move.
Hey.
Now, walk back to your car.
Listen, here you...
Walk, he said.
Okay, but be careful with that gun.
Reach in your pocket and give me the keys to your car.
All right. Well, what do you want from me? I don't carry much money.
Just give me the car keys.
Yeah. Here they are.
Here you are, pal. Open up.
Get in, Siegel.
Where are you taking me?
What do you think? Get in.
Oh, please.
Go on, get in. In back.
Okay, in back.
Climb it back with him, pal.
Right.
I don't understand all this. What do you want from me?
Explain it to him, pal.
You're going back to your office. You're going to open that safe and you're going to hand over tomorrow's payroll. Just like that.
But I don't know the combination.
Now tell me what you know.
But I don't, honest.
Kid's right behind us, boss.
Good.
I told you I don't know the combination.
Listen, friend. See this cigar? You know how hot it gets when it's lit? I don't know how many thousands of degrees hot.
Please let me out.
Anyway, it gets awful hot. You open that safe or you get the end of this cigar right in your eye.
Let me out. I want to get out, please.
Shut him up.
I can't open the safe.
Shut up.
I can't.
Okay, wise guy. Stay shut.
Don't knock him out, not yet. I want him sitting up when we cross the bridge.
Okay.
No sense getting those cops at the toll gate suspicious. Keep them up and keep them quiet. We'll give them a treatment later if we have to.
So, Don, the two criminals and their victim, Mr. Julius Siegel, drove toward the George Washington toll bridge, across the Hudson River in Siegel's car, with the third criminal, Bud Aldridge, following in their own car. Within a few minutes, they were on the approaches to the bridge and nearing the toll gate.
All right, Siegel, sit up straight.
I will, but don't hit me again.
Now, we're going to stop at that toll gate. We're going to pay the guy, and you're going to keep your mouth shut. You got it?
Don't worry, I won't say anything.
You better not if you don't want the cigar. Remember.
On your toes, pal, the toll gate. Here, 50 cents, right?
50 cents. Hey, the motor died.
I know it. She won't kick over.
Keep your mouth shut, Siegel.
I will.
What's the matter, mister? You got trouble?
Yeah, officer. She won't kick over.
Maybe you're out of gas.
No, there's plenty of gas, officer. It'll be all right.
You'll have to get it out of here. Those cars want to get through.
I'll give it another try.
She's catching. Feed it gas. Let's go. I would have figured one like that.
Well, there's a trick to starting it sometimes.
Who asked you? Take it easy with her. He's got to open that safe.
Okay, I'm only playing.
The kid's still behind me?
Yeah, he's following us. Don't worry, go ahead. Get to the plan. I want to see what a payroll looks like.
Special Agent Haynes.
This is Martin. I'm glad I caught you at the office.
Yes, I had to finish up something. What's up, Martin?
I found a fence over here in Jersey City, Haynes. I think he's the one who's been buying the accessories of those stolen Bronx and Westchester cars.
Huh? What does he have to say?
Nothing, that's the point. We found 2 radios and 3 sets of tires. He says he bought them in good faith. Says he doesn't know the fellows who sold them.
Well, what's the name of this fence?
Denver. Joe Denver. He's got a long record for receiving, never a conviction.
All right. How about bring him into New York? I'd like to talk to him.
Right. We'll be there in an hour. Oh, and say, Haynes, will you call up my wife? Tell her I won't be home tonight.
But I'm telling you, I don't know the combination.
Did you hear him, boss? He says he don't know the combination.
I heard him.
We know different. We know you open that safe every morning and close it every night.
That's not true. Honest, it isn't.
Oh, it ain't true, huh? Hey, boss, give me a match.
Why don't you carry your own matches? I'm driving. Catch.
Thanks.
Make it snappy. The plant's in the next block.
What are you going to do?
Hey, I'm going to light my cigar, that's all. Just light my cigar. Good cigar, ain't it?
I wouldn't know.
Told you how hot they get. Now you going to open that safe? You wouldn't like it in the eye, would you?
Okay. I'll open the safe.
Now you're acting smart. What do you care? It's not your dough, wise guy.
Okay, hold on. We're turning in.
There's a kid right behind us.
Good.
Now sit up, Siegel. Do like we tell you, you won't get hurt. It's bad.
All right. I'll do anything.
Come on, let's go. Okay, Siegel. Move. Go on, get out.
All right, I'm going.
Here's the kid. All right, Siegel. Walk right up to the office door, just like you worked here. Which he does, which he does. Get going.
Yeah, I thought you were goners on the bridge.
Get up and do your job.
All right, I'll get excited.
Here's your keys, Siegel. We'll open up the front door.
But
what? Move.
Come on, move.
You're going to open up that front door to the office and walk right to the safe, understand?
But if I open the door, the burglar alarm will ring.
What's this, another store like the combination?
No, I'm telling the truth. The burglar alarm will ring.
You're lying, Siegel. There's no alarm on that door, I know.
Listen, do you think we ought to take the chance?
There's no alarm on that door. He just wants to wise up the watchman. Let me tell you something, Siegel. I know this place inside and out. I know how we'll handle that watchman once we're inside. Now, open up the door.
But look.
The cigar.
Okay.
Quick now.
Holy, the giant's buck. He was right. Get him in the car, fast.
Come on, get to the car. Get to the car.
All right, I'm going.
You're going to let me out here? Are you, please?
Yes, Siegel, we're going to let you out. See what he's got on him. You ought to get something out of this job. Hold still there, you.
All right. I don't have much.
Here's his wallet.
What's in it?
$5, $6. Yeah. All this trouble for $6. $6. Okay, he's out. Take your gun and shoot him once through the head. Shoot him? They was looking for the chair. How can they tag us for it if he's dead? I'll tell you how. There's some people with big mouths, that's how. Who are you talking about? Not you. Who can tell about the kid or even the dame? Yeah, who can tell? All right, just work him over good. I want a head start in the cops. I'll work him over good. Don't worry. Ever see a guy get pistol whipped? Gun's good for more than one thing. Dirty rotten. He won't wake up for a week. Burglar alarm. Combination.
I just sent Joe Denver back to the detention cell, Haynes. We'll file charges in the morning, huh?
First thing. You know, Martin, I've never seen it fail. When these guys think you got something on them, they'll sing their heads off looking for a break. What a business.
It's not such a bad business. Joe Denver sings, we clear up a string of auto thefts.
Not so fast. We still got to pick up McIntyre and this young sidekick of his.
Well, the information says they're probably still living at that address in the Bronx and running with this Johnny J. They oughtn't to be so hard to trace from there.
We'll see about that. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello, Special Agent Haynes.
Haynes, this Crawford over at the Richfield, New Jersey police.
Oh, yes, Crawford. How are you?
We've got the victim of a robbery up here.
Oh?
They held him up in front of his home in the Bronx and brought him over here to Jersey to open up the safe.
That's kidnapping.
Yeah, they carried him over the state line. That makes it your beef, doesn't it?
It sure does. The Lindbergh law. What have you got to go on, Crawford?
Well, the victim, Siegel, got the license number of their car, but that's not going to be much help. It was stolen last week in Westchester County.
Westchester, wow.
Tie in with anything?
It could. We're working on a Westchester case right now. Stolen cars. Where is this victim?
He's still here at our station. Doctor says he can go home after he rests up a bit.
Well, keep him there a while. We'll be right over.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. So long.
What is it, Haynes?
Come on, Martin. We're going over to Jersey. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
I'm ready.
Oh, you don't happen to have a picture of McIntyre on you, do you?
Yes, I do.
Good. Let's go.
$6 lousy bucks. I spent 4 months slaving at that drill press for $6 rotten bucks.
I'm sick of hearing about it, Terry. If you found out about that burglar alarm, everything had been fine. So just shut that big yap of yours.
What am I supposed to know about burglar alarms? And watch out what you're calling a big yap.
Oh, Bud.
Oh, kid brains himself.
Come on in, Bud.
Gotta pick up them cars, and then we better move them, Mac. It's a long drive.
I see the small-time stuff's good enough for you now. If you ask me, it was always good enough.
You're looking for a crack in the head, Terry.
Yeah, from who?
Let's go, Bud.
Sure, I'll be ready in an hour.
If you think I'm going back to work on that drill press, you've got another thing coming.
Who's asking you to go back? Do what you like.
$6. $6 lousy bucks.
Come here, Terry.
Why?
Come here, I said. I want to kiss you goodbye.
No, stop it.
Now get your guts packed and get out of here. Come on, Bud.
Cheer up, will you, Mac?
Let me alone, will you?
All right, so we got a bad break. Things didn't work out right. Now we know we should stick to this hot car racket.
Listen, Bud, I'll tell you what to stick to. Just watch where you drive, and you got a red light.
I see it. We got a good thing. There's a million dames like Terry, a million.
For crying in a sewer, shut up.
All right, Look at that car. That crazy driver's gonna clip us.
That driver's the kind around.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Maybe it's cops.
Cops? What cops? Well, let's give him a piece of our mind.
All right, if you say so.
What's the matter? Don't you guys know how to drive?
All right, get him up, you two.
Huh? FBI.
Not me, you know.
Hold it. You better just keeping your hands up.
What's the idea? We ain't done nothing.
We've got a warrant charging you with kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Yes, you should always stop to think of the state line. Come on. Your friend Johnny J's been keeping a cell warm for you. He wants company.
Okay, I'm going. You don't have to push.
That, Don, was how the arrest was made. David McIntyre and Johnny J were sentenced to 20 years each, and Bud Aldridge was given 6 years. They are now serving their terms at various federal penitentiaries for abducting Mr. Julius Siegel and carrying him across the state line.
Well, Mr. Siegel certainly had a rough time of it.
You know, Don, that for every crime there must be a victim as well as a criminal. And I brought Mr. Siegel to the studio tonight.
Well, so I see, Mr. Sherrison.
He had an experience that any one of us may be called on to face any day.
Well, we're glad to have you on Gangbusters, Mr. Siegel.
I'm glad to be here, Don, but I must say that in all my years of listening to Gangbusters, I never dreamed that one day I'd be a part of your program.
And a very important part, too. I suppose that all of us think of crimes like kidnapping in terms of someone else. It must have been some sensation when you realized that this time you were the victim.
Well, Don, from the first I knew those boys meant business. But it wasn't until they were ready to leave me later on that I started saying my final prayers.
Well, just what happened?
Well, when they got ready to go, one yelled to the other, "Kill him and dump him." But then he came back to me and said, "We decided not to kill you. We're going to knock you out."
And that's when they really gave you a going over?
That's right, Don. But to tell you the truth, the beating wasn't nearly as bad as the mental torture. At first, I thought it was just another stick-up. But when my face hit the floor of the car, well, it seemed as though a million things flashed through my mind.
Well, just what kind of things do you mean?
Well, maybe these thugs had gotten to my wife and children. Also, even if they hadn't, I thought I'd never live to see them again. And then there was that one voice that kept yelling, "If he opens his mouth, kill him." I can still hear it to this day.
Well, that certainly must have been a grueling experience.
Believe me, Don, it was. All I can say is, it's great to be alive.
Well, thank you, Mr. Julius Siegel, and you, Mr. Saul S. Sherrison, for coming here tonight and being our guests on Gangbusters. Leading roles were played by Ken Lynch and Joe Julian. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gang Busters.
Tonight, new facts in the case of the notorious gang leader, Bugs Moran, who returned from retirement to kindle old flames, but who learned that not all horse players die broke.
Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, many of our listeners know how the Chicago gangster George Bugs Moran became one of the country's most powerful and feared racketeers until he was forced to flee Chicago just ahead of Al Capone's machine gun bullets.
Yes, Don, and it was many years later before he could summon the courage to return to Chicago, although Capone's organization had long since been broken up and the notorious gang leader sentenced to Alcatraz. On one occasion, Moran left his Minnesota hunting lodge and sauntered up and down North Clark Street, where he was formerly such a power. One rainy night, he ventured into a cheap tavern and ordered a drink.
Straight bourbon, friend.
Leave the bottle here.
Yeah.
You been here long?
Too long, friend.
Well, here's looking at you.
Yeah, much too long.
I remember when this joint was a speakeasy.
And my memory's not that good, friend.
I understand there's a game in the back room.
You understand too much, friend.
Let me tell you something, friend. I used to own this joint.
Yeah?
Yeah. And 40 more like it.
Give me back that bottle. You had enough.
Leave it later. My name is Moran. George Moran.
Bugs Moran?
Nobody ever calls me that.
Let go of that shirt, friend.
Bugs, I'll show you.
Let go or you'll know the reason. Now, go on, get out of here.
Wait a minute.
Get out, friend, before you're a has-been with a cracked skull instead of just a has-been.
Look here, smart guy.
Hit the road, you bum. Go on, get out.
Yeah, your whiskey's rot gut anyway.
So long, Bugs.
Taxi?
Take it easy, Winnie. It's just a shower.
Yeah? Well, I paid $30 for this hat. Oh, nice.
We'll stick in the doorway here until the cab comes along. Just relax.
Relax.
Taxi! Taxi! Ah, the monkey.
Hey, any room in there?
Help yourself. The doorway don't belong to us.
Thanks.
Taxi! Yeah, they're all loaded.
Some rain, huh?
Yeah. Dutch.
What?
Give me a cigarette.
I'm all out, Winnie. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Here's a cigarette.
Oh, much obliged.
Light?
Yeah. Thanks.
Taxi!
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Aren't you George Moran?
Oh, you know me, huh?
Well, don't you remember me? Winnie. Winnie York. I was hat check girl at the Polka Dot Club.
Winnie. Oh, sure. I remember Winnie. Sure, yeah.
Well, I did put on a little weight since. Dutch.
What? Taxi!
Dutch.
What?
Dutch, you know who this is? George Moran.
Well, what do you know? I used to work for you. Dutch Bauer.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you again.
When I was just a kid, I don't think you ever even saw me. I used to peddle your booze out in Waukegan. Well, what do you know? George Moran. I heard you were retired. Country gentleman.
That's what they call me.
Well, that's for me. That country gentleman stuff.
Hey, Dutch, why don't we take George along to the party?
Well, I don't know. We were only invited ourselves.
No, don't bother about me.
Oh, they'll be glad to have him. What do you say, George?
He's probably got something else to do. What are you bothering the guy?
Well, I haven't got a thing to do.
Well, then come along with us. We'll have a great time. Hurry up, Dutch. Get a cab.
Taxi! Taxi!
There's one. Come on, George. Let's run for it.
Tell me, will you, Winnie, what does Bugs Moran mean today? Nothing. He might just as well have been dead for all the weight he carries.
But he's got no less brains than he had 20 years ago. Besides, Dutch, maybe he's still bigger than you think.
I don't know why I listen to you. What do I need him for? The whole thing's set. We're ready to pull the deal. In he walks. Sometimes, Winnie, you give me a pain.
Well, he's in. You asked him in.
Sure I asked him, and you wouldn't leave me alone until I did. Bugs Moran. If this was running hooch or rough stuff or something like that, then maybe he'd be okay. This is a slick deal. It takes a touch.
You and your touch.
Things have changed, Winnie. Bugs Moran don't mean it.
Take it easy on that bug stuff. He don't like it. And to me, George Moran still means plenty.
What difference does it make what he likes?
That's him.
Answer it, then. Bugs Moran, huh?
All right, I'm coming.
Hello, Winnie.
Come in, George.
It was a nice party last night. Thanks for taking me.
Oh, they were glad to have you. So was I.
Hello, Moran.
Glad to see you again, Dutch.
Sit down, Moran. Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, I'll fix some drinks.
Oh, that's a good idea, Winnie.
What'll you have, George?
Oh, whatever you get, all right.
You take bourbon, if I remember.
That's right.
Straight?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be interested in the deal, Moran. The word is you're plenty well heeled. Always have been.
Money's like water, Dutch. It runs out. You gotta keep filling the tank.
Yeah. Look, Moran.
What?
This is a smooth operation. No rough stuff.
I don't believe in rough stuff unless it's needed. Hey, come on, give me a rundown of the gimmick.
Well, I got me a good couple of boys. One's good at circulating paper. One is an engraver.
Wait a minute.
What?
This deal isn't counterfeit.
Well, not money.
What then?
Something just as easy to shove and a lot easier to duplicate. American Express money orders.
Uh-huh.
They got a set of plate fits at dandy. I figure if we work it right, we can wholesale about $100,000 in the stuff. Not less than $100,000.
You get a sample?
Sure. Lots of samples.
Mind if I take a look?
No. Help yourself, yeah. Perfect job. What do you think of it?
It stinks.
Are you kidding?
It's a rotten job. I can tell it's way off without even a legit paper to compare.
Look, Moran, we worked a long time on this
You didn't work long enough. You'll never make it.
Now, wait a minute.
Get hold of that engraver. I want to talk to him.
The engraver's finished. We're through with him.
I said get hold of him.
If you don't like the stuff, pick up your hat and walk out the door. We'll get along without any bugs, Moran.
Bugs?
Hey, let go.
Let me tell you one thing, Dutch. You invited me in this deal, and now that I'm in, it's going to be run right. You understand?
Okay, take it easy.
Refreshments, boys.
You're just in time, eh?
In time for what, George?
Dutch and I came to an understanding. We can all drink to luck.
Well, that's wonderful. It's great.
Yeah, great.
Help yourselves, boys.
Bring it on, Dutch. Then go get hold of that engraver.
Nah.
What's the other one's name?
Fisher. But look, Moran.
I want to talk to him, too, but the engraver first. Go ahead.
Don't start pushing me around, Moran. The days when you pushed guys around are over.
Yeah? And I'd like to see those days come back. And right now is as good a time as any to bring them back. Well?
I think I know where to locate the engraver. And Fisher. See if I can raise him.
You know, George, I don't like to give you advice, but...
But what?
Well, Dutch wasn't too sold on taking you in the first place. It was me that sold him.
Let me tell you something. For a lot of years now, I've been sitting back taking a lot of guff from guys who think they know it all. Every time they open their mouths, you can see all they got is mouth with no brains on the side.
Okay, but Dutch said he...
who cares for Dutch?
I'll tell you who, George.
Who?
Nobody, George. Nobody at all.
So, Don, the deposed Chicago gangster Bugs Moran was on his way toward making a comeback in the underworld. But he was to learn that the authorities of the law had changed their methods of operating as much as he intended to change his.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Mr. Heck, how Bugs Moran, the deposed Chicago gangster, had been taken into a syndicate which intended to circulate bogus American Express money orders
and had gradually assumed leadership of the conspiracy.
That's right, Don. And Moran sent Dutch Bauer to bring still another member of the gang, Fisher, to a meeting where they would discuss Moran's new plans for distributing the fake money orders. Dutch finally located the portly Fisher in a suburban horse room.
And 280. Time of the race, 1:23 flat. At New York in the third, they're off and running.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hiya, Dutch. Grab a chair.
Thanks.
What's on your mind, Dutch?
I need you for a meeting right away.
What kind of meeting?
Well,
I got a bundle in on this one.
Councilor Link, Uncle John Baisu, and Crack Dice is third.
Where's that beetle of mine? He's supposed to be a front runner.
Forget about the horses for a minute, will you? Bugs Moran is coming to the bunch.
Yeah, so what? Bugs Moran? Where did he spring from?
That's what I'd like to know. He's in and he's...
Hold it, Dutch.
Councilor still in front by a length. Uncle John second by a half. And third is now just in time.
Just in time. Don't I even get a call out of this race? Local boy. How I ever got touted on local boy, I'll never know.
Will you listen to me, Fisher?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Bugs Moran.
I was telling you, he's practically taken over. He's in there running the show.
No kidding.
I give the guy a break. What kind of gratitude does he show? He's taking over.
Well, maybe it's a good thing, Dutch.
What do you mean it's a good thing? Don't you think I can run the show?
Maybe you can, but Bugs Moran knows his way around.
Now, listen here, Fisher.
The stretch at New York.
Come on, local boy, where are you?
Hitch is now second by 2. Just in time, and Crack Dice head for third.
Where's that local boy?
Moran's gonna change the distribution gimmick.
He's what?
Moran's gonna switch everything upside down.
He can't do that. It's worked out to a T.
You ought to remember when Bugs Moran takes over, he takes over.
Distribution is okay. It's okay as...
Third at New York.
Ah.
The winner was number 4, Local Boy.
Hey, Local Boy.
Second, and Crack Dice third.
Oh, how do you like that? The horse don't get a call and he win it. He don't get a call.
Be at my place tonight, 10 o'clock. Moran will go over the whole thing with you.
Yeah, I'll be there. How do you like that Local Boy, huh? He don't get a call and he win it.
I'll see you tonight. So long.
Yeah.
The results in the first at Keeneland are now official. The winner, Mr. King, paid $7.20, $3.80, and $3.
Telephones, doorbells, always. Hello.
Fisher?
Yeah, this is Fisher.
Can you talk?
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Yeah, I can talk. There's nobody here.
Good. I just now got your message. What's up?
Plenty, Lieutenant. I think we're after much bigger game than we figured.
Huh?
Dutch Bauer came around this afternoon. There's going to be a meeting tonight.
What time?
10 o'clock, Dutch's place. But, Lieutenant, that's not the important thing. You know who came into the deal?
Who?
Bugs Moran.
Bugs Moran?
Yeah, Dutch told me this afternoon. Not only is Bugs in, he's starting to run the show.
Well, that puts a new light on things.
Now, Dutch tells me Moran is switching the whole gimmick around. He wants to make $1 million proposition out of it. That's what the meeting's about tonight.
Okay, Fisher. Well, watch your step. Moran's a slick operator. If he ever gets a line on you, you're as good as in the lake.
And that's the way it works. We get 50%, the passers 50%. $500,000, and that ain't a bet. Hey, Fisher. Are you taking this all in, or are you dreaming?
I heard every word, Moran.
He's thinking you should have had a couple of yards on that horse today instead of 50.
Hey, you think that would have been bad,
I don't like guys sitting around pipe dreaming while I'm laying out the gimmick.
I told you, Moran. I took in every word.
All right. Give me a rundown, then.
But skip the details. I've been batting them through my head 2 days.
Well, like you said, instead of $100,000 in money orders, we shove $500,000.
Yeah?
You said you got plenty of contacts, so we get together a syndicate.
Yeah.
Guys in every city, all over the country. Every money order gets cashed on the same day. 1 day, and then we quit.
Yeah, that's about it. Any questions, Fletcher?
Only, when's the day?
Soon.
Well, how soon? Track opens in Miami the 23rd. I got plans.
Maybe your plans will have to wait. I'm not rushing things so you can watch those cockroaches run around a circle.
Okay, don't tear a muscle. I was only hoping.
This is going to be the sweetest deal ever. We take our time and we get everything lined up just so.
Well, how about a little refreshments? I'll call Winnie and we'll...
Not just yet, Dutch.
No, what's the matter?
Something just came to my mind.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fisher, I've been trying to place you ever since you walked in that door.
I told you this is the first time I laid eyes on you, Moran.
He comes from East St. Louis. At least that's what he said.
I thought I saw you before. And now I know where.
Well, maybe. I'm no babysitter. I get around.
If it's what I'm thinking of, Fisher, you'll get around plenty. On your back.
What's the trouble, Moran?
If you got something on your mind, Moran, get it off.
Sure. I'll get it off. Answer me yes or no, Fisher. Back in 29, you tailed me for days.
Don't be nuts, Moran.
You never could get me where you wanted me. Isn't that right?
Now, look, Moran.
You were with Al Capone, weren't you? Answer me. You were one of Capone's boys. Well?
What if I was? I was only a punk kid doing a job. I didn't have nothing against you.
I knew I could smell you.
Now, take it easy, Moran.
Sure. He had a job. There wasn't anything personal.
Okay. Okay, I guess there wasn't. Anyway, I lived through it.
Didn't we all?
Let's have those drinks, Dutch.
New Orleans. A change of jockeys. Al Haynes is now riding Roadmaster instead of M. Kramer.
And that's the way it stands, Lieutenant.
It's not good, Fisher. Do you think you can talk Moran into a test a day or so before the big day?
A test?
Sure, to see how the stuff is accepted. Then we can make our pinch on that test without risking too wide a distribution.
I don't know. Maybe he'll go for it. I'll try.
Okay. But be careful how you handle it.
Don't worry, I will. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Dutch Bauer, and he's seen us.
I'll get out of here.
No, sit still. He'd only be more suspicious. He's coming over.
In the 6th at New York, number 4, your welcome has been scratched.
Hello, Fisher. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself, Dutch.
Thanks.
This is Lieutenant Thacker, Dutch Bauer.
What do you say?
Hi. Army, Navy, or Fire Department?
State's Attorney's office.
Huh?
Well, you weren't much help, Fisher, but thanks.
Don't mention it.
Nice to meet you.
What does a cop want with you?
He's looking for somebody?
You didn't know where the guy was. The one he was looking for.
Well, there's one way to handle cops. Let them think you're helping them, Dutch, but don't.
You're a lucky guy, Fisher.
Why?
You see, I knew he was law. If you'd have told me he was something else. That's all, brother.
I've got nothing to hide. What's up, Dutch?
Moran wants to see you.
Not another meeting.
10 o'clock tonight. We're all set to go.
Meetings.
I'll see you there.
They're off, been running in the 4th at New Orleans at 4:20. At Keeneland in the 3rd race.
If a guy's once got it, George, he's always got it.
Well, a little tough, baby. I never thought I'd make it back to the top. And this is going to be the send-off. There ought to be nearly 200 grand in it for me.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if there wasn't. The way Dutch was running it was for buttons.
Dutch is a buttons kind of guy when he's no good for you.
Who is?
Who do you think?
Can I get you another drink?
Not now, Winnie. We've got...
Winnie, Oh.
Hello, Dutch. Fisher, how's it going?
Not a winner all day.
I didn't expect to find you here, Moran. I thought that meeting last night covered everything.
I didn't come here to see you.
No?
I came to see Winnie.
George,
Shut up. Have you got business with Winnie now?
Yeah, Dutch. Plenty of business. It's been unfinished a long time.
They got a name for a guy like you, Moran.
Yeah, I guess they have.
Look, maybe I'll take a walk.
No, stick around. You don't expect me to stand still while you take over everything, Moran, do you?
You'll stand as still as I say.
Boys, there's no sense getting worked up over this.
Who wants her anyway? Take her.
I intend to, Dutch.
I think I'll go out for a walk. Business before pleasure, boys. See you later.
Well, Dutch, you got anything else to say?
About what?
About nothing. Fisher, you might like to know I thought over that idea of yours about the test passing.
Yeah?
You haven't got a bad idea there, Fisher. Not bad at all.
Well, I figured we could make this test passing on a Saturday. We see how it goes. Now, if everything's okay, the big day will be Monday before any of the Saturday stuff has a chance to clear any banks.
Yeah. What do you think, Dutch?
Anything's okay, Moran, so long as you say so.
Good. And I think we'll try it out in Pittsburgh. How's next Saturday?
Great. I'm glad to hear it. Then I can shove off for Miami.
All right, we leave for Pittsburgh Thursday. In the meantime, Dutch, you get in touch with the boys all over. They're going to do the passing.
Okay.
You get in touch with them and tell them that right after we make the test, we send each of them a wire. Tell them when they get it, be ready to unload Monday.
So that's the way it was, Lieutenant. The big day is set for next Monday. The test will be this Saturday.
Good work, Fisher. But I wouldn't have given a nickel for your chances of getting the idea across.
Well, Moran went for it hook, line, and sinker. Look, Lieutenant, I'll have to stick pretty close to Moran. Everything will be taken care of for Pittsburgh, huh?
Don't worry, it'll be all set. I'll see you there.
Yeah, so long and good luck.
Good luck yourself. You need it more than I do.
Colonel, up you all, sir?
Is that enough? How about you, pal? You want anything?
No, not here.
Oh, no, let's see. 2 shirts at $7.50, 2 neckties, $23.80 with the tax.
Yeah, look. I got an express money order. It's all endorsed.
Huh? $100.
Yeah, take it out of there.
I'll have to get the section manager's okay, sir.
Oh, don't get it. Don't stand around.
Yes, sir. Be right back, sir.
How you like that guy, Fisher?
I'm not worried about the guy. I just hope that paper gets by. It means a lot to me.
What do you think it means to me? It'll get by.
I hope Dutch is making out okay.
If we pass that paper here, it'll be okay anyways. We send out the wires tonight.
Uh-oh, here comes the clerk.
Yeah.
I have your change for you, sir.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Could you show me some of those shirts?
Be with you in a second, sir, as soon as I finish with this customer.
Excuse me. Take your time.
$23.80, $24, $25, $30, $40, $50, $70, $90, $100.
Much obliged.
Your package will be ready in a minute, sir.
Okay.
Don't move, Moran.
Watch it.
Get him up.
Come on, let's get out of here, Fisher.
You're not going anyplace, Moran.
Fisher, you...
Watch him.
No, you don't.
Stand back. Everybody, stand back, please.
Well, Lieutenant, that takes care of Bugs Moran.
Certainly does, it's Fisher. Let's get him in.
Stand back, folks. It's all over.
There's nothing to see. It's all over. It's all over.
So, Don, the fabulous Bugs Moran was caught in the act of passing forged money orders. He was tried and sentenced to a term in prison.
But this wasn't the end of his criminal activities, Mr. Heck.
No, it certainly wasn't. Another climactic episode, which closed just a few months ago, was still to come.
And you'll return to Gangbusters next week to tell us about it?
I'll be here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Heck, for the inside facts you've given us tonight.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the Devil and the Syndicate, and how 2 desperate gangs of criminals fought a bloody battle that lasted years for the largest prize in the annals of crime.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Devil and the Syndicate.
Mr. Heck, I know that the Gangbusters audience is going to hear some familiar names in tonight's case.
They certainly are, Don Gardner. Names that were in every newspaper every day for years. But right now, they're just names. The major characters are all dead, or in prison with sentences they'll never live to serve.
Well, supposing you begin, Mr. Heck.
All right, Don. The closing events in the case occurred just a few months ago. But to understand these men, we should go back more than 24 years. One bright spring morning in Chicago, a young man crossed North State Street in front of the Holy Name Cathedral. As he approached the other side, he saw the florist shop for which he was looking. He stopped for a moment to glance at a wedding wreath in the window. Then he walked toward the door.
Well, here goes.
Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Yeah. First, you can give me one of them carnations.
Yes, sir. They're very pretty. One of these?
No, one of the red ones. I like red.
Yes, sir. Shall I pin it in your lapel?
Yeah, why not? What do you do after you get through here?
I go to night school to learn jiu-jitsu.
No kidding.
There you are.
How much?
25 cents.
Cheap enough. Catch.
Thank you. Call again.
Go on and back and tell your boss I want to see him.
My boss?
O'Banion. Tell him George is here.
Do you have an appointment?
Who needs an appointment?
Who is it, Lillian?
Well,
Are you
Mr.
O'Banion?
That depends who you are.
The name is Moran. George Moran.
Lillian, run down the corner and get me the evening papers.
Yes, sir, right away. I'll be right back.
Cute trick.
She's like the flower business, Moran. A front. So hands off.
Okay.
That recommendation from Ross has rated you pretty high.
We got along. Good as anybody can get along in Joliet.
Things have changed since you went in, Moran.
So I hear.
They got a law now. The 18th Amendment, they call it. They want people to stop drinking. But they made a mistake. Too many people don't like that law. When there's a law people don't like. Somebody's bound to make a fortune out of it.
We even had bootleggers in Joliet.
Come on in back. I want you to meet one of my friends.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of my vice presidents. You'll be another. All right. I want you to meet George Moran. Earl White.
Pleased to meet you, Bugs.
The name ain't Bugs. It's George.
Okay, no harm meant. I just heard they called you Bugs.
Nobody calls me Bugs. Never.
Take it easy, George. We don't go for rough stuff. And we don't go for rough talk unless it's called for.
Okay.
I said things were changing. We're in business. We're legit, practically.
Just tell me what I do and when I start doing it.
You'll have plenty to do.
We're organizing the whole North Side. Every drop of booze and every mug of beer that's sold on the North Side will be ours.
That's all right with me. But suppose some other guys get different ideas.
That's one of the reasons I'm putting you on the payroll, Moran.
Don't worry. Nobody'll muscle in.
Hey, muscle in. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I'll have to remember that. Not bad.
It's like this, Moran. There's a bunch over on the west side and the south side doing the same thing we are. So long as they stay there and don't muscle in, nobody will get hurt.
And it's working out okay. I've got an agreement with the guy that runs things, Johnny Torrio.
Sounds as easy as selling flowers.
I don't know. That Torrio may be all right, but he just brought a guy in from Brooklyn, a bad actor.
Huh? I know a lot of guys from Brooklyn. Who is he?
What's his name, boss?
Al something or other.
Yeah, that's it. Al Capone.
So, Don, the Chicago gangs grew stronger as each of them strained to expand beyond the limits of the agreed territories. For 3 years, no gang leader would make the first move because he could foresee the violence that would follow. Then one day, Bugs Moran had an urgent summons from the operator of a speakeasy on the north side. He walked into the smoke-filled place and saw the operator sitting at the bar.
Hello, Patsy.
Oh, Moran. Sit down.
Yeah.
Harry, straight bourbon for Mr. Moran.
Okay. Well, what's your trouble?
Maybe it's your trouble, Moran.
What do you mean?
Just put the bottle down, Harry. Go take care of them customers down there.
All right.
Don't talk in riddles, Patsy.
Pour yourself a drink.
Thanks. Luck.
Good stuff, huh?
Come on, Patsy. I didn't come over here to drink your booze. What's the trouble?
You just drank it.
Now, look.
Take a squint at that bottle.
Hey, where'd you get that stuff?
I bought it.
You'll get in trouble, Patsy, making buys from outside.
They backed the truck up here, Moran. They unloaded 40 cases. They said take the stuff or take a dose of lead. I took the stuff. Ain't bad, is it?
Who was it?
How should I know? 3 gorillas with a look in their eye.
You pulling a fast one, Patsy?
Me? I buy your rot gut and pay you good for peace and quiet. I pay you to keep guys like that off my neck.
They'll be off your neck, Patsy. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So long. And thanks for the drink.
Don't mention it.
You got too hot a temper, Moran. I said this is business. No rough stuff unless it's called for.
Those monkeys won't understand nothing except rough stuff, O'Banion. First it's one joint, then it's another. Then they'll be all over the north side.
It's a mistake.
Johnny Torrio don't make mistakes. Where's Weiss, anyway?
I told him the meeting was off. It's all settled.
Settled? How?
I put in a call for Johnny Torrio. He's going to get it straightened out and call me back.
Yeah? Well, if you...
Maybe that's him.
Yeah, and maybe it ain't.
Just do your job, Moran. I'll handle this. Hello?
O'Banion?
Yep. Who is it?
Johnny Torrio asked me to call. This is Al Capone.
Oh, there's Al. You checked up on that deal?
Yeah, and as far as we know, it wasn't our boys that made the sale.
Oh?
We don't like that kind of business either, O'Banion. We want to put a stop to it as much as you.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Johnny Torrio said get the details. He said work with O'Banion.
It's a deal, Capone.
Suppose I send a couple of boys around tonight to see you.
Make it tomorrow, Capone, at the flower shop.
Yeah, at the flower shop. They'll be there.
Lillian? Lillian?
Yes, Mr. O'Banion.
Oh, Mr. Moran.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Lillian.
Yes, sir?
First bring me that bird seed. Kankakee's hungry. Aren't you, Kankakee? Huh? There. See?
Oh, here comes some customers.
Yes.
I'll wait on them first.
They're not customers. Just some gentlemen I'm expecting. We'll go in back, make that call to Moran.
Yes, sir. I'll do it right now.
Oh. Come in, boys. Come in.
Hello, O'Banion. We're from Al Capone.
Glad to see you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how are we going to straighten out this mess?
Capone says it's easy.
Then let's get to it.
Sure, O'Banion. Let's get to it.
Hey, what's the idea of the guns?
So long, pal. Come on, let's get out of here.
Thus done, the 2 leading gangs of Chicago's racketeers declared war on each other. A gang war that lasted many years, and bloodshed mounted with the months.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You've told us, Mr. Heck, how gang war flared up in Chicago after the Johnny Torrio Al Capone syndicate sought to invade the north side and murdered gang leader Diane O'Banion.
Yes, Don, and the story of the killing was the news sensation of the day. O'Banion's principal lieutenants, Earl Little Jaime Weiss and George Bugs Moran, were on hand at the funeral parlor where O'Banion's body was on exhibition in a $10,000 casket surrounded by tons of gaudy floral pieces. There they planned retaliation, not so much to avenge O'Banion as to salve their own peculiar pride.
We gotta go through with it, Weiss. We gotta run Torrio and Capone into the ground.
You're wrong, Moran. Nobody can make out if we spend our time killing each other. We're in it for dough. That's the way O'Banion wanted it.
Yeah, and look where O'Banion is. You don't want to sit around and let Capone and Torrio give you the same kind of going over, do you?
Maybe we could get the whole thing settled.
No, settled. You talk like a maniac. There's only one way it's going to be settled. That's when we got the whole town.
I don't know. I was just figuring
Quiet. Yes, only.
Mr. Weiss, can I see you a minute?
What's the matter, Lillian?
Well, another floral piece just arrived, and I
Well,
thought...
have them bring it in.
But there isn't room for any more flowers. Besides, this is bigger than anything in here. It's huge.
Who sent it?
I don't know. I didn't open the card.
Come on, Moran. Let's have a look.
Yeah, sure.
Where are these posies?
Out in the anteroom. This way.
They gotta be brought into line, Weiss. That's the only way.
We'll see.
Right in here. There it is.
What for crying out loud? Who spent all that dough?
Pretty, huh?
Oh, it's hideous.
Where's the card?
This must be it.
How many men did it take to carry it in? 5? Well, who's it from, Moran?
Here. Read it yourself.
Sure. Rest in peace, Johnny Torrio and Al Capone.
That dirty, rotten...
You're right, Moran. They need a lesson. Let me at those wheels.
No, don't.
Yeah, let me...
Don't get worked out.
Who cares how much...
Soon, Don, George Bugs Moran and Earl Little Jaime Weiss sought and got revenge on gangster Johnny Torrio. Thus, the notorious Al Capone came into command. The war between the two factions continued, with 1 or 2 gangsters losing their lives every week. Finally, Little Jaime Weiss got his, and Bugs Moran became undisputed head of the North Side mobsters. But the pyramid of gang murders didn't help, and both sides knew it. So it was arranged one day that Bugs Moran walk alone and unarmed down a long hotel corridor toward a room at the end. As he walked, he looked carefully at each closed door he passed. Then, on reaching the end of the corridor, he stopped and opened the door.
Come in, Moran. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thanks, Capone.
Well, are you ready?
Yeah, Capone. I'm ready.
It's about time we figured we weren't doing ourselves good.
What are your terms?
We split up the city and county. You stay on your side, I stay on mine.
Whose side begins where?
We go back to the old territories, the ones set up by Johnny Torrio and Dion O'Banion.
It's a deal.
And the deal covers everything. The booze, the beer, the dogs, the ladies.
Everything, Capone.
Okay. We'll shake on it.
I can still remember Dion O'Banion went to shake hands. He got led.
We shake, or there's no deal.
I can take the deal or leave it, Capone.
You're acting pretty dumb for a smart cookie, Moran.
Guy can afford to be dumb if he's lucky.
Well, that's the way you want it, Moran.
Put it here, Al.
That's more like it. We'll show them how to run a town.
Got no doubt about us running the town, Al. Let's just keep from trying to run each other.
Hello, Moran. How are you?
Hello, Betsy.
You remember that guy I was telling you about?
Guy? What guy?
Guy with the idea.
Oh, yeah.
I got him back in my office.
Well, let's go see him.
I think it'll work, Moran. Ought to be good for plenty each month.
What'd you say this guy's name was?
Joe. Joe or Jerry.
Joe or Jerry. Okay, open up.
Hello, Joe. I want you to know George Moran. Glad to see you.
Patsy tells me you got a new grift.
Yeah. If you go for it, Moran, do I get a spot?
Sure. I get a million spots. Come on, hurry up, though. I gotta meet a girl outside.
Well, the idea is this. There's lots of little guys in business. Big ones, too.
Yes, I know that.
They got all kinds of stores. So we form all kinds of organizations. All the cleaners in one association, all the laundries in another. Follow me?
Yeah, go on.
So before we start these associations, a cleaner here, a cleaner there is going to have trouble. A brick through his window, a stink bomb maybe. So they join the association to protect their business.
And?
And they get protection. Without joining the organization, they get no protection. Good stiff dues. Right. Good stiff dues. To us. Well, what do you think of it?
It stinks.
But it's a cinch.
I said it stinks. Go on, get out.
George. It'll work. It'll make millions.
I said get out. Now hit the ties, you crumb bun.
Okay. It's just an idea. So long.
What was the idea, Moran? That guy had something.
Any?
Sure. Be a cinch to operate. You got the strong arm boys. That's all you need.
I know it. You try it out first in the cleaning shops.
Hey, you told Joe you didn't go for the idea.
Sure. Why should I cut him into the deal? A stranger.
Yeah, why should you?
Boy, I could see this thing spreading all over the city. Maybe farther. Maybe to New York.
Oh, yeah? What about Capone?
Well, what about him?
Capone ain't gonna like it.
Let him not like it. There's been peace and quiet too long. I'm sick of it. Come on. Hello?
Moran?
Yeah?
Al Capone. How's it going?
No complaints, Al.
Well, I got a complaint.
Have you?
Yeah. That protection racket of yours is a pretty good idea, Moran.
Yeah. I like it.
But it's covering too much ground.
It'll cover more ground, Al. Nothing like it was included in the agreement.
Well, that's the way you want it.
It is.
Okay, Moran. Be seeing you.
That dawn was the beginning of another flare-up between Chicago's rival gangs. And the direct result was the most sensational and blood-curdling event to arise out of the long history of Chicago's mobsterism.
You were telling us, Mr. Heck, that gang war between the Al Capone and Bugs Moran mobs broke out all over again.
That's right, Don. There were many killings on both sides. With the feud at its height, Bugs Moran called a meeting of a dozen of his henchmen at the garage on North Clark Street he sometimes used as headquarters. By a little after 10 in the morning, 8 of his lieutenants had arrived.
So what, Moran? So they're a little bit late.
When I tell guys to be here, I mean it. Now, will you monkeys keep quiet? How can anybody think?
Okay, boys, don't get excited.
Well, just keep it quiet.
They'll be along in a minute. What do you say we get some coffee?
Coffee.
Come on. You can relax.
All right, Patsy. I guess I can stand some relaxing, too.
Well, you knew what was going to happen. You knew Capone wouldn't sit still.
Okay. I heard all about it. I want to hear.
Get out the side door and cut through the alley. It's shorter.
Anyways, all right. You guys stick here. I'll be right back.
Hey, you going out to buy me a present, boss?
Present, huh? Yeah, I'll give you a present.
But, boss, it's Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine's Day, huh? I'll get busy. You think it's the 4th of July. Come on, Patsy, let's go.
You ought to take it easy, Moran. You'll get Capone in the end.
Just take me to that coffee.
Sure. Maybe you could get the old agreement working again.
I don't want to hear no more about it. Take a look around before we hit the sidewalk.
Yeah. No, there's nothing. Hey.
What?
Cops.
Huh?
Just pulled up in front of the garage.
Get close to the wall. You haven't got enough trouble now. Cops.
All right, let's go.
With machine guns.
Come on.
Hey, those aren't cops. They're Capone guys.
Okay, get inside. Let's do a good job.
What do you say, boys? Let's go get them.
No, stick where you are.
We ought to warn the guys.
There's 7 of them left in there. They can take care of themselves.
Not against machine guns. Besides, I think the cops.
Stick here, I said.
It's like a slaughterhouse, boss.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go after Moran. We'll get a couple of them anyway.
Oh.
We can show them.
Oh, let's get out of here.
But Moran.
Come on, let's move fast. Yeah? What is it?
He's outside, George.
What's his name?
Foster. Bill Foster.
Bill Foster. All right. Bring him in.
Yes, George.
And Lillian,
Yes?
leave the blindfold on.
Sure, George. All right. Come on in.
Better help me through the door, miss.
I'll help you. Right through here.
Come in, Foster.
You Moran?
Go on out, honey. Leave us alone.
Sure, George. I'll be right outside.
Hey, how about let me take the blindfold off?
Not on your life, brother. What paper you with, anyway?
The American? Who was it, Moran? Who shot up the garage? Who killed those 7 guys?
Only Capone's gang kills like that.
And you lost a lot of talent. Gonna do anything about it?
If I was, I wouldn't tell it to a newspaper.
But you're not?
I made up my mind to quit Chicago.
Leave it all to Capone?
I didn't say I was yellow, and don't you print it.
Where are you going?
Just say I made up my mind to retire. I've been thinking about it a long time, and I just now made up my mind. But don't say I'm quitting because I'm scared of Capone.
Because you're not, huh?
Between you and me, Foster, I am. I know when I'm cooked. Capone's cooked, too, but he don't know it. It won't be me or anybody like me that gets him. But he'll be got. You remember that.
So, Don, George Bugs Moran foresaw the end of gang rule in Chicago. And it was not many months after he fled Capone's vengeance that the notorious gang leader was arrested by United States Treasury agents under the great Elmer L. Irie and subsequently sentenced to a long term on Alcatraz.
But what about Bugs Moran, Mr. Heck?
Well, Don, Moran remained in retirement until just a few months ago. But the time came when he once more thought he could make a killing. This time for $1 million.
Then you'll be back next week to give us another episode in the fantastic criminal life of George Bugs Moran?
I certainly will, Don.
Well, thank you, Prosecuting Attorney Matthias H. Heck of Dayton, Ohio. We'll all be looking forward to next week's case.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
My name is Ernest Gaither Jr. I'm here in the Cook County Jail with only 29 hours to live before I go to the elected chair.
Listen later to the rest of this amazing statement of a murderer who died in the electric chair only a few hours ago. A statement recorded inside the death cell especially for gangbusters.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, Prosecuting Attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, we know how George Bugs Moran, who for years was Al Capone's only serious rival in the Chicago underworld, finally was sentenced to a term in prison. The first he had served in 20 years, despite numerous crimes accredited to him.
And it was a comparatively short sentence, Don Gardner. Moran was soon out of prison. To all appearances, he was making an effort to go straight. He set himself up as a speculator in oil leases and was operating in the southern Illinois and Indiana boom country. One day, about a year ago, Moran and an associate were seated in the rectory of a church at Vandalia, Illinois, waiting to keep an appointment with the pastor.
Give me a cigarette, Moran.
You don't have to smoke in here.
Well, I don't see no signs.
You don't see no signs. You don't have to smoke. Just sit there and don't say nothing when he comes in.
Who wants to say something?
Don't open your yap and everything. Okay, here he is. Now get up, get up. Get up, I said. Hello, Reverend.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Nice to see you again, Reverend.
Yes?
This is my associate, Mr. Virgil Summers.
How you do, Reverend?
Virgil is a name with a heritage.
Everybody calls me Doc.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, Reverend, did you talk over our proposition with the elders?
I did, Mr. Moran.
And?
The matter was left undecided until I brought them the answers to a few more questions.
Well, anything they want to know, Reverend. The church has got that 40 acres of land out there that has a good chance of having oil under it. Now, if we bring in oil, why, every Sunday, and instead of members of the congregation putting into the contribution box, they'll have to take out just so as you can get rid of the money. That's how rich the church will be.
I doubt, Mr. Moran, that such an extreme measure would be necessary.
Well, I can't for the life of me see what you're hesitating for. Can you, Mr. Summers?
I cannot, Mr.
Well, as
Moran.
you know, gentlemen, the first consideration is whether under the terms of the late Mr. Baker's will, we can use the property for this purpose. Mr. Baker bequeathed it to us as a cemetery, you know.
No, Reverend,
However, the elders agree that we may be able to obtain a liberal interpretation of Mr. Baker's generous will.
Now we're getting someplace.
But there is one other consideration, Mr. Moran.
Anything, Reverend, anything at all.
It has come to our attention that you are also the notorious Bugs Moran of Chicago.
The name is George Moran. It never was Bugs Moran.
But you are from Chicago.
Well, what difference does it make where I come from or what I was? I'm here with a legitimate business proposition, and that ought to be enough.
I'm afraid, Mr. Moran, the elders would prefer to deal with someone longer established in the oil business.
Come on, Doc. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Moran. Maybe the Reverend wants another kind of business.
Come on.
Okay, I'm coming.
Good day, gentlemen.
So long, Reverend. I'll see you in church.
Look at me. Dealing with preachers and widows and banks.
And what's the matter with banks, Doc?
Nothing at all, Moran, if we do business with them in the right way. But this oil lease pitch is a waste of time and a waste of money.
Don't tell me what's a waste of money, Doc. As long as we're in the oil lease business, we got a legitimate pursuit. There's nobody can say nothing to us for being around.
Okay, but can't you pick a legitimate pursuit we can make dough at instead of throwing it away?
Who knows, Doc? Maybe oil will turn up under some of that land we got under lease.
Yeah, maybe someday cops will shoot dollar bills out of their guns instead of bullets, but I ain't waiting around to find out. Angie says...
Oh, Angie. Who cares what Angie says?
I care what she says. And you ought to, too. She comes in pretty handy when a job needs a lady's touch.
Now, let me tell you something, Doc. Keep Angie and the rest of your homework out of my hair. If you want to string along with me, we'll make a buck. Otherwise... Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, boss. I was just talking.
And talk to yourself, or Angie. When it comes to business, just listen.
Okay. Don't get excited.
Stick here. I want to put in a long-distance call to Dayton.
Well?
Yeah.
Now you're talking. I hope he's all set.
If he's set, you'll know about it.
There's only one thing.
Yeah?
Tell Al if the deal's got any preachers in it, it's out.
I'll be right back.
Yes? Did you want to see me?
Reverend Thomas?
That's right.
My name's Dixon. I'm a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Sit down. Sit down. Mr. Dixon, you said?
Dixon, yes. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Dixon, I suppose you hear from a lot of old cranks like me.
No one's a crank, Reverend. No one that has something that might turn into a legitimate lead.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Dixon, after thinking the whole thing over and losing no little sleep, I'm sorry that I phoned you.
I'm not, Reverend.
It comes down to this. Bugs Moran or no Bugs Moran, the man approached me on what was a legitimate enterprise. I had no right to treat him so shabbily. He's probably making every effort to live a better life. And he should be encouraged, especially by a minister of the gospel.
This is Bugs Moran you're talking about?
Bugs Moran or any other man.
Reverend, we've been following Bugs Moran for weeks, since long before he approached you.
Well...
His oil lease business may be legitimate, but we think it's only a blind.
A, what, Mr. Dixon?
A blind. Camouflage for something else.
Oh.
I suppose you've read about the several bank robberies in southern Illinois and Missouri and Indiana in the last year.
Read about them. I preached a sermon on the subject. So, you think Moran is the bank robber?
We're watching him, Reverend.
Well...
We haven't been able to prove it yet, but we think we will.
Well, so long, long, Doc. I'll see you in Dayton. So long, Angie.
Toodaloo, Moran.
You want me to walk to the train with you?
What's the matter? Don't you think he can find the train himself?
You just drive on, Angie. Doc, get this car in shape. It sounds like it hasn't been greased in a year. So long.
Bon voyage.
Give my best to Al. Huh?
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, get moving.
Where to? One of your oil wells?
Angie, so help me, someday I'm going to twist your nose around to your ear.
That.
And lay off Moran, will you? We've been doing okay with him.
You mean he's been doing okay with us? That has been.
Angie.
Bugs Moran, who needs him?
We got him. That's all there is to it. Now shut up about it.
Doc?
Yeah?
What's this Dayton caper?
Watch it. You got a red light there.
Okay, I see it. I'm not blind. I ask you a question.
What question?
What gives in Dayton? What did Al come up with?
Ask Moran.
Oh, Doc, I swear I'm going to claw
okay,
your...
go ahead. The light's green.
Oh,
We're pulling out for Dayton tonight. You throw your duds in a bag and be ready to go.
But, Doc, I don't
You
want
heard me. We're driving to Dayton. I don't want to hear no more about Moran or oil wells or anything. Just drive.
Special Agent Haynes.
Mr. Haynes, Special Agent Dixon's on long distance from Vandale, Illinois.
Oh, good. Put him on.
Yes, sir. Hello, Haynes.
What's up, Dixon?
Moran bought a ticket to Dayton, and he's on the train now. I sent Greer along to keep him company.
Okay. We'll take over on this end when the train gets in. What's in Dayton?
I haven't any idea, but it must be a deal.
Oh?
It looks like he's coming alone to avoid suspicion. I think Doc Summers and the woman are getting ready to make the drive there. They're having the car serviced.
Are you going to stay with them?
I'll be right behind them wherever they head. If it's Dayton, I'll see you.
Okay, Dixon. We'll be looking for you.
And keep your fingers crossed, Haynes. Before this is over, I think we'll have Moran where he'll never be able to squeeze his way out again.
So, Don, as the notorious Bugs Moran and his henchmen were about to pull a deal, as they termed it, in Dayton, Ohio, they were unaware that agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were maintaining a constant surveillance of the mob, hoping to catch them in the act of committing a crime.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Mr. Heck, how agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation suspected the deposed Chicago racketeer Bugs Moran as the leader of a gang of bank robbers.
That's right, Don. And Moran had been followed to Dayton, Ohio, in the hope of catching him and his Confederates in the act of committing a crime. Later, the criminal Doc Summers and the woman Angie arrived by car from Illinois and rang the bell at the house where Moran was staying.
Fine reception. Guess nobody's home.
Angie, I've been listening to you beef for 300 miles. Now keep it quiet, or I give you really something to beef about.
Ring the bell again, will you? Running all over the country like a bunch of bums.
Angie, I swear.
Here comes somebody.
Okay, then get a smile on your puss.
I'll smile when I want to.
Hello, Al.
Doc, come in. Did you have a good ride?
Yeah, considering.
I had a good ride, too.
That's nice. Moran's in the parlor, Doc. He wants to see you.
Yeah? Where, in here?
Yeah, this is it. Come on, Angie. I'll show you where you're bucked.
Well, maybe I got something to say to Moran, too.
If you have, you can say it later. Go on in with Al.
Now, listen. I'm coming. Don't push me around. I'm not your mother.
Hi, boss.
Hello, Doc.
Nice layout here, Moran.
It'll do. Sit down and pour yourself a drink.
Thanks.
How is the trip?
Well, okay.
Angie?
She's getting to be a pain where it hurts.
Yeah, I heard her just now. But, like you say, Doc, sometimes she comes in handy.
Pour you one, too, boss?
No, I'll stick with this. But you gotta straighten her out, Doc. A dame around's okay with me until she gets to a point where she's liable to queer the caper.
Yeah, what about the caper? What's Al got set?
It's good for 10 grand.
Not bad. Another bank?
No. Tavern owner.
Hey, I quit heisting saloons years ago.
All right, now, wait a minute.
Besides, what saloon has 10 grand?
Will you listen? Okay. It's a pretty good deal.
Oh?
This tavern's right near the big Frigidaire plant. Every payday, the workers come in the joint to cash their checks. So every Friday, this tavern owner goes downtown to the bank and gets $10,000. No more, no less. $10,000.
Now it begins to sound like something.
Guy rides back alone from the bank. We nail him on the way.
Good enough.
Now, the thing we gotta do is know that bank inside out, the tavern, and the streets in between.
Sounds like a cinch.
Tell Angie to get ready.
But, Moran,
I know, but I want to show you that tavern and get a better look for myself. We'll take Angie along for the ride.
All the way to Dayton to knock over a tavern guy.
I'm warning you, Angie. You better shut up or you're going back home. And if I send you home, it'll be on your back. Now remember that.
She'll be all right, Moran.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Saloon bandits.
Okay, now that's enough. This sounds too easy, Moran. Somebody goes to the bank with him. They got to.
Al's been watching him 3 weeks. He goes alone.
Well, then he sure carries a gun. If he don't, he ought to.
What if he does? There'll be enough of us.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
I heard enough out of you, Angie. Go on home.
That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?
Moran, she better stay.
And suppose I don't want to.
Go on, get out.
Well, good night. I think I'll pick up a guy. Maybe 2 guys.
Pick up whoever you like.
Those 2 over there ought to do me fine.
Hey, Angie, you go on home now.
Nighty-night. Hello, boys.
Hi.
You too. Hello.
Hello.
Got a cigarette?
Sure. Here, help yourself.
Thanks. It's just my brand. Match?
Yeah, sure.
Much obliged.
Don't mention it.
You wouldn't like to buy me a drink, would you?
We'd love to.
I like rye, straight rye.
But we're expecting our wife.
Oh,
Yeah, any minute.
some other time.
It's a date.
Well, I guess I'll toddle along home.
That's as good a place as any.
Thanks for the cigarette.
What do you think, Haynes?
It was an accident. They didn't send her over.
I don't care for that kind of accident. Maybe we're too close to her.
Maybe. But we've got to take our chances. Come on, let's get out to the car.
Hey,
Hello, Andy.
get out of here. Nobody comes in my room, Moran, not without an invitation.
I got an invitation. My own.
What do you want?
Here,
What's that?
a bus ticket. Get packed and get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Moran. Nobody's telling me where to go and when.
I'm telling you right now to get yourself out of here, and you better do it before I let you know why.
Why, you no good hoodlum.
I've
I
had
ought to
enough
let...
of your rotten tongue, Angie. Now get packed.
Doc will have something to say about this.
Doc's already had something to say. He went down and bought the bus ticket.
You rotten heat, I'll claw your eyes out. You can't stop me.
Now, get packed before you get more. Only worse.
Dixon. Nice night, huh, Dixon?
Beautiful. The girl got on the bus alone. The ticket at St. Louis.
Okay, we'll have her picked up at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's the car, the Buick.
You got a lot of nerve leaving a stolen car parked right in front of the house.
Not so much. It hasn't even been reported stolen yet.
How?
Doctor, it belongs to us in Chicago at a convention.
Well, it's a cinch they don't want a hot car around too long. Maybe tomorrow's the day.
A month's pay says it is.
Yeah, I'd make the same bet. The lights are still on in the house.
Moran makes his boys study late.
Just walk on by. I hope we can stick with them tomorrow.
We will. There's 4 extra men flying in from Cleveland.
Good. We'll need them. I don't think Moran will give up so easily, even when he's through. Now we'll turn left at the next corner.
Make quick work of this job, boys. There's a lot of traffic out, more than we counted on.
It'll be okay, Moran. Don't worry. Only thing I wish is Angie was here to help me spend my part of that guy's 10 grand.
Oh, for the love of... Will you stop yapping about Angie?
Okay.
We'll take him at the red light. You ready, Al?
Yep. All set.
Doc?
Am I ready for 10 grand?
All right, boys. I'll be following you.
There's the light. He's stopping in a good place.
Right back of it.
Go ahead, but take your time. Do it right.
Let's go, Doc.
Right, will you? You get that side out.
Yeah.
I'll take over the wheel.
Hey.
Move over, bud. We'll take care of that package.
You let him slide over this way.
Okay. Only don't shoot.
Get your head down.
All right. Lower, or I'll knock it down.
Yeah, all right. Okay, you got the light.
Get his eyes tight.
No, please don't. Don't tell us what to do. Now you'll shut up.
Tape him up good, pal. The less he sees, the better.
Special Agent Haynes.
This is Dixon. We got a bad break, Haynes. We lost Moran in traffic.
No.
It couldn't be helped. And they may be pulling the job right now.
No reports have come in yet.
Well, look, Haynes, get out an alarm on that stolen Buick. At least we'll have that to hang on him, if nothing else.
All right. I'll put it on the teletype right away.
Go ahead. Walk.
Faster.
I can't see.
That's the idea of the tape, so you can't see.
Go ahead.
All right.
How much farther? Walk, I say.
Get up. Get up, or I'll kick you so you really feel it.
That's far enough. Leave him lay there.
That's the boss.
Tape him to that tree. But good.
Okay.
Everything go all right?
On schedule, boss. On schedule.
Where's the score?
Right here. I ain't had time to count it, but it feels like 10 grand if anything ever felt like 10 grand.
Well, let's get moving.
Hey, you set? Oh, come on, let's go.
Now, you take the wheel, Doc.
Yeah. Boy, we got any more like this, Moran?
A few. Just a few. Come on, let's go.
Okay, I'm coming.
All right, get in.
Well, Moran, where to?
Back to the joint.
But, boss, we ought to move.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of hanging around like a couple of ducks for them to shoot at.
Listen to Papa, will you? He knows best.
Hey, Doc. Doc, wake up.
Huh?
Somebody's tapping on a window. See?
Holy... It's Angie. Well, I'll be...
Get rid of that, Doc.
Yeah, okay. Angie, what?
Go over and open the door, Doc.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know it. If it wasn't, would I be banging on the window?
Why ain't you in St. Louis?
I'm not, that's all. Open the door.
Oh, Moran knew you were here. He'd cut my head off.
Open the door.
Okay, but be quiet, will you?
Get rid of that, Doc. Get rid of a plane.
Yeah, okay. It ain't one thing with her, it's another. Never anybody. Oh, well. Now, look here, Angie. What's the idea
FBI, don't move.
FBI?
Just keep still and you'll be all right.
Listen, guys.
Where's Moran sleeping?
In there.
And Al?
There, but he's not sleeping.
You. Take Al. But watch him.
Okay.
You hold this one here. Come on, Haynes.
Right.
Okay. All right. Open the door. Easy. Come on. The light. Yeah. Okay. Let's wake him. All right, Moran. Sit up.
Hey, what's the idea?
I said sit up.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
FBI, Moran. Here's your pants. Get them on.
You guys got no right coming in here and hearing me. I got a right to my privacy.
This isn't 20 years ago, Moran. Get those pants on or we'll take you in without them.
So, Don, after nearly 25 years, the notorious Bugs Moran, once one of the most feared gangsters in the country, was finally convicted as a common bandit. Moran and his accomplices, Virgil Doc Summers and Al Fouts, were all given maximum terms of 25 years, which they are now serving in Ohio State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, for giving us the inside facts into the amazing case history of George Bugs Moran. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Dayton, Ohio detectives who participated in the investigation and prosecution of this notorious criminal. Now, a special gangbusters presentation.
Late Thursday night, a murderer was led down a dimly lit corridor in the Cook County Jail at Chicago. This murderer had a message to leave behind him, and a special gangbusters crew went into his cell to record that message. Here it is.
My name is Ernest Gaither Jr. I am here in the Cook County Jail with only 29 hours to live before I go to the electric chair. I was a stick-up man. That's what I was at the age of 16. I was the boss of a gang. I thought I was a big shot to $3 grand in my pocket at all times. But it was a great mistake I made for thinking that. You are not tough when you put a gun in a man's face and take what he has worked hard for. It don't take guts to do that. Any fool can put a gun in his hand and do wrong, but it takes a man with guts to get a job and work for what he wants. I am just so sorry that I couldn't see it this way until it was too late. Although my life will be taken from me, but my soul is going to rest with God in heaven. That will be my next home. And I am so happy that I am ready to go.
A few hours after he made that statement.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, former heavyweight champion of the world, Jim Braddock, narrates the case of the Jersey Butcher Bandits, who netted $250,000 in hot dollars until persistent detectives matched a cream-colored sedan with a snapshot taken on a bathing beach.
And now to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has a special narrator for tonight's case, former heavyweight champion of the world, Jim Braddock.
The inside facts in the case of the Jersey Butcher Bandits.
You know, Mr. Braddock, Gangbusters listeners usually expect to hear our case histories narrated by police officials.
I know it, Don Gardner, and the name is Jim. The two detectives who worked on it are close friends of mine. One of them was my sparring partner. I saw them work for 48 hours without sleep and for weeks without taking a day off. So I called you up. I thought that I, as a citizen, should come and tell other citizens what our police are doing to protect us.
Well, when you got in touch with us, Jim, we thought it would be a splendid idea, so why don't you go right ahead?
All right, Don. Suppose we begin one day last summer. Several longshoremen were stretched out in the shade of large packing cases on the dock of the Hoboken, New Jersey. They had finished their lunch and were waiting for the whistle before they went back loading the freighter that was tied up alongside. The conversation actually had turned to a subject on which they were all experts.
Yeah, and I
telling you that's what he did it in.
Huh, 141 and 3/5. You're talking to your hat, Suds. You don't know a thing about it.
Who don't know a thing about what? Where do you get off at being such a man with the figures?
I'm telling you, no horse ever ran a mile and a 16th in that time unless it was downhill and a truck was pulling him.
Oh, you don't think so, huh? How about that, Phil? He says I'm a liar, practically.
Be a liar. Who cares?
I care, that's so. No horse ever ran it in 141 and 3/5.
Okay, Suds, you got your opinion. How'd you like to back it up with a little cash?
Sure, I like to back it up with a little cash. And you can look it up in any record book you got.
You're on. For how much?
You name it. Anything up to $5.
Okay, that's enough talk about horses. You mean $500?
What do you think I mean, cigar? You
all right, there's the whistle.
Talk about it later. Let's get back to work. Oh, my back. Why do we always get tracked, Mr. Lowe?
500. He never saw 500.
Didn't I? I'll show you what.
Suds.
Never saw $5.
If that whistle hadn't have blown, Suds would have kicked you right in the face.
Oh, for crying out loud, for what did I do?
500. What do you think we're working as dock wallopers for? To show how much money we got? Now get to work.
Okay.
I'll see you after the shift. We'll pick up Whitey and go over the deal for tonight.
Hello?
Detective Sullivan?
Yes?
Mike Hoser. Sorry if I woke you, Pat, but those boys have been at it again.
Another butcher?
Yep. They broke in the house, took $4,000 the guy had in his desk.
The butchers don't stop keeping so much cash around the house, they'll all be broke.
Well, there might be an angle in this one.
Yeah?
We got hold of a fellow who lives down the street from the butcher. He saw a car around earlier that looked suspicious.
Oh, what kind of a car?
A cream-colored job, a sedan. A late model, New Jersey license.
Oh.
He got the last two numbers, 9-1, but that's all he could make out.
Well, it's better than nothing. I'll get dressed and come on down, Hoser. Where are you?
Chief Orecchio's office.
Okay, you wait there for me. I'll see you in 20 minutes. What a racket. Butchers.
Just look where you're driving, Suds. We know it's good.
How about it, Whitey? Did you ever see anything so soft? It's like standing out in the rain with a bucket. You can't help catching something.
Suds, you put it quaintly.
Listen to him, Phil. I put it quaintly. What was so quaint about that $4,000 tonight?
All right, stop jabbering about it, will you?
What do you say we all go out and celebrate?
You two go ahead. Just drop me there at the next corner.
What's the matter, Whitey?
Nothing's the matter. I've got a date. Yeah? With who? Oh, you don't know her, Phil.
And I bet you don't want her. Did you ever meet one of them tomatoes he runs with?
What do you say we come with you, Whitey? I'll buy you a drink.
Oh, some other time. You don't mind, Phil. Not tonight.
No, not tonight, Phil. He's all engaged. Stop.
What are you looking for, Suds?
Me? What am I, though?
Just stop the car and let me out.
Stop it, Suds.
Okay.
You'll be in touch with me, Phil?
I'll be in touch with you.
Good night. And thanks.
So long, Whitey.
What's he thanking you for?
How should I know? Get going.
Okay.
Take it easy, will you? You want to buy me a new clutch?
Oh, look, Phil. Don't get sore at me just 'cause Whitey ain't sociable. The guy's gonna be a burglar. He ought to act like one. Not like somebody from a dancing school.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, well, what's he doing while we're breaking that back stock walloping? He don't like to talk to us. I like to know what he tells those fancy dames of his.
Suds, just remember one thing. Without Whitey, we're not in business. No Whitey, no butchers. No butchers, no dough.
Well, we can dig up some other guy. There's a million guys who can get information like that.
Look, Suds, I'll take care of the personnel problems around here. You just drive. I want to get to bed.
Hello, Chief Orecchio.
Hello, Chief. See, Sullivan.
Thanks, Chief.
Jose. Thanks. All right, now, what's this idea?
Well,
Chief... you tell him, Pat.
Okay. Chief, we know the last two numbers of the car. We know it was a cream-colored job, probably a Dodge. We want to go through all the Jersey registrations and see if we can't locate a car that fits that description with the last two numbers, 9-1.
Well, you know, there's over 1 million cars registered in the state.
We know it, Chief.
And that car might not even have been involved in the burglary last night.
So you don't think it's such a good idea, then?
Oh, just a minute, Sergeant. Who said it wasn't a good idea? These men have burglarized the homes and held up the shops of 12 butchers. Their take has run to nearly $250,000. Any chance at all of getting them, I'm for it.
Okay, Chief. We'll get busy on the registrations right away.
Just a minute.
Uh-huh.
Let me call Trenton. I think their card sorting machines can save you a little work checking through those registration lists.
All right, I'm coming.
Hello, Kay, honey.
Whitey. Oh, Whitey. Let's never fight again.
I wasn't looking for a fight, honey. I was in a bad mood last night, and I'm sorry.
But she said you'd be here at 10 o'clock. It was nearly 1 this morning before you came.
Kay, I had business. I should have phoned. I didn't. I'm sorry. Here's something for you.
Flowers. Oh, Whitey. I love you so.
Have you got a drink around here anyplace?
Oh, sure. Whitey, let's get married. Let's get married right away.
I'd love to, honey. More than anything in the world.
Then why don't we?
Well...
Well, what?
I don't know. I can't, that's all.
I know you do all right in business. You always got plenty of money.
Well, money's got nothing to do with it.
Then what is it?
I've got to make up my mind about something.
About what?
Look, Kay, get me that drink. I've got to go.
Go? Where?
Business. I've got to go out on business.
Whitey, if we're going to keep on, this has got to stop. I can't wait here night after night wondering whether you're going to show up or not. I can't sit around worrying about you.
Okay, don't worry about me. Don't even think about me. Don't... Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
You're always sorry, Whitey.
Yeah, I know it. Goodbye, Kay. I'll phone you.
What about that drink?
Forget it. I'm late now. So long.
Sergeant Hoser speaking.
Hello, Hoser. Pat Sullivan.
Well, how are you making out down at Trenton?
Okay, I think I've got something we can go on.
I hope you have. They got another butcher last night.
I was afraid of that.
The guy in Cliffside Park, they took over $12,000 from him. He was hiding it in a bookcase.
Well...
What did you find out?
There's half a dozen or so cars that fit the description, but one looks really interesting.
Yeah?
Did you ever handle a guy named DeFelice? Philip DeFelice?
I sure did. I sent him up about 5 years ago.
Well, he owns a brand-new cream-colored Dodge sedan. License number HO691.
Well, that looks like a ticket, doesn't it?
You said it, Hoser. It really looks like the ticket. Look, I'm leaving Trenton in an hour. As soon as I get back, let's make arrangements to grab this DeFelice with the goods.
So, Don, Sergeant Hose and Detective Sullivan had their first lead to the criminals they sought. But they learned that weeks of patient waiting were ahead before they could make their move.
Now back to gangbusters and the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jim Braddock. Now, you were telling us, Jim, that Detective Sullivan and Sergeant Hoser had used a slim clue to trace an automobile observed near the scene of one of a dozen burglaries that had plagued northern New Jersey.
That's right, Don. One night, the police and a criminal known as Suds were in a Hoboken bar, unaware that the two detectives were seated a few tables away.
Well, where is he? He's been sitting around this joint all night. No, not that I mind.
Well, if you don't mind, Suds, shut up about it.
Look, Phil, what do we have to keep worrying about Whitey for? Let's forget about the guy and do this on our own.
Get some sense, will you?
Now, there's guys with dough besides butchers.
I'll take the butchers, and so will you. They're in the kind of business where they can lay away a lot of cash. And they're doing it.
Okay, but Whitey ain't the only guy that can get information. I know a guy in Bayonne.
I know 40 guys in Bayonne, but there isn't one that's got Whitey's touch. We need him. So lay off, will you?
I'm sick of that guy. Moping around all the time about a dame. One dame. How about that?
All right, here he comes. Keep quiet.
Quiet. That's the quiet him over the edges once.
Hello, Phil. Suds. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Time don't mean nothing to us.
Sit down, Whitey.
Thanks.
What do you want to drink? An orange blossom?
Listen, you, I've had enough of your wisecrack.
Yeah, college boy. Well, who do you
All right.
think?
Cut it out. Now, listen to me. I'll tell you how we work the deal tonight.
Before you do, Phil, I've got something to say.
Don't get it off your chest. We got business.
What is it, Whitey?
I've been doing a lot of thinking the last couple of days, Phil.
So?
Tonight's my last job. I'm quitting.
You what?
I'm through. I'm quitting.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Suds. And, why are you quitting?
I want to get married.
Well, get married. Who cares if you're married? You gave us another couple of months' work, Whitey. And I want you along.
I'm through, Phil. After tonight.
Well, let's buy a drink and celebrate.
Suds, wait for us in the car.
But, Phil,
Wait for us in the car.
Okay. See you outside, but make it snappy.
Who's the girl, Whitey? That Kay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice dish. You wouldn't like her to find out what you do for a living, would you?
You crack a word to her, Phil, and I'll kill you, I swear.
Don't make me laugh, Whitey. You're not the killing kind. You got more sense. We made $250,000, Whitey. This is a big-time operation. Clean and safe. I want to keep it up. Remember that. Let's go.
Tonight's the last one, Phil.
Is it? Let's see. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
He's an old friend of mine.
So what?
Wait here a minute. I want to say hello to this guy.
Okay, but make it snappy.
Well, Sergeant Hoser. How are you?
Hello, Phil. What are you doing these days?
Oh, I'm a reformed character, Sergeant. You taught me a lesson. I'm working hard in the docks.
Glad to hear it.
I just thought I'd drop over and say hello. So long.
So long.
Got to get up early for work tomorrow.
See that, Sullivan?
Yeah, that guy sure got a lot of nerve. I say he's pretty sure of himself.
You don't think he's wise that we've been on his tail?
No, I don't think so. But we'd better stay away from him tonight.
Yeah. Okay. That blonde fella he was with, he's been around enough to be the third man in the deal.
Maybe. If we can get a chance to make a picture of him, maybe we can find out who he is.
Well, if I see any chance to get that picture, I'll let you know. Come on. Let's call it a night.
Yeah. Waiter. Waiter.
Attention, all districts, departments, and stations. Be on alert for 3 masked bandits held up drive-in restaurant Route 4. Escape with $4,000. 3 masked bandits escape with $4,000 cash.
I don't know, Chief. I'd lay my bottom dollar it was them. They were in the neighborhood.
Well, maybe, Sullivan, but there's nobody that can identify them. Have you got anything more on the other two?
Well, this one they call Suds. His real name is Carlo Rinzuelo. 10 arrests.
Oh,
Robbery.
excuse me, Sergeant.
Yeah, sure.
People back here talking.
Hello, Chief. Sergeant Hoser.
Yeah, Sergeant?
Is Sullivan around there?
Yeah, sitting right here. Just a minute. Sergeant Hoser back.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Hoser. What's up?
They're all at the Palisades Park swimming pool.
All 3 of them?
Yep. The third boy's with a girl, a good-looking number. The police and Suds got here a little while later. Looks like they're keeping an eye on the third one.
No kidding. Say, look, this may be our chance to get those pictures.
Yeah, Pat, it might be.
Look, I've got an idea, Hoser. I'll go by the house and pick up my little girl. We'll be there in less than an hour. I told you, Kay, I'm getting things worked out. Maybe in another week or so.
I don't understand you, Whitey. You're talking such riddles.
There won't be any more riddles, baby. Everything's going to be on the square. Someday I'll tell you the whole story. Someday, maybe years from now.
All right, Whitey. Someday.
Oh, Whitey. Tell a guy you were going swimming.
Oh, Phil.
Suds.
How you doing, Whitey? Don't answer me. I see you're doing okay.
Whitey,
It's all right, honey.
You don't mind if we sit down, do you, Whitey?
Why should he mind? It's a public swimming pool.
A little too public.
Whitey's told me a lot about you, honey.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I hear you kids are getting married. Very interesting.
Kay, you've been sitting in the sun too long. Why don't you take a dip?
But Whitey,
Sounds good for a Whitey.
Yeah, great. Makes it tan.
Go ahead, Kay.
All right, Whitey.
Get cooled off.
I'll be back in a minute.
Whitey,
Yeah?
what's going to cool me off?
Why don't you take a dip? There's a wise guy, no cracks.
Okay, Suds. You know, Whitey, maybe you'll be a happy guy married. Maybe you won't.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe you won't get married at all.
No?
Maybe I ought to do this Kay a favor. Maybe it's the right thing to let her know what kind of a guy she's getting.
You try still, Whitey. Okay. Let go.
We got a job Sunday, Whitey. I want a lot of jobs after that. You're coming with us?
Hold it, though. That's fine, Eileen. Now, smile.
Oh, kid.
Smile,
Keep
honey.
quiet, will you?
That's it. And now we'll make sure. Let me try another one.
Oh, for crying out loud.
That's it, honey. Hold it. There.
I hope the pictures are cut down.
I think there will be your fine model.
Now, remember, Whitey, you keep working, or the dame gets an earful.
Okay, Phil. If you say so, I guess I keep working.
I guess you do. And keep that head on your shoulders. We got a big one Sunday. Come on, Phil.
Yeah, right with you.
Now, back to Gangbusters and Jim Braddock, former heavyweight champion of the world. I've told us, Jim, that Detectives Sullivan and Hoser make some interesting pictures at a swimming pool.
Yes, Don. And as soon as they were developed, several victims identified Whitey as the salesman who came to call on them. But meanwhile, other important events were taking place.
Hello?
Hello, honey.
Whitey.
Get your things packed, Kay. We're leaving tonight.
Leaving? For where?
I don't know. Any place we can get married.
Oh, Whitey.
I'll be by around 7, honey. Be ready.
Well, I don't know what to pack if I don't know where we're going.
Pack everything. We'll be gone a long time. Maybe for good.
All right, Sud, stop here.
Right.
All set, Whitey?
Yeah, I guess so.
What do you mean you guess so?
I hope nobody's home.
There's nobody home. I sound go out myself. Come on, Whitey. Well, are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Park it around the corner, Sud.
Okay, Phil.
And walk up to the house and knock. I'll let you in. All right, let's get inside, Whitey. There's about $6,000 in that house someplace. Take the side door, huh, Whitey?
Yeah, the side door should be easiest.
Chief. What's up, Jose? Sullivan just called. He followed the three of them to a house on Bergen Boulevard. He watched them break in.
They still inside?
Yes, Chief. He wants us to hurry right over.
Your car downstairs?
Yes, sir. It's all ready.
Well, let's go.
Whitey.
What?
When you stop daydreaming and help Suds look around for that dough, how long do you think we can stay in here?
Okay, take it easy. How about the china closet, Suds?
I looked in there. See if there's any packages pinned up in back of those drapes.
Well, go on and look, will you?
Okay, Hey,
Get away from that window.
Phil!
What?
Cops! 1,000 of them!
You kid, get down. All right, both of you, crawl over here.
What are we going to do, Phil? How are we going to get out?
Shut up, will you? Stick on the floor and keep quiet.
The three of you, come out. Come out with your hands up. The place is surrounded.
Come on, let's get out. Keep your head down.
Come out in 10 seconds, or we'll fire.
We'll go upstairs. We'll hold them off from there.
We haven't got a chance.
What are you, yeller?
Yeah, what if I am? I'm no dope.
Why, you're... Get down.
Machine guns. Who counted on machine guns?
Shut up.
Come on, Phil, let's give up.
We're going upstairs. We're going to hold them from there.
Come out. Come out now.
Don't shoot. Whitey, don't shoot. I give up. Whitey, wait for me. Whitey, son, come back here. Don't shoot. We give up.
Oh, there. Walk down here with your hands up.
Okay, we're coming. We're coming.
That's far enough, Whitey. Where's the police?
He's upstairs, I think he went upstairs. Oh, my Lord. What a mess.
You should have thought about that some time ago.
Come on, Jose.
Right.
He's got a gun.
All right, men. See you two in the car.
Hold it.
Yeah. Kick the door open.
Yeah.
There he goes. Upstairs.
Come on, Sullivan. What's that first room?
Watch it, Jose. He'll shoot if he can.
Don't worry. Okay. Come on out of there, Phil. Come on out.
Let's go in and get him.
Right.
Push the door open and jump back.
Come on out, Phil.
Let's get him.
Under the bed.
Come on out.
Okay, I'm coming. Take it easy.
First, slide that gun out.
Here it comes.
Now you crawl out.
All right. Take it easy now, will you? Just take it
Up
easy.
on your feet.
Up on your feet.
All right.
We waited a long time for this, mister. Just walk. We're right behind you. And this time we know where you're going.
So, Don, that was how Detective Pat Sullivan and Sergeant Hoser wrote a successful end to the case on which they spent weeks and weeks of hard work. The criminals were all convicted and received long sentences.
Well, Jim, those officers deserve all the credit in the world for a really fine job.
They certainly do. And I'd like you to meet one of them right now in person. Detective Pat Sullivan, meet Don Gardner.
How do you do, Detective Sullivan?
Hello, Don.
We're certainly glad to have you on Gangbusters.
It's a pleasure to be here. And before I forget, I've been asked to say hello to you and your gangbuster audience by Detective Sergeant Mike Hoser.
Well, you two certainly made a winning pair in the case we dramatized tonight.
Thanks, Don. And we owe a lot to our chiefs, Joseph Steinell of North Bergen and Frank Burrell of Cliffside Park, for letting us work together on this case.
Oh, and say, speaking of winning pairs, you and your daughter didn't do so badly either.
That's right, Don. Little Eileen has always kept tabs on all my work.
Well, you know, one thing puzzles me, Detective Sullivan. These butcher bandits during their criminal careers got away with about $250,000, and none of this money was recovered. Can you explain this?
I think so, Don. You see, as the investigation went on, we learned that one of the criminals had bought 2 racehorses. One was named Caffeine, and the other Sweet Barbara. But neither of these nags ever crossed under the wire as a winner, even though the gang kept up a blind confidence.
And that's where all the money went?
Most of it, we think. The rest was used to keep them in their short-lived high style.
And now, instead of looking into race betting windows, they're all peering out of prison cells.
That's about it, Don.
Well, thank you, Detective Pat Sullivan, for coming here tonight and being our guest on Gangbusters. And also to you, former heavyweight champion Jim Braddock.
It was a pleasure, Don. The only thing I didn't like about it was not being able to sit in my chair at home and listen to Gangbusters.
Well, that you can do next Saturday night, Jim.
I'll be listening, Don. Good night.
Leading roles were played by Roger DeKoven and Charles Irving. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Supersonic Safecrackers, whose leader thought he could outwit New York detectives by use of scientific methods, but who learned that to a woman there is nothing so unscientific as a slap in the face.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner, City of New York, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Supersonic Safecrackers.
Chief Sullivan, I know the criminals in tonight's case certainly presented a problem to detectives of the New York City Police Department.
A tremendous problem, Don Gardner.
but they gave the investigating detectives an idea of what their successors may have to face in the future. Well, it sounds like you've got an interesting case, Chief Sullivan. Why don't you go right ahead? All right, Don. On the west side of New York, a little uptown from Times Square, there was a cheap restaurant, a chili parlor, in the basement of an old brownstone house. Miguel, the Mexican proprietor, on occasion prepared his peppery native dishes for special customers. One such customer was Russ Enfield, who, on a particular night about a year and a half ago, sat at a corner table with his girl Myra as Miguel took their order.
And then I fix you some nice enchiladas, which we follow up with some nice cheese tacos, see?
Fine. That's the stuff, Miguel.
Can't you make something simple like ham and eggs?
Ham and eggs? This is poison, ham and eggs.
Go on, Miguel. Go on. Whip the stuff up.
Whip this stuff up? Well, this cannot be whipped up like ham and eggs.
Ross,
Now, look, Myra, it's all settled. You got enough clothes. You can't have it.
you know what I need.
Yeah, I know what you need. Well, let's forget about it.
Russ, I swear I'm not going to stand for this pushing around. There's certain things a girl's entitled to.
If you don't keep quiet about it, I'll give you what you're entitled to. Now, don't let's start it. Uh-oh. Comes Jonesy and the guy.
Ray. Where's this turtleneck sweater?
All right. Now, keep quiet. Well, here we are, Russ.
Hello, Jonesy. Do you look sweet tonight?
Yeah. I just got a haircut. Okay. You're Preble, huh?
That's right. Joe Preble, Russ Enfield.
Come on, Jonesy. Let's go over at the bar and have a drink.
Is it okay, Russ?
Sure. Go ahead. I want to talk to Preble.
Take care of my enchiladas.
Yeah, I'll see they don't get cold. Come on, Myra.
Those enchiladas couldn't get cold inside. There he is.
Have a chair, Preble.
Thanks. Cute kid.
She's just like the rest of them. No problem?
Sounds okay to me, Russ. The way Jonesy explained it.
Jonesy's not the best explainer in the world. Have any questions?
What kind of questions? Safecracking is safecracking.
With a few improvements, yeah. For instance, you don't have to carry that gun anymore.
Who told you I'm carrying a gun?
Nobody told me. I just found out now. You carry it in the shoulder holster under your left arm. Right?
Now, whose mind you been reading?
I've been reading any minds. Just a dial on this little gimmick.
It's a funny-looking watch. What is it, anyway?
Just a little gimmick I picked up. They used them in the war. Metal detector.
Oh, cute. Cute as they come. But how does it open a safe?
Might come in handy, just like everything we use. The walkie-talkies, the supersonic stuff, everything.
You gotta show me that it beats the old way.
You've been on ice too long, Preble. You got a Sing Sing complex. Now remember what I tell you about the gadgets we work with. The scientific stuff can only go so far. Can't even go that far without a little head work.
Okay, just lay it out.
Now, hold it.
Senor Ross, you would like the tortillas plain or toasted? A toasted, I think.
Anything, Miguel. Just get it out here.
See, toasted. A toasted will be more better tonight because it's yesterday's tortilla.
He should drown in a barrel of tequila.
Well, Preble, you think you could come along and do what I tell you without giving me any argument?
Look, I've been knocking the knobs off safes 15 years now.
I can use your experience, but my methods are a little different.
What do you come to be such an expert in this science stuff?
The Navy, pal. The Navy taught me the works before they gave me the bounce.
Oh, another blue ticket, boy.
Yeah. After a hitch in Portsmouth Naval Prison, I've got my hands on every electronic device in the book, and I know how to run them. I can open up any tin can of a vault in this town without straining a muscle. I'll show you what I mean.
I heard there was fortunes being made out of government surplus.
The surplus anybody can get, Preble. It still takes a guy to run it.
Here comes Agua Caliente with your grub.
Good. Here, let's see.
All right, it's very hot stuff, senor. If you don't put your fingers on.
Well, you think you could crack this safe the old-fashioned way, Preble?
I might.
Come on, Russ. How long does it take to get that junk rigged up?
Here, plug this in the wall sock. There.
The old-fashioned way ain't good enough. Now you gotta crack a safe with gadgets.
Finger the combination, probably.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Okay, hold it. 1 tumbler dropped.
Did not? I didn't hear it drop. I got the best ears in the business.
It dropped, I tell you, and the gadget told me it didn't.
No kidding.
I'll run the dial back the other way. Easy.
Hey, what's that?
Shut up. What is it, Jonesy?
Keep the light lower, Russ. I got a glimmer of her from the window just now.
Right. Keep that light lower, Colonel. Any radio cars around, Jonesy?
Not a sign of one, Russ. How you doing?
Okay, but we won't get it open if I talk to you all night. You just stay in the car. Keep your eyes out for cops.
Okay.
Hey, that's all right. The walkie-talkie's okay.
I know it. Go on, get to work in that combination.
Sure.
Want to grab that dough and get out of here.
5 feet 8 1/4, 31 160 pounds. Investigation of homicide.
Look, Captain Hanson, I hate to break in on a lineup like this.
Sergeant, what's up?
Just had a call from the 32nd Squad.
Face the left, John.
They got into the vault of the finance company office at 124th and Lexington last night. Got away with over 3,000.
Does it look like the same boy, Sergeant?
No telling.
Come on, let's get up there.
All right.
Ryan from Identification's on the way up there now to dust the place over for prints.
Good.
Walk off the way you came on.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Yeah. Car is parked outside, Captain. We can...
Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
You say they fingered this safe open?
That's what the 32nd Squad says.
Oh. One of those boys must have awfully tender fingers.
Probably took them all night manipulating that combination, just like that one last week, Captain. They could have blown the door off in an hour.
Oh, I don't know, Sergeant. Maybe these boys have a way.
A way? What do you mean, a way?
Oh, we'll see. Let's get up there and look that vault over.
Hey, Russ,
Hello, Jonesy.
Oh, hi, Myra. Is, Russ around?
Sure, he's in there sleeping. He's got a night job, remember?
I guess I'll come back later.
What's your rush, Hanson? You can wait, and you don't have to wait standing up.
Okay. Thanks, Myra.
Not over there. Sit down here.
There? Okay, if you don't mind.
Jonesy,
Yeah, Myra?
remember at the bar last night I was telling you about that dress?
Yeah, sounds nice.
You couldn't let me have another 200, could you?
Well,
I know I owe you so much already, but you'll get it back, every cent.
well, it's not the dough, Myra.
You've got the 200, haven't you?
Sure, I got it, but
But what?
look, I told you before, Russ wouldn't like me giving you money. You know he
Oh,
wouldn't.
you don't have to be afraid of Russ. I wouldn't tell him anything about you and me. I'd like to get that dress today, Jonesy.
Okay, you can have your 200.
Ah, Jonesy. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I just knew it.
Myra, you belong to Russ. Now, Russ is a good-looking guy. He can talk and...
And what?
Skip it. You got the papers around in your place? Maybe they got something in about the job.
Oh, no,
last night.
don't you think...
Hello, Jonesy.
Oh, hi, Russ.
Oh, what's on your mind, Jonesy?
Nothing important, Russ. I just want to tell you 8 o'clock is okay with Preble. He'll meet us at the chili parlor.
8 o'clock's fine.
Oh, good.
Did he say anything about last night's job?
Did he? He's really sold on this scientific stuff. Really sold. I think I better run along.
What's your hurry?
Why? I've got something to do.
You got some coffee brewing, Jonesy?
No, thanks. See you tonight at the chili parlor.
So long, Jonesy.
Bye.
Well, did you have a nice nap?
Lay off Jonesy, will you, Myra?
What are you talking about?
Anybody can see the guy goes for you like a ton of bricks. You've been taking dough off him again.
So what? You won't give it to me. I'm entitled to go looking.
Look all you want, baby, but just stay away from my boys. Want them to keep their mind on business.
Who do you think you are giving me orders?
I'll show you who I think I am. I'll stop playing with Jonesy. I'll start on you, and I won't be playing.
Captain Hanson talking.
Oh, Captain. Sergeant Keel. Look, I'm with the chief engineer of the Euclid safe manufacturing.
Well, what does he have to say?
Nobody, he says, nobody could open that new safe of theirs without blowing the door off.
Did you tell him he was wrong?
Did I? And I showed him the pictures, too. He still says that new model safe combination has silent tumblers and nobody could hear them drop. He says it looks like an inside job, and I'm about ready to believe him.
Is there any way at all to open that safe without the combination?
Yeah, just a minute, I'll ask him. Is there any way to open that safe without the combination? The captain wants to know. It can only be done with a... What? Oh, yeah. He says they tested it, Captain, and the only way it could be done was you could hear the tumblers drop if you had a supersonic listening device.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting, Captain, but what kind of a burglar carries a supersonic, whatever you call it?
I don't know, Sergeant, but come on back to the office. We'll see if we can find out.
So, Don, as the gang of criminals led by Russ Enfield prepared to extend their scientific safe-cracking venture still farther, New York City detectives had obtained their first inkling to their method of operation. It was the beginning of a long trail that didn't end until the threat of death lurked on both sides of a skyscraper's skylight.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that the criminal Russ Enfield led his gang in a number of successful safe-crackings by using such modern instruments as supersonic listening devices and walkie-talkie apparatus to warn of approaching trouble.
That's right, Don. And New York City detectives had an idea of what was going on and were proceeding with their investigation. One night shortly before starting on the safe burglary they had planned, Russ Enfield had just finished dinner with his Confederates and the girl Myra at the chili parlor the gang patronized.
Listen, Russ, boss or no boss, this is the last time I go for this Mexican food. Can kill you.
Yeah, it's like olives. You gotta learn to like this stuff.
And you will if you get a stomach left.
Oh, what's the matter with Mexican food? I like it.
Okay, Jonesy, it's getting late. Drive Myra home, will you?
Yeah, Russ, sure.
I thought you were taking me on this one.
A dame's place is home.
Who asked you?
On home, will you?
Come on, Myra.
Now, hurry back here, Jonesy. Pebble and I will have the whole thing gone over.
Oh, have a good time, boys. Let's go, Jonesy.
Sure.
Toodaloo.
I'll see you later, Jonesy.
Yeah. I got the car parked right outside, Myra.
That's sweet of you, Jonesy.
Look, Myra, I want to talk to you.
Now, wait. Wait till we get outside.
Okay. I'll get the door.
Hey, buenas noches. Night, Miguel. Got warmer.
Yeah?
Where's the car?
It's right there. Look, Myra,
Yeah.
your new dress looks nice on.
Does it? Glad you like it.
Oh, wait a minute, Myra. When is the payoff going to be?
Jonesy, I told you you'd get back every cent. 800, isn't it?
When a guy gives dough to a dame, she means something to him, Myra.
Oh, Jonesy, you mean something to me, too, but I'm scared. I'm scared of Russ.
Well, I'm not scared. Come here.
Oh, Jonesy, please.
Myra.
Jonesy, if Russ ever thought...
Kids, you having a good time?
Yeah, Russ. An awful good time.
What's the idea?
Now, wait a minute, Russ. Don't get thinking anything. 'Cause we
Shut
don't...
up.
Come on, Russ. If you want to argue about it, I'm willing to argue. You think I ought to get socked? Try it.
You're not going to get hit, Jonesy. Not you.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing, Myra. I told you to cut this out.
Russ, no, don't shoot!
You hadn't ought to have done that, Russ.
She had it coming.
Did I?
I said you hadn't ought to have done that, Russ.
Go on, Myra. Grab a cab and get home.
I'll take her home.
You do what I tell you. Go on, Myra. Start walking.
Don't you ever lay a hand on me again.
You didn't have to hit her, Russ.
You listen to me, Jonesy. Myra's no dame for you. If you want a girl, go get somebody else.
Ain't that up to Myra?
It's up to me. I came out to tell you to pick up an extra 20-foot extension cord for that job tonight. Now get it before we start something that we can't finish.
Yeah. An extra 20-foot extension cord.
Well, get going. We haven't got all night. Don't worry about Myra. I'll take care of her.
Let me get this straight, Commander. You say these are all the types of supersonic listening devices that are Navy equipment?
That's right, Captain Hanson. There are 2 or 3 other types, later developments, but they're still secret.
They all look pretty bulky. Except this one portable job.
The Army had some types of their own, you know.
Yes, I know. I've checked with the Army.
That one's sensitive enough to enable a man using it to hear the tumblers in the safe combination drop. I've heard of instances where it was used during the war by the OSS and intelligence on certain missions in occupied territory, and quite successfully, too.
I don't suppose these devices have too many industrial uses.
No, Captain, not too many. Wouldn't be too difficult to trace all sales of them through the War Assets Administration.
Well, when I leave here, Commander, that's exactly where I'm going.
Come on, Myra. Come on. Open up this door. Open up or I'll push it in. You all right? I'm gonna be bothered. Right.
All right, what do you want?
What are you packing for? Where you going?
I decided a long time ago. No guy's going to slug me in and have me sit around and take his abuse.
You sit around as long as I want you around.
Hand me that pair of shoes. They go in, too.
Listen to me. You hang that stuff back in the closet or I'll give you going over you'll never forget.
Jones, you'll have something to say about that?
I told you to stay away from Jonesy.
Buzz, you're stuck.
You'll do what I tell you. You'll stay away from Jonesy. Get that through that head of yours. Now go on, hang that stuff up.
All right. Put it that way.
Yes, sir. Step right in. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I understand you handle a lot of war surplus.
He understands I handle a lot of war surplus. Mister, this store handles so much war surplus, I'm thinking of starting my own army. What would you like? We got pup tents, jeep tents, barrack tents, sailor suits, soldier suits, diver suits.
Okay. Have you got any portable supersonic listening devices?
We got any portable supersonic listening devices? Sure, we got them. Right this way.
Thanks.
Telling you we got a portable supersonic listening device the likes of which you've never seen. And they've been going like hotcakes, too. Everybody wants one, everyone.
Huh?
Sure. We run them in, run them out by the carload. Hey, take a look at this little number.
My name is Sergeant Keel. Safe and Loft Squad.
Oh. Well, you don't say. You're Sergeant, huh?
That's right. How many of these things did you buy from the War Assets Administration?
Let me see. 10, I think. They came with a job lot of other merchandise. 10, yeah, 10.
And they've been going like hotcakes?
Well, not exactly. I sold one.
One. Do you remember who bought it?
Do I remember who bought it? I never forget a customer. Maybe sometimes I can't remember the face, but I never forget a customer. We got a record someplace. I'm going back and see what I can find out. Now, if you want to look around some of our fine merchandise for your own use, go ahead. Don't touch nothing over there.
No, thanks. I think I'll just go in back and help you look.
And then he hit you again.
Yeah. But that's not the worst part of it, Jonesy. Like now, I can't even go to the beauty parlor without an escort.
I'd like to help you, Myra, but what's the use? Nothing in it for me. You just run back to Russ.
I hate him, Jonesy. You don't know how much I hate him.
Then what are you sticking with him for?
I'm scared. I'm scared to death he'll kill me. Jonesy. There is a way.
Way for what?
For you and me.
I thought you were scared of Russ.
Suppose there was no Russ to be scared of.
Now, wait a minute.
Listen to me, Jonesy. That's safe tonight. There ought to be 15,000 in it.
So?
You and I could do a lot with 15,000, Jonesy. An awful lot.
Yeah, maybe we could.
Russ told me he's taking both you and Preble up into the place with him. I'm going to stay in the car.
What about Preble?
He don't mean nothing to you, does he?
Not much, no.
Okay, then.
Okay, what?
When the safe gets open and you've got the money, that's the time.
Both of them? I don't know.
Well, you don't have to, you know. If you can do without me.
Well, now, look, Myra.
But if you don't tell him, Jonesy, we'll never get a chance, you and me. Never. Think of it. 15,000.
Yeah, Myra. Yeah, I want that chance.
Captain Hanson.
Oh, Captain. Sergeant Keel.
Oh, yes, Sergeant. How'd you make out?
Well, it looks like this Russ Enfield's the guy, Captain. Got a pair of hoodlums for sidekicks. One of them's Joe Preble. Just finished 7 to 12 in Sing Sing.
Good. I want them tailed, Sergeant. I want a man tailing each one of them every minute. Let's get them in the act of committing one of these safe burglaries.
How about it, Sergeant? Been able to raise the captain?
They're ringing in now.
Captain Hanson.
Sergeant Keel, Captain. Talking from a call box on the corner of 93rd and 2nd. Russ Enfield and both his sidekicks just now broke into a building here.
Oh, what about the girl?
She's waiting in a car. And look, Captain, there's a finance company on the top floor of that building. That's probably what they're after.
You got help on the way?
Yes, sir, plenty.
Okay, grab them as they come out.
Right, sir.
And I'm on my way. I'll be there as soon as I can. So long.
Captain's on his way, Riley.
Good.
Now, look, that office is on the top floor. As I remember, most of these buildings around here have got skylights.
Want to go up and have a look?
Yeah, the watchman at that loft next door let us up and we can cut over his roof.
Okay.
We'll tell Gordon to get the men posted as soon as they get here. Let's go.
Come on, Jonesy. We've been here long enough. Come on, let's get packed up and going. Pebble?
I'm set.
You know, Russ, I wouldn't be surprised if that adds up to 15 grand. Yeah, we'll see what it adds up to when we count it. Now, come on, get that stuff together. Russ. What? Myra told me you hit her again. What business that of yours?
It's my business, all right.
Is it?
I told you hadn't ought to go around hitting people, especially Myra.
Oh, forget it. Get that stuff together.
Sorry, Russ, but Myra said you...
Hey.
Don't move, Russ.
What's the idea?
You too, Preble. Up.
Put that gun up, you dope, before I...
All right, hands up, both of you.
Okay, don't shoot.
Drop that gun.
Okay, don't shoot.
Yeah. That's me you don't get. Drop you, Hall. That's me you don't get. That's me you rock. No,
Now, look, Copper, look. Just take it easy.
I got him, Sergeant.
All right.
There wasn't any sense running, Russ.
All right.
You'd have gotten yourself killed. Scientific mind like yours should have reasoned we'd have every exit covered. Okay, turn around and walk back to the safe. We want to look that job over.
That, Don, was how Russ Enfield and his gang learned that not even a clever application of up-to-date scientific instruments can beat the law. They were all sentenced to long terms, which they are now serving in various New York state penitentiaries.
Well, I was amazed, Chief Sullivan, that such equipment as supersonic listening devices could be purchased by burglars.
Well, they can't anymore, Don. Because of requests by law enforcement officials and for other reasons, the sale of supersonic equipment was frozen by the War Assets Administration several months ago.
Well, thank you, Chief Sullivan, for this extraordinary case history. And congratulations to all the New York City detectives who had a hand in breaking up this dangerous gang of safe burglars. Leading roles were played by Chuck Webster, Elspeth Eric, and Bill Zuckert. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Van Cristo Radio Theater.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters presents the case of the New Jersey trio, whose nocturnal audacity netted them a fortune, until one misstep before dark shed light on a dozen 50-cent pieces.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny.
Do your youngsters ever ask you, what did you do before television was invented? Now, sometimes it's hard to answer that question in a way that they'll understand. Of course, we read. And we played out in the fresh air a lot more, or at least that's what we tell the kids. But maybe there's another answer. Ask them to come in now and listen to these wonderful bits of imaginative trivia. Did I hear one of the kids mention our old friend, the Lone Ranger? He was there and held us just as captivated as television's version.
The Lone Ranger. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger.
Return to those golden days of yesteryear with Jack Benny as your narrative guide whenever you want, with your own copy of Great Moments in Radio. It's now just $4.95 from Van Cristo Radio Theater. Send your check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Your purchase not only brings you this intriguing, living record of radio history, but helps to keep Van Cristo Radio Theater on the air. Your check or money order for $4.95 to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Order today.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John B. Keenan, Commissioner of Public Safety of the City of Newark, New Jersey, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Commissioner Keenan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case in the city of Newark, New Jersey, just a little over a year ago. It was 7:30 on a bright sunny morning when a big hulk of a man stepped as lightly as he could toward the door of his attic flat on Milford Avenue. He stopped when he reached it, listened for a moment, then took out his keys.
Mary Jo. Mary Jo.
Get out of here.
Hey, now, sweetheart, baby.
I told you to get out of here. The next one's going to hit you.
Baby, doll, now don't get your feathers up.
Leaving me sitting in a bar all night alone, practically, waiting for you to show up. I ought to scratch your eyes out.
I was working, baby.
I don't care what you were doing. You were supposed to meet me. I was never so embarrassed in all my life.
Baby, doll, it was a last-minute deal. We were sitting around, and Yak says, come on, fellas, I got just the thing for tonight.
Yak says this, Yak says that. Yakety, yakety, yakety.
Honest, Mary Jo, that's just the way it was. I couldn't get near a phone.
They got phones and airplanes nowadays, and you got nerve enough to tell me on dry land you can't get near a phone.
Baby, doll, look, how much dough did I have last night? $50, $100, tops $100. Well, look at this. Does this look like $100?
Blue, honey. Blue, that's a fortune.
You see, didn't I tell you I was working? Where would I get all this scratch if I wasn't working?
Okay, I believe you. Come on, give.
Oh, Mary Jo.
Give, Blue.
Baby doll, a man's got to have money in his pocket.
Give.
Yeah, give. All I do around here is give. Here. But I had 100 to start, at least 100.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100. There, there's your 100.
Thanks. I work all night, and what do I get for nothing?
I'm putting it away for a rainy day. You sure Yak gave you all that was coming to you?
What's the matter? Ain't that enough for you?
I don't trust that Yak, you know. And you're just stupid enough he could give you a short count.
Listen, Tony and me were right there when it was counted out. And who's stupid?
You are. You got a strong back, but a gimpy head. I'll bet you were looking out the window when Tony took the money out of the safe.
I was not. There wasn't no windows. The place was air-conditioned.
Yak and Tony are a couple of slick operators, Blue. You gotta watch them.
Now, listen, nobody can put anything over on me. Now, look, baby doll, it was some job getting that safe open. I'm starved. Have you got a little breakfast laying around?
I have not.
Oh, baby doll.
You got your clothes on? Run down to the diner.
Look, make breakfast, and I got a present for you.
Yeah? What kind of a present?
Will you make breakfast?
Let's see the present.
All right. Here, I got 12 of them.
What's that? Counterfeit?
It is not. That's a good American $50.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Sounds okay.
Only Yak says they're worth $5 apiece.
Oh, who'd be crazy enough to give $5 for a 50-cent piece?
Yak says they're collector's items from the Columbus expedition. They didn't make very many of them, so they're worth $5 apiece. There was 36 of them in the safe. We each got 12.
All right, let's have.
Will you make breakfast?
Let's have Blue.
Yeah. Hey, baby doll. Tony says he's going to keep his good luck charms, he says.
Good luck, chums. Huh? Oh, 50-cent piece is worth $5. That's a twist.
Well, maybe it's inflation or something.
Maybe. All right. Come on in the kitchen.
Thanks, baby doll. I'm starved. Really starved.
Lieutenant Flynn, Bandit Squad.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant O'Byrne.
What did it look like, Tom?
Like a safe job ought to look. They pushed in a back door, went upstairs to the office, knocked the combination off the safe, jimmied it open, and got at the cash.
Uh-huh.
It was a pretty hefty box, Lieutenant. Must have taken him a good part of the night.
How much was in it?
Well, I haven't figured it up exactly yet. Somewhere around $1,500.
All they took was the cash, huh?
Yep, all cash, Lieutenant. But there's one item of cash that might help us.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Well, the office manager collects coins. He brought 36, Columbian Exposition commemorative $50 to the office the other day. Somebody wanted to buy them, so he stuck them in the safe. Well, they're missing with the rest of the cash.
Now, those $50 a pretty rare item?
Rare enough, he says, especially 36 of them in one lot.
Yeah. That might help, Tom.
And the office manager's got a list of collectors and dealers and that sort of stuff.
Good. Bring it in. We'll get in touch with all those dealers and ask them to be on the lookout for a flock of those $50.
Now, listen, Yak, I can't ride around all night. I got to meet Mary Jo.
What are you worried about, Blue? Let her wait.
Let her wait. You don't know Mary Jo. Tell him, Tony. Tell him how she is.
What's the matter, Blue? You're big enough to handle that twist. Mary Jo, she gets sore. You apologize. You give her a kick in the face.
Guy's got no sympathy.
There it is, across the street.
You mean the restaurant?
Yeah. The office is on the second floor.
Uh-huh.
My information is every night 2 big sacks of dough go upstairs and into the safe.
Yeah.
They take them to the bank in the morning.
Are you sure they ain't got no burglar alarm?
I'm positive.
Yeah? What makes you so positive, Yak?
Well, they figure they don't need it.
What do they figure? They're immune or something?
Why spend the dough for protection when there's a police station just down the block?
Yeah, but how do we get... Police station? Where?
Look down the street.
Now, wait a minute, Yak. Don't you think the joint's just a little risky? Police station, it ain't 50 yards from the place.
And there's cops coming and going all night.
That safe is loaded.
Maybe so. But I want to know, can we make it?
I don't think we can make it. Not with the police station so close.
Listen, Blue, you just use the muscles, huh? Now, we'll have to work fast and quiet, but I think we'll be okay.
For when?
What's the matter with tonight? After the place closes.
Why not? I got it with me, my good luck charms.
Hey, fellas, not tonight. I promised Mary Jo a good time. She's getting all dressed up.
Have your good time some other night.
Guys.
Listen, Blue, wife or no wife, when we got a deal going, nothing interferes. We work good together. I don't want no outside influences influencing the operation. It's set for tonight. Well, we'll drive around town a while until they get the joint shut up.
Why do you guys always make me trouble?
We'll stop someplace, Blue. Get the lady on the telephone. Tell her you're going to be busy.
Tell her I'm going to be busy.
Why should those two care? Have Yak and Tony got wives waiting someplace for them?
Now, baby doll,
Leaving me sitting and waiting again. Ooh, just wait till I...
Listen, Mary Jo.
What's it have to be tonight for? There's 7 nights in a week. Why tonight?
Baby doll, Yak wants to do it tonight. Yak says there might be $10,000 in that safe. He thinks there's a good chance.
$10,000?
Yeah, Yak says so, maybe.
Well, Blue, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to go out tonight. I'm kind of sleepy anyway. We can make it tomorrow night.
Oh, that's good, baby doll.
But you be sure and see that those 2 monkeys don't give you a short count.
They won't.
And bring it all home. Every penny.
Okay, make it fast, Tony. Get in the doorway.
Yeah.
Now, let's get that door open.
I think maybe with the back door it would be safer, Yak.
Safer, maybe, but the front is easier. Go on, make snappy.
Yeah. I don't like working on the sidewalk practically either.
Get it under the lock.
I'm doing okay. Let me handle it. Okay, just a few.
Hold it. What? Couple of guys.
Cops?
I don't know. Stand close against the wall.
Yeah.
I take my car down here. The guy looks it over top to bottom under the hood. He examines your post, and I ask him, wait a minute. Have you got a light? And I ask him how much will he give me in a trade. Thanks. So? Oh, he says 1,100. 1,100, I can back it. You know what the figure is this car? I can't let go for 1,100.
You tell you those $half, they was good luck, eh?
Get to work on the door.
You think they were cops?
What difference does it make? They walked by, didn't they? Get it open.
That police station, she's awful close.
You'll be inside it if you don't get that door open.
Yeah, there it is.
Good, Tony. Go on, you get upstairs and start to look around. I'll go to the car and get Blue to bring the tool.
Well, gangbusters listeners, this gang of safe burglars, led by the daring James Yak Denter, had broken into a darkened restaurant not 50 yards from Newark's 2nd Precinct Police Station. Before the night was over, a 500-pound safe gave them the fright of their lives.
Der Zauberlehrling. Hat der alte Hexenmeister sich doch einmal wegbegeben. Und nun sollen seine Geister auch nach...
When you're trying to do business with someone, it pays to speak their language.
Et le grand-père marche de long en large, l'air inquiet. L'éléphant est derrière le...
In fact, it pays so well that smart businessmen make sure their advertising agency talks the language of their customers.
Design guys. They have to be designed. Yes, that's basically what I'm looking for. And then the main problem is exactly how do we reach them? I mean, what will their...
Like if your customers are engineers, then you speak to them in engineering.
The product is good, and we want to know exactly how we're going to be able to market it.
You started test marketing first in Seattle, right?
That's correct.
What was the response demographically?
Or if they're in packaged goods, you speak to them in marketing.
We're talking about those wide-angle shots, right up from the heel, tight on the bell.
Once the shirts, you know, the layouts that we had last week, baby.
Let me get the name.
If they're hip, you hit them back. In spades. At Van Christo Associates, we know the languages of doing business. We know who to talk to, how to reach them, what to tell them, and how to say it to sell it. Van Christo Associates, Advertising, Boston.
And now back to Gangbusters. And here again is tonight's narrator, Commissioner John B. Keenan.
Well, this gang of burglars found that breaking into a restaurant not 50 yards from a Newark, New Jersey police station was not so difficult as opening the safe upstairs on the 2nd floor. They had been at it for nearly 2 hours and were still working hard.
All right, Blue. Tony's got it set in there. Lay on it with the sledge again.
Okay.
Again.
Brother.
Hold it just a second.
Well, Tony, what do you say?
It don't budge, Yak.
Listen, Yak, maybe we ought to give it up. We're making plenty of noise here for 2 hours, and with the cops right next door, practically.
How about it, Tony? Can you get it open or can't you?
With these tools? No.
I think we better get out of here.
That's a good idea, Yak.
We'll get out, but we'll take the safe with us.
Take it with us?
Sure, why not?
Oh, no, not me.
What's the matter? This thing should only weigh about 500 pounds. We carry out bigger boxes than this.
Yeah, but not down a flight of stairs like that, and not with the police department for neighbors.
I'm not passing up this kind of dough. We'll take the safe out with us. Tony, go turn the car around. Pull it up in front of the door downstairs.
Okay, Yak, right away.
Well, thank goodness this thing's on rollers anyway. That makes it a little easier. Come on, Blue, let's push it.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Yak.
Yeah.
How are we going to get it down all those stairs?
We'll get it down.
Yeah? And the cops. Suppose some of them are walking to the station house or drive.
We'll be all right. Okay, hold it here. Now, let me figure this out.
You know, that's an awful big thing to get down those stairs, Yak.
Yeah, I know. We can't carry it down. That's a cinch.
Do you really think there's that much dough in there?
Yeah. What are you going to do with yours? Step at a time, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. Give it to Mary Jo, I guess.
You're kidding. Not all of it.
Yeah, she saves it for a rainy day, she says. She takes every penny. But listen, we ain't got all night. How are we going to get that safe downstairs?
I'll push it from the back. You support it.
I support it.
We'll let the wheels and back rest on each step, see?
Yeah.
You hold the front up. I'll get front of it.
Okay. Push. I got a hold.
All right. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't know how long it'll be okay.
What are you worried? We only got 20 steps to go. Get set.
Okay, push.
All right.
I can't hold it.
Don't let it fall.
Grab it, Jack. Grab it. Help me.
Okay, don't get excited. Hold on.
I can't. Holy jump. Right out the front door.
Come on, fast.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
At least we got that thing downstairs.
We'll be here fast. It's sitting right out in the middle of the sidewalk.
Step right through the door, but watch your fire.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Come on, Bill, hurry.
Get in the car. Let's get out of here, Tom.
Safe goes with us.
Yeah.
No problem. She lands on the wheels. Push it. Go on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Over the back, Tony.
Yeah.
All right. Three of us together. Look to Ren.
Right. Up.
Come on.
It's no good. No good.
Down. Tony, get the car and pull one with us.
Yeah, sure. Okay, come on.
All right. Lay on it. Roll.
Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Push him.
That's it.
A little more. Okay.
Let's go.
Here comes a couple of cops, I think. Walking.
Come on, get in.
Move free of those cops.
They're walking up on us, Jack.
Oh, brother.
What's the matter? Get out.
They're coming, Yazbek. Come and get it started. Yeah, come on. Oh, wow.
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, Tom? The bookkeeper upstairs just finished a preliminary count on what was in the safe.
How much?
A little over 6,000.
What a haul.
Yep. Not bad for a night's work.
Any sign of fingerprints up there?
No, not a thing. Nothing except the tools.
They won't help us much. The safe must have come down those stairs with some force. That's how it knocked the door frame clean out.
Yeah. Must have sounded like an earthquake.
That's going to give us a little trouble, Tom. I know the papers are going to play up how close this thing was to the precinct house.
These guys just had a lucky break. I'll bet there's a squad car or a couple of patrolmen pass this door on foot every 5 minutes all night long.
That's not going to be any answer. The only answer will be to get them. Come on upstairs. I want another look at those tools they left.
Who is it? Blue?
No, it's Jack. Open up.
All right. Hello.
Where's Blue, Mary Jo?
Out someplace.
That's too bad, isn't it?
It's not so bad.
No?
Sit down, Yak, and wait.
Why not?
Do you want something to drink?
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
What?
You got a glass of milk?
Milk?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're kidding. I got rye, gin, beer.
I like milk.
Okay. You like milk?
Wait a minute. I'll go to the kitchen with you. What time did Blue say he'd be back?
He didn't say.
Oh, here. Let me.
Oh, much obliged.
It's all right.
You know, I could wait 4 years for Blue to open the door for me. Well, how do you like that? We have got milk. You sure now?
Positive.
4 years I could wait.
Blue's not very bright, is he?
Well, no. But he's generous.
Yeah, so he tells me. Yeah, it's good and cold.
Blue is a very nice type of man to have around. Everything I want, I get.
I know. He told me he gave you the whole 2,000 from the restaurant deal.
I'm saving it for a rainy day. Most everything he earns, I'm saving for a rainy day.
His rainy day, yours.
I don't understand.
I mean, are you waiting to get all you can from Blue and then fly someplace?
That's an insult.
What do I care what's between you and him?
All right. Yeah. I'm waiting to get all I can. Don't you think I earned it?
Maybe you did, Mary Jo.
I'll say I did. Now, what's the real reason you're here?
To see Blue.
Is that so? Blue told me you sent him downtown for something.
Is that so?
You bet that's so.
You know, you're a pretty cute kid.
Do you really think so?
I said so, didn't I?
You want some more milk?
No. No, thanks. I know my limit. Oh, before I forget it, when Blue gets back, tell him we got a little deal on tonight. Tell him to meet Tony and me at the usual place. Call from the booth there, Mary Jo.
Thanks. Oh, I could kill him. Murder him. But murder him. What is it, Blue?
Listen, Mary Jo.
Don't you know this is Saturday night and I'm in a tavern trying to have a good time because you don't have the decency to take your own wife out like a gentleman?
But, Mary Jo...
So what's the idea of disturbing me?
Now, listen, baby doll. We were out on a job. Tony stuck his hand through a window in the alley trying to get in the supermarket. He cut himself pretty bad.
So, what do you want me to do about it? Take him to a doctor.
Well, Yak says he can't go to a doctor. Yak wants you to fix Tony up.
Oh. Oh, he does, huh?
Yeah, baby doll. Will you, please?
All right. Bring him to the flat. I'll meet you there.
Oh, Mary Jo, that's great. I'll never forget.
Okay, bring him to the flat before he dies.
Get me one more drink, will you, Blue?
Hold still there, Tony. How do you expect me to get you bandaged up if you're squirming? Tell him to hold still, Yak.
Okay, I hold still.
Don't look as bad as I thought, Tony.
Don't look good to me.
What do you know?
I wouldn't have cut myself this way except my good luck charms. I lose them someplace.
Those $5 half dollars, huh? Well, there you are. As good as new.
Now could I have one more drink?
Yeah, if...
I'll get it. I could use one myself. Anybody else?
I'll go with you. Have a glass of milk.
Sure, Yak. We're loaded with milk. Help yourself.
Thanks. Say, Mary Jo.
Yeah?
You think you can get away from Blue for a while tomorrow afternoon?
I don't know. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just thought you'd like to do a little Sunday driving with me.
Why, Yak, I'd love it.
Okay. Pick you up about 2 o'clock.
Lieutenant Flynn.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Tom O'Byrne.
Yeah, Tom?
Listen, maybe we got a break. The 3rd Precinct Desk Sergeant just called me. A kid walked into the station house with 12 of those Columbia Exposition half dollars.
Where'd he get them?
Well, he was on his way to Sunday school and found them in an alley behind a supermarket out there. They were all in a little chamois bag.
Behind a supermarket?
That's what the kid said.
Was the supermarket broken into last night?
Oh, we got no report of it, Lieutenant. They're not open today.
Well, meet me down at the garage. We'll run out there and take a look around. Right now.
Okay, Mary Jo. We can get rolling again.
Well, this has certainly been a fine Sunday afternoon ride. I thought you were going to take me out in the country for dinner or someplace.
I like to ride around in town, Mary Jo.
And what was the idea of stopping here and getting out for a walk around the grocery store and leaving me sit in the car?
I had to look at something in back of the supermarket.
What kind of a good time do you call that? And all the trouble I went through to get away from Blue.
I'll tell you what, Mary Jo. I'll take it back to him right now.
Oh, now you're going to do me a favor.
No. I'm going to do Blue a favor.
Well, this supermarket won't be no trouble now. We did most of the work last night.
Yeah, Tony, and I found something of yours right under the window here this afternoon. Yeah.
My lucky charms. I must have dropped him last night.
Come on, guys, let's get inside. What are we standing here talking?
Okay. Here you go up, Tony. Boost him up, Blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you get through?
Yeah, I succeed. Okay.
We'll go around front. Open the door for us. Come on, Blue.
Yeah. You sure are smart, Yak. Riding by here this afternoon with Mary Jo and taking a look.
The neighborhood's empty on Sunday. There's a good chance nobody even found what we did last night, so I thought I'd say.
Yeah, that is smart. I thought all that work last night was down the drain.
Nothing's ever down the drain with me, Blue. And, I want to give you a piece of advice.
Yeah? What?
I've been learning a few things about Mary Jo.
Yeah? Ain't she a sweet kid?
Like I said, we're a good combination. I don't want anything to happen to it.
Oh, nothing will.
Get all your dough back from Mary Jo, then throw her out.
Throw her out? But, Yak,
she's fixing to leave you, so you might as well beat it to the draw. Tony, come on.
Listen, Yak, what are you talking
Just
about?
do what I tell you.
Yeah, but
Go on, get in. Right
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, get him up, both of you.
No, not me, you don't.
He's got a gun.
Okay, here it is. Here's the gun. Don't shoot.
The next one will be right at you. Now, all of you, keep them up.
Okay, I'm through, believe me.
You're through, all right. Now, go on. Get over against that wall with your partner, both of you.
Go on. Move. Against the wall. Go on.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, Newark detectives, after discovering evidence of an attempted burglary, reasoned the Safecrackers might return to finish the job. So they planted the Colombian half-dollars where they were left and waited for the burglars to show up again. James Yak Denta received a maximum sentence of 28 years and Tony Palumbo 21 years in New Jersey State Prison. Their accomplices received lesser terms.
Thank you, Commissioner John B. Keenan, for this most interesting case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the officers of the Newark Police Department who participated in the investigation leading to the arrests and convictions.
Well, it's time for our Radio Buff Contest of the Week now. We're going to ask you a question about old-time radio, and if you have the answer, you just send in your answer to Radio Buff, Band Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Last week's question concerned the theme of a program concerning a United States woman senator who had succeeded her husband, believed lost in the war. The theme was, of course, Claire de Lune, and our winner, drawn from all correct entries, Mr. Alan Teed of Salem Street in Rockland, Massachusetts. Mr. Teed will soon be receiving his copy of Orson Welles' production of The War of the Worlds. Now, for your chance to win a copy of this famed production, listen closely. A daily adventure series about newlyweds ran into trouble when they had a radio child who proved unpopular. A heartrending death sequence wrote the child out of the series. Edith Davis and Les Tremaine played the couple, and this music was the theme of the program. Will you please tell us the name of this music? Can you identify that theme? If you can, mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. One winner will be drawn from all correct entries. The judge's decision is final, so mail your answer now. Tell us the name of that theme. Mail it to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Nurse and directed by William Sweets, with Ann Thomas and Ralph Bell in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, the case of the Tennessee Valley Killer, who rode high from one robbery to the next until a cow doctor from the hills became too attached to his avocation.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Lynn Bomar, Commissioner of Safety, State of Tennessee, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Tennessee Valley Killer.
Commissioner Bomar, from what you've told me, the criminals in tonight's case certainly must have been a weird aggregation.
That's one description of them, Don Gardner. But their weird characteristics, especially those of the gang leader, made them no less dangerous. As a matter of fact, this gang leader was at one time considered the most dangerous fugitive at large in the country.
Oh, well, why don't you tell us about him, Commissioner?
All right, Don. I think it would be best to begin a short time ago at a county seat in a tobacco-growing section of North Carolina. One noon hour, the proprietor of a local tobacco warehouse walked down to the courthouse square and approached a stranger who was sitting alone on a bench.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I guess there's room on that bench for another one.
Help yourself. Bench belongs more to you than to me. I'm the stranger.
Awful unseasonable weather we've been having.
Oh, weather doesn't bother me none. I've learned to take what they give me. Well, I guess I ought
Wait,
to...
now, wait just a second. I'm Roy Clark. I own the tobacco warehouse here.
Oh, pleased to know you, Mr. Clark.
Are you the same stranger that was in Logan's feed store this morning?
I was in a feed store. I don't know whether it was Logan's.
I hear you got some birds you're mighty proud of.
I got a few Baltimore top nuts, I fancy.
You got them with you?
Well, not this minute.
Well, have you got them near?
Well, out of the cabin camp a mile or so north.
Well, you know, stranger, I've got a few birds myself I'm kind of proud of.
Yeah?
Eslin redquills.
Don't care none for the breed.
Oh, I found them to last pretty good against Baltimore topknots.
Not that I ever heard.
You wouldn't care for a test?
Oh, I wouldn't mind one.
Tonight?
Anytime.
Well, we've got a cockpit in the basement of that furniture store there, north of the square.
The brick building?
Yeah. 9 o'clock?
It suits me. I've got 7 birds I'll fight.
Well, 7's all right. What have you got for stakes?
$200 a match, $1,000 a main.
Well, you are proud of your birds.
If I wasn't, I wouldn't have them.
Well, we can make the stake. Conditions are short heels. Birds may not be touched after setting down in the pit. If a bird refuses to fight longer, he's set down in the middle of the pit, breast to breast with his adversary. If he still then refuses to fight longer, he's regarded as defeated.
Satisfactory, Mr. Clark.
All right. I'll see you tonight, then. Good day, sir, and good luck.
I don't know, Troy. $200 a match and $1,000 a main? Them Eslin red quills and Mr. Clark's are birds with spirit. Maybe you bit off more than you could chew.
Don't you worry about it, Doc. I'll handle the business arrangements. You just look after the chores.
Come in here, Grant. Come in here. What's been keeping you?
What did I ever get myself into? Spring water. Honest, Doc. Ordinary tap water ain't good enough for you.
Where's the pail bucket at?
Where'd you think? Up there next to the roosters.
Roosters. Can't you get it through that thick Yankee head of yours that fighting cocks is fighting cocks?
They're still roosters to me.
Ah.
The only way I'll have 'em's with mashed potatoes and gravy.
What's the matter, Grant? Haven't you got no sporting blood?
Yankee blood. That's what he's got. Yankee blood.
Go on, go on. I got your spring water. Go on and tend to your chickens.
Chicken? Now, see here. You weren't...
Doc. Go on. Get them birds shaped up.
Fine lot of appreciation anybody gets around here.
Spring water, graham bread for a bunch of chickens.
That's what puts them in the best shape.
Because that cow doctor says so?
Because I say so.
Oh, now look, Troy. It's okay for a guy to have a hobby. I got nothing against that. But I've been knocking around since who knows when. This is the first mob I ever ran into that operates with a bunch of chickens and a cow doctor.
We've been doing okay with the chickens and the cow doctor, have we?
Well, there's lots of ways to do okay.
I like this way. We get what we're after and I have a little sport.
All right. What's the deal for tonight?
The first 2 birds go into the pit at 9 o'clock. With the 7 matches, we ought to be busy there nearly 2 hours.
What about the warehouse? You sure nobody will be around?
Look, I know these folks. They'll all be at the cockfight. You won't have no trouble. You can be in and out of that safe in plenty of time.
Some job you picked out for me.
You can do it. You'll have Doc to help.
Some help. Probably treat that safe like an ailing calf.
Just you do a good job. After you get finished up, come by the cockpit. I'll stall the matches as long as I can until I see you.
Well, okay. But have them birds of yours win, will you? I don't feel like breaking into a safe and then having to pay out all the dough in bad bets.
You just open up that safe, Grant. I'll see the birds come out okay. Dazzling red quills. Mr. Clark thinks they're any match for a Baltimore top-knots. He's got another thing coming.
All right, come in now.
Well, did you change your opinion of Baltimore top-knots, Mr. Clark?
Well, I'm not beat yet. Go on, get in there. Mix it. Come on.
Well, would you like to up the stakes, Mr. Clark?
Get in there. Get in there. Come on now, get in there.
How you doing, Troy?
It's in the bag. 3-1, and this is for the main. Go on, now, get him. Get him.
We got $8 grand. Clean as monkey's wash.
Okay. Tell Doc to get ready to move. We'll be through here in another 10 minutes. Finish him. Finish him. Finish him. Finish him. Come on, finish him. Finish him.
You're Mr. Clark?
That's right, sir.
My name's McDonald. I'm Special Agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Sheriff called and said you're on your way over. Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Clark, you're positive the man who owns the birds at Fort Ewers is the same man whose photograph you identified at the sheriff's office?
I couldn't be much more positive, sir. The man was standing no farther from me than you're sitting right now for 2 hours or more.
Hmm?
It's beyond me how any man who fights gamecocks can stoop to such a low occupation as safe burglary.
Yes, I can see your point.
I had no idea, Mr. McDonald. No idea at all. Imagine burglarizing my safe here at the warehouse while I was engaged in a sporting match. And he was well-spoken, too.
Well, that makes no difference, Mr. Clark. There are lots of well-spoken criminals. And their specialty is disarming such victims as you. Did you know that this man, Troy Blankenship, is wanted in at least a half-dozen states?
Oh, I know.
Did you know that he killed a police officer?
What?
He's a murderer.
A murderer?
That's right. He escaped North Carolina State Prison some time ago. He almost committed a second murder when he assaulted a guard. Since that time, he's been responsible for robberies and burglaries here in North Carolina and Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Well,
so you can see how important it is for us to apprehend him.
Yes, sir, I can see. And a man who breeds gamecocks.
Now, Mr. Clark, I want to go over every word that passed between you and Troy Blankenship. Perhaps somewhere in your conversation he dropped a hint that would give us an idea of his present whereabouts.
All right, Mr. McDonald, my time is yours.
Well, Don, there wasn't much Mr. Clark could say that would lead authorities to the whereabouts of Troy Blankenship and his gang. By that time, they were well over the state line and had arrived at a small town with the intention of robbing a post office safe of a sack of registered mail they knew to contain an enormous amount of cash. But Doc's passion for cow doctrine led his companions to the brink of disaster, as you will see.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Commissioner Beaumar, that Troy Blankenship and his strange gang had crossed the state line and planned to rob a post office safe of a large shipment of cash.
That's right, Don. Once at the town, they sought to determine the exact time the shipment of cash would arrive. Troy Blankenship and the criminal Grant stood on the platform of the local railroad station shortly after the afternoon train pulled in.
Okay, Grant, I've seen enough. Let's go.
Yeah, right with you.
That sack he just signed for. It's the registered mail.
Oh, look, Troy, let's grab it here at the station. It'll be a cinch. Small town, one cop. What are we waiting for?
No, we'll do it like I figured.
Well, why break into the post office? We could lift it off those guys, and we got it.
Go on. Get in the car.
Oh.
Come on. Get in. See it, Troy? How'd it look?
It looks okay.
Nobody asked you nothing, Yankee.
Yeah, now listen.
All right.
Well, how do we do it, Troy?
Well, if you listen, I'll tell you.
I'm listening.
They take that payroll and lock up the post office overnight. Tomorrow morning, the boss of the construction gang comes to pick it up. Only it won't be there. We're taking it out of the post office tonight.
Well, let's grab it now. They won't know what hit them.
If Troy says it's tonight, it's tonight.
Look, Doc, why don't you stick to patching up those chickens?
Are you blue-coated, Russell?
Okay. Here's how we do it, and I don't want any argument. Doc.
Yeah, Troy?
The postmaster owns that farm I showed you, about a mile outside of town.
The one with the pretty little white barn?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice barn.
You go pay a call on him.
Sure, Troy, but what am I going to call on him about?
Listen, you'll get told.
Not by no one named Grant.
All right. Doc, that postmaster has a habit of coming back to the post office some nights to work.
Hmm?
Now, I don't want him back there tonight.
But if he wants to go to the post office, how am I going to keep him? That'll be harder than getting a gold off a tooth dentist.
I said I'll tell you how to keep him. Get this car out of here.
Sure, Troy, but how?
I said I'll tell you, move.
Afternoon, Mr. Postmaster.
Yeah, what is it?
Your missus said I'd find you out here near the barn. Now, I got a number of gadgets for sale here. Razor blades, pocket knives, cuff links, and et cetera.
You caught me at a busy moment, mister. I don't want
Well,
anything
sir,
to
and I
do.
even got some of the finest gamecocks ever you did lay eyes on. With each purchase, we're giving away the finest gold-plated keychain this side of the Tennessee River.
I said you caught me at a busy moment. You'll have to make it some other time, mister. I got a sick cow.
Sick cow? Yeah. Did you say a sick cow, Mr. Postmaster?
I was just going to call the veterinarian.
Mr. Postmaster, you're the most luckiest man in the county that I come along. I'm a natural-born cow doctor. Been fixing cows since I was just a kid of a boy.
Yeah, but
I'll have that cow brood well again before any veterinarian fellow could even get halfway up the hill. You just show me where she is at.
Well, she's right in the barn, but don't you think
Just
it might...
lead me there, Mr. Postmaster. Just lead me there.
Well, I'll... right this way.
I'll have it fixed up in no time. No time at all.
In here.
Brute sounds sick, all right.
Yeah.
I can tell from here what's ailing her. It's a bad case of traveling Breyer stills.
Traveling Breyer still?
Yes, sir. And I can fix her up in a jiffy. I'll have her back on her feet come night and giving milk come morning.
If it's that serious, I suppose I should get in touch with the veterinarian.
Oh, it's serious, all right, but simple. Simple as they come. Now, I noticed I come up the road, you had some nice tall pine trees a-growing. How old are them pines?
I don't know.
Well, pine needles got to be from trees just the right age. Now, I got some right age pine needles over where I'm staying.
Well, now, look.
Now, Mr. Postmaster, now you get me them mustard greens and the brine water. I'll be back here in a half hour with the pine needles. Now, don't touch that cow till I get back. And the postmaster does exactly like I asked him. Hey, come on, Troy, get me there. I told him I'd be back in a half hour.
What about this traveling Breyer stilts? I never heard of any such cow sickness.
You didn't?
You know I didn't.
Oh, Troy, I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed to death of you. They had an epidemic of traveling Breyer stilts back in, 03. It darn near killed every cow brute in both Carolinas. Yes, sir. Traveling Breyer stilts. Darn near every cow brute in the whole South died.
You should have done it like I told you and forgotten about the cow doctrine.
I'm keeping the postmaster away from the post office, ain't I? Keeping him away. Hey, go on, Troy. Drive me there. That cow needs me.
Yeah, like I need you.
I know you need me, Troy, but you can get into this post office without me. I guess you can do it.
What's keeping him, Troy? Should have been here waiting for us.
He'll be here. Take it easy. Besides, nobody will know about that job until morning. There's plenty of time.
Well, we got a nice pile of dough out of that post office, and I don't feel like it.
Okay. It's all right. He's coming in now.
Well, it's about time. He ought to know better.
Well, then you lay off it, Doc.
Hello, Troy. You ain't been waiting long.
Where were you?
I got here, didn't I?
What happened, Doc?
The young fella told me where I could get some spring water for the birds.
Spring water? And we're waiting here to lay him out of town. Where's your head?
Okay, let's get going. Where's the car parked?
Right out in front, just in the...
Uh-oh. What's the matter?
The postmaster.
The postmaster?
Yeah, and that's the law with him.
Well, come on. Let's get out.
Hold it. I'll talk our way out.
But supposing there ain't words enough.
Hold it. We'll get out. But first we'll talk.
Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, we want to talk to you. That's the one, Deputy Hickson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postmaster.
What's the trouble, officer?
Lots of trouble, boys. The postmaster here's got a complaint.
Oh, is that right? Well, if there's anything I can do to straighten it out...
I'm afraid all the damage has been done.
Oh, what damage?
I guess you better come along with us.
Hey, turn me loose. Let go of me.
Just a second, officer.
There's no use talking about it here. I've already sworn out a warrant against this man.
Against Doc?
I'm charging him with practicing veterinary without a license.
Oh.
The cow died. Traveling brer stilts.
Well, she wouldn't have died if you'd done like I told you.
We can't argue about it here. Let's go.
Oh.
Here, now, just a second. My friend's an old cow doctor from the hill country.
That doesn't give him the right to practice veterinary in this state.
And kill my cow.
I do not need to kill your cow.
As soon as I get him booked, you can come down and make bond for him. Let's go. Come on, come on.
You go my bonds, won't you, boss? You go my bonds.
Sit tight, Doc. I'll be there.
Well, ain't this some mess?
Just be thankful they didn't come to get us all on account of that safe cracking.
Hey.
What?
If Doc opens up his mouth, he can tell him plenty.
You just waking up to that?
Well, let's get him out, fast.
Why?
What? Well, he's been stringing along with you, hasn't he? He's been doing all your dirty work.
There's a good chance to dump him. Let him talk if he wants to. He can't tell him much.
You mean you let the old guy rot there in jail? How much could the bail be?
Whatever it is, it's too much. Come on. We gotta make time.
Troy.
What?
It ain't right.
How do you know what's right and what isn't? Come on. Let's get moving before he talks sooner than we figure.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I got a nice program lined up for us. Doc's bound to get in the way.
Attention, all field officers and headquarters. Be on alert for Troy Blankenship, described in Bulletin 1816, and companion known as Grant. These two men believed responsible for recent series of jewelry store robberies in southern Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Caution, Blankenship is a known murderer and is believed to be heavily armed.
Okay. Take it easy, will you? Time coming. Yeah? Who is it?
Me. Open up.
Oh. Hello, Troy. Come on in.
What's the matter with you, Grant? How many times do I have to knock?
I had a big night last night.
Yeah, well, you've been having too many big nights lately.
We're making dough, aren't we? What do you expect me to do with it? Open a bank account?
The big times are over, Grant. We're moving out of here and going back to some real work.
Oh, what's your hurry? Let's stick around and enjoy our score a while.
Nothing doing. It's East Tennessee and back to work.
Go ahead, Troy. You write me how you make out.
You're coming with me.
No, I don't think so. I like it pretty much here.
I said you're coming with me.
You're not going to push me around like you pushed that cow, Doctor.
I said you're coming along.
Yeah, that's what you think. Now get your hands off me.
Oh. Okay. So you've taken up playing with knives.
Sure, Troy, and this one will fit right in between your ribs. You want a sample, just try something. Now get out.
Okay, Grant. I guess you don't want to come with me.
I'm glad you know it.
Well,
Give me that knife.
No, go. Oh, Troy. Troy. What are you trying to do? Troy.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for the knife.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Troy. Troy, I'll go with you. When do you want to leave?
Soon, Grant. Real soon. Here. Here's your knife.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Special Agent McDonald.
This is Deputy Sheriff Hickson, McDonald. I just got your message to call back.
Look, Hickson, Grant regained consciousness again. I was out at the hospital to see him.
Yes?
He says now that before his argument started with Troy Blankenship, they were talking about some jobs in East Tennessee.
Any place specific, McDonald?
No, that's the trouble.
East Tennessee takes in a lot of territory. Troy might have changed his mind after the fight.
I know, but it's our only lead, and, you know, he's pretty fond of cockfighting.
So I hear.
Well, there's some places where they still hold cockfights in East Tennessee, aren't there?
Yes, some places, but it's not exactly legal, you know.
I know, but they do hold cockfights. And if Troy Blankenship's in the neighborhood, he's going to show up.
I'd say he would.
Okay. Supposing I come over to see you in the morning. We'll figure out how we're going to get all those sporting exhibitions covered.
Well, McDonald, I don't suppose Blankenship will show up here tonight. Not if he's missed this much already.
Yes. Getting kind of late. Come on.
Yeah, I had enough of this. And I've heard about another cockfight that's supposed to come off near Del Rio tomorrow night. Do you want to look into that one?
By all means.
Leaving's early, gentlemen. There's still 3 matches to go.
Yeah, we got a long drive.
I can't stay.
Good night.
It's gotten pretty chilly.
Yes. My car's right over here.
Excuse me, fellas. Is this where they're holding the matches?
Yeah, right inside of Blankenship.
Get 'em up.
Some at a time.
After him. He ducked in that doorway.
He's still there. Hold it.
I don't see him.
Let's move up a little closer.
Duck.
Come on. See him?
No, not yet.
Got to get a beat on him from behind that car.
Yeah, let's go. I see him.
Hold your fire. All right, Blankenship. Come out of there. We know you're in that doorway. Come out with your hands up.
Try again.
Come out, Blankenship. Come out or we'll shoot.
Okay. I'm coming.
Keep your hands over your head.
They're over my head. Just take it easy. Don't shoot.
Get cuffs on him.
Right.
You're not a very good shot.
Maybe not. But anyway, I ducked you a long time.
Perhaps you did, Blankenship, but right now there are a few charges of robbery and assault to kill you're facing. Let's see how you duck them. Let's go.
That done was the end of the road for an unusual public enemy. Troy Blankenship is now back in North Carolina State Prison, where he is serving out his term for murder.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Beaumar, for this interesting case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the officers who participated in the investigation leading up to the recapture of Troy Blankenship. Leading roles were played by Arthur Benton and Will Gear. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the Triple Threat Bandits, whose leader used a broom as the principal cover in his subtlest disguise, but learned even that was unable to hide his soiled record.
And now to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Inspector of Detectives Eugene Bernath, Police Department, Minneapolis, Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Triple Threat Bandits.
Inspector Bernath, I understand the gang in tonight's case thought that a clever sort of disguise would provide them plenty of protection.
That's right, Don Gardner. But they were to learn that fast communication systems and efficient exchange of police information, plus cooperation from federal law enforcement agencies, is making long-range criminal operation less and less successful.
Well, suppose you tell us about tonight's case, Inspector Bernath.
All right, Don. I think it'd be best to start about 6 months ago in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Near the ballpark of the Minneapolis Millers, at a bar patronized by the sporting crowd, a stranger was buying drinks for the few hangers-on remaining late one night. He was just finishing one of his favorite stories as the porter approached with his broom to gather in stray cigarette butts.
After he says to her, she says back to him, she says, well, I don't like to ride streetcars either. You got some other way to go?
Excuse me, please. I'd like to sweep a little bit under the stools, huh?
Sure. Sweep all you like. When you're finished, I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, mister. I never touch this stuff.
Oh, listen to him. He never touches this stuff.
It ain't good for athletes. He used to be middleweight champion of Lazarus County.
Yeah? Well, hey, Frank. Frank.
Huh? You speak to me?
Frank, how you been? Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm no Frank. I'm Nick. You're mixed up a little bit. Excuse me. There's more cigarette butts over there.
Hey, come on, the guy's punchy. How about another story?
Yeah, in a minute. Hey, Nick. Whatever you call yourself.
Yeah?
I'd swear you're a guy I used to know. A guy named Frank. He wasn't no boxer.
Is that right? No kidding.
No kidding.
It's Nick, not Frank. Excuse me, mister.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
If you ain't Frank, how come you look so much like him?
You're Frank. He pushes a broom, too?
Ah, he pushes something else.
1118 Walker Street, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Apartment 6.
Sure, Frank. I'll see you.
Nick, 3 o'clock. Excuse me, mister.
Okay, don't lose your head. Who is it?
Me.
Oh, you. Yeah. Just a second, you. Come in, you. Come in.
Where's Nick?
Oh, someplace. Come on, I'll fix you a drink.
I'm not interested in the drink. Where's Nick?
I got rye and scotch and gin and rye. That's all.
I never drink in the afternoon.
Neither do I. But I read in the paper we're having a total eclipse.
Look, lady, just tell Nick that Sino is here. I got a little date with him at 3 o'clock.
Did you say rye?
I said Nick.
Oh, yeah, Nick. Nick and soda or water on the side?
Excuse me, but did anybody ever tell you about orange juice?
Sure. Nick.
Uh-huh. Now we're getting someplace. If you'll just...
Hey, Sino.
Frank.
Come in here until I finish getting dressed.
Goodbye.
Don't drown in that stuff.
Come in, Sino. I'll be dressed in a minute.
Sure, Frank.
Nick.
Okay, Nick. Look, who's the female rum-dum? Yeah, Vicky, if that's her name.
She's my housekeeper.
Okay, say no more. But doesn't that Kentucky ketchup she drinks get in the way of her duties, whatever they may be?
Yeah, she's carrying some kind of torch. She's sober when she has to be.
And what about that routine with a broom? What kind of a gimmick is that?
It's a job. I told the guy I was a fallen gladiator of the ring. Oh, I got a job.
Fine job. Who needs it?
How do you like this shirt? Made to order. $18.
For one?
Now, how many do you think? A dozen?
Gotta have something to wear to work.
Sino, how'd you like a soft spot?
With a broom, no thanks.
I've been tearing this town apart. And St. Paul, too. Back and forth across the river. Liquor stores are a push of it.
Alone?
Mostly. Vicky helps with the driving and the casing when I need her.
She can kill two birds with one store.
Well, how about it?
You think the two of us can do better?
Much better. Than the three of us and the four of us and the five of us. Do better all along. Better and better.
Excuse me, Nick. That's a lot of talk coming from a guy who's right now pushing a broom.
Maybe. But if anybody starts asking questions, a steady job is a nice answer. Also, that tavern's going to be the one big touch before I blow this town.
Yeah, I can see how big. $1.34 and 2 quarts of beer.
You see, you don't know nothing.
Okay, tell me something.
On certain nights, a safe in that joint has got nearly 30 grand in it.
30 grand? In cash?
What do you think? Lock washers?
Okay. Where do you get them $18 shirts?
Yeah. Gotta wait our moments.
Oh, I can wait. This meantime, I got what to eat.
There's still plenty of liquor stores.
Good. Let's try one on for size. And I'll tell you what. We can bring your housekeeper back a present.
Inspector of Detectives Minneapolis to Chief of Detectives St. Paul. Liquor store Bandit also joined here by number 2 man of similar description. 2 jobs last night.
Hello?
Are you sober, Vicky?
Yes. Do you want to do something about it?
Get hold of Sino. Tell him tonight's the night. Safe is loaded.
I wish I was.
Tell him to be at the back door 5 minutes after closing.
5 minutes after closing. I'll tell him.
You be there with the car. Just at the spot we figured.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay. So long.
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Let's get the place cleaned up fast tonight. I want to get home as quick as I can.
Yes, sir, me too. Let's get cleaned up fast, huh?
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Where you going?
Just to dump the trash out and back.
Oh, yeah. Well, make it snappy, like it was the 10th round coming up.
Yeah, sure, make it snappy. Everything make it snappy, eh? Yes, sir, snappy. Sino?
Everything okay, Nick? How's it look?
You'll be fine. Now, march me back in there, but you gotta make it look good for the boss. Keep your face covered.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick. March.
You're all set on how to handle a guy.
Yeah, and the safe, too.
Okay, Sino. Here goes.
All right, get in there.
Okay, I'm going.
Get those hands up.
Yes, sir, mister, I will.
Hey, what's the...
Put your hands in the air, mister, and walk over here.
All right, take it easy.
So hold up, Mr. Lander.
He knows it. Go ahead, walk to the safe, both of you. Go on, walk.
Yeah, I guess we better, Mr. Lander. Maybe he'd shoot us.
Or worse, go on.
All right.
No, I don't want a sound out of either of you. I want the dough out of that safe, and I want all of it.
I don't know nothing about safes, honest, mister.
Just
I don't.
walk. Come on, let's get him, Nick. Oh, you don't stand there. Me.
But I don't know how.
Nice guy. You should have helped me, Nick.
Quiet.
I didn't figure he'd fight the gun.
Shut up.
He's dead.
Go on, get out of here.
But he's dead. We might as well get the dough.
How are we going to open a safe? Go on, scram you.
What about the cops?
I'm in the clear. Go on, get out.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
So, Don, the carefully planned robbery during which Nichols and Sino hoped to get the contents of the safe ended with the shooting of Nichols' employer. Nichols waited for the police to arrive at the scene and told them the story he'd so carefully contrived. But the case suddenly took a fantastic turn, and the gang leader found his plans might very well lead to immediate arrest.
Now back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Inspector Bernath, how the criminal Nichols staged a hold-up at the Minneapolis Tavern where he held a cover job.
That's right, Don. But the crime took an unexpected turn when Nichols' confederate, Sino, shot the tavern manager. Sino fled the scene, and as Nichols brazenly phoned for the police, Sino returned to Nichols' apartment where he met the girl, Vicky.
Oh, shut up, will you?
What's the matter with you?
Can't you lay off that bug juice for a while? We got troubles.
What's a little thing like murder?
Keep quiet about it. Why are you blabbing your mouth to a fool?
Brother, you need a drink.
It's the last thing I need. Wish the devil they could get here.
So do I. I'm getting hungry.
Where do you keep those matches?
If they were any closer, they'd strike on your nose. The table, they're right on the table.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. You want a cigarette?
Nasty habit.
Hope Nick's got some ideas. I hope. Is that Nick?
Who else? If he isn't feeling better than you do.
Hey.
What?
Just a minute. I'll get it. Nick.
Yeah, come on, open up, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we're in for it.
In for it? What do you mean?
Hello, Nick. Did you have fun?
Shut up, will you? What do you mean, Nick? We're in for it.
Lender isn't dead.
You're kidding.
They took him to the hospital. The cops told me he might pull through.
Should we feel sorry or glad? Hey, Nick, they don't suspect you, do they?
If they did, do you think he'd be here now?
Nick, if Lender heard us talking, if he ain't dead...
He was unconscious.
But he could have heard us talking if he tells the
I
cops...
said he was unconscious.
But unconscious people get conscious.
Sometimes it's nicer to be unconscious.
He probably passed out as soon as the shot hit him.
Yeah, but supposing he didn't. Supposing he knew what was going on.
Okay, suppose.
Hey, Nick,
We got time.
I want to go now. I want to go quick.
They say Florida's nice this time of year.
Now, look. If I take a powder now, that's like signing a confession. If I stick around, we're all in good shape.
But the guy's bound to wake up. Why take the chance? I'm saying goodbye.
You're staying here as long as I tell you to
But
stay.
Nick...
I heard enough.
So did I.
Hey.
Who's that, Vicky?
I'll make a guess.
Nick, it's the cops.
Get in the other room.
Yeah, okay. Talk, Nick. Talk fast.
Vicky, sit down and keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Yes? Who is it?
Police officers, open up. I see you made it home all right, Nichols.
Yeah, I figured home was the best place.
That's a good way to figure.
Oh, Vicky, this is Detective Olson and Detective...
Wetherill.
Detective Wetherill.
Glad to see you.
Me too.
I just spoke to the hospital, Nichols.
Oh, yeah. How is Mr. Lender? Is he any better?
Much better, Nichols.
Oh, good. I was wishing he would be.
Nice place you've got here, Nichols.
Yeah, it's okay. And like I told you, I was smart. I saved a little from the fight game.
Oh, yeah? What's in there, the bedroom?
Yes, that's the bedroom. What's the doctor got to say about Mr. Lender? To go through that to see him shot down like that?
Must have been pretty rough.
Yeah, rough. That it was, rough.
Nichols, we think we might be on the right track of who that gunman is.
Yeah?
We think it's one of the two men who've been holding up liquor stores here and in St. Paul.
I'd sure like to see them caught.
I don't think you'll have long to wait.
Who's this guy? I'd like to get him in a ring or something.
Well, I'll be satisfied when we get him in our ring. Olson, show him that picture. Sure. Take a good look at this picture, Nichols.
Yes.
Tell us whether that's the man.
Well, before the guy had his face covered.
You said that.
Yeah, but the eyes look the same. I'll never forget those eyes.
Thanks. Come on, Olson, let's go. Yeah. We'll be in touch with you, Nichols. We can reach you here, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir, here, or at the place, sir.
Well, just so we can reach you. Good night.
Good morning.
We'll be seeing you, Nichols.
Let's go out and run around the block. That wasn't Sino's picture.
Nah, some guy I never seen before.
Congratulations.
Sino's right, baby. That was too close. Getting out of here. Let's start packing.
Good. I love to travel.
Vicky,
Yeah, what do you want?
look around back there and get me the Nebraska road map.
Oh,
I think we stay on 77, Nick. That takes us right into Omaha.
I can't find no Nebraska map. Here, take them all.
Hey.
Now let me try to catch a little sleep. I've been up since Tuesday.
Take a look on the map, Sino.
Yeah. You know anything good in Omaha?
Well, there ought to be one or two easy touches there. Knock 'em off fast, keep on going.
That's the new policy?
Yeah, that's the new policy.
Then where?
Who knows? East, maybe south, maybe Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Maybe we better stay away from Kansas and Oklahoma.
Why?
Vicky won't be very happy in either one of them states. They're both bone dry.
Detective Olson talking.
This is Wetherill. I got news for you.
Yeah? What is it?
I went around to the tavern to give Nichols a look at some more pictures. And he didn't show up for work tonight.
Would you try his rooms?
I certainly did. He moved out this morning, and the janitor said he was in an awful hurry.
Well.
Looks to me like we couldn't see the forest for the trees, Olson.
Yeah.
The janitor said the girl went with him and another guy. And from the description, the other guy looks like the one that did the shooting.
Did you get into the place?
Yeah, it was in pretty much of a mess, but I found one little item to write home about. Come on over and we'll figure out what to do about it. Hello, Pop.
Huh?
Any luck?
Oh, no. But I don't fish to catch nothing particular.
Oh.
It's just relaxing.
I see. Well, you mind if I relax a while?
No, help yourself. Say, would you like to fish some? Got an extra line.
No, thanks.
You ain't from around here, huh?
Minneapolis, that's not so far.
Oh, Minneapolis, huh?
Yeah.
I ain't been into the city in years. I hear it growed some.
Some. I'm looking for a girl named Vicky Newton.
You ain't looking in the right place, son.
How long ago was it she lived with you and your wife?
Oh, 2 years, I'd say.
You ever hear from her?
Now and then. When she left something with us.
Oh, yeah? What?
A baby.
Oh.
Yeah, a little girl. Hey, sweetest little girl you ever saw.
Well, did she ever come to see the kid?
Since she's been drinking so much and running around with that fella.
What fellow?
Oh, some jailbird from Indiana.
Indiana, huh? His name isn't Nichols.
Something like that, I think. Oh, excuse me, got a bite.
Hey, Nick.
What?
Zeno just told me.
So he told you.
What have you been doing? Stealing my act and hitting the bottle?
Well, look it.
Why go back to Minneapolis?
Minneapolis owes me something.
Owes you something what, for crying out loud?
I wait months to knock over that tavern when the safe was loaded. And I draw a blank.
You're not going back for that.
We're driving tonight.
You're crazy.
Wouldn't you like to see your kid?
No.
Not much you wouldn't. But suit yourself.
I'll be packed. What time do we leave?
As soon as I get the car gassed up.
Is that the call?
That's it, Wetherill.
Okay, I'll take it here. Detective Wetherill talking. How are you, Pop?
We got a letter from her. Special delivery.
Yeah? What'd you have to say?
Well, she'll be here. Next week, she says. She wants to see a little girl.
Good. Pop.
Yeah?
Have you got room to board a couple of detectives for a few days?
Well, we'll make room.
Okay. They'll be up there this afternoon.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Olson.
Yes?
Nichols is back in town. He and Steno just stuck up the tavern where he used to work.
What?
Yeah, they were recognized by the manager and by both bartenders. And there was a car waiting. It must have been the girl.
You'd better get in touch with the men we've got up in the country. They might be heading that way to see the kid.
I think I'll drive up there myself. How about you, Olson?
Okay, count me in.
Have you got it counted, Cena?
Almost. Give me a chance to get through the silver, will you?
You know how to get there, huh, Nick?
Get where?
Where do you think? To see my baby.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Vicky.
Talk? What's there to talk about?
We're not going up there.
What do you think I came all the way back for?
We're not going.
There's nearly 300 in silver alone.
Who cares? Nick, you promised.
That's too bad. I can't take the chance.
You should have thought of that before.
I did think of it before. We're not going.
Maybe you're not, but I am. Let me out of here.
I'm going to Louisville, and you're coming with me.
I am not.
Sit still, or I'll send you someplace you're not looking to go.
Hey, watch where you're driving.
Okay. Don't give me no trouble, Vicky.
Trouble? I couldn't give more trouble than you already got. Louisville, huh? Okay. We'll see how we like Louisville.
Ah, hello, Cena. When'd you come in?
I've been sitting here a while. How is she?
How do you think?
This Nick beats me. If you need a dame around, so dump Vicky and get one that ain't a bottle jockey. There's plenty, you know.
She was getting okay. She was laying off the stuff, and when we got back to Minneapolis, she was fine.
She ain't been fine here in Louisville. Oh, I don't mind somebody taking a drink, but if there's something I can't stand, it's a boozer. Especially a female boozer.
Okay.
Hey, you don't think it had something to do with her not seeing her kid, do you?
How do I know? She never talked about the kid.
Should have let her see the kid, you promised.
Don't you start.
Nick.
Yeah?
Look, how about giving Vicky the pitch? Let's leave her and blow.
I was thinking about it, but it ain't right exactly.
Look who's getting a conscience.
Ought to be coming around soon. Run down to the drugstore. Get a couple of containers of black coffee, will you?
Bring your bromo with it.
Okay. Make it snappy.
Good deal. Gotta take the bad with the good.
Hello, Sino.
Hey.
Take it easy. You couldn't get away if you tried.
Okay, copper. I ain't trying nothing.
Lean up against that wall.
Yeah, sure.
Hold still.
I ain't carrying nothing.
Nothing on him. All right, Sino. Walk back to Nichols' store.
Oh, now look.
He said walk. You'll knock, and when Nichols answers, tell him you forgot something.
Yeah, if you say so.
Anybody with him?
Just a dame, but she passed out cold.
Okay. Knock.
Oh, I listened.
Go on, knock.
Keep out of sight, Olson.
Yeah.
I thought I sent you for coffee.
I forgot something, Nick.
Crying out loud. Can't you get it through
Get
your...
him up. Up.
Okay, I'm through.
Now, both of you back up in there.
Where's the girl?
She's in there. She's out.
That's too bad. We just wanted to thank her for the letter to a little girl and for mailing it from Louisville.
Well, how do you like that?
You want to know, Sino? We like it fine. Okay, Sergeant. Let's get him going.
That, Don, was how the criminal activities of Frank Nichols came to an end. He and his Confederates were returned to Minneapolis and stood trial for robbery. Nichols is now serving 30 years in the Minnesota State Prison, and the others equally appropriate terms.
Well, thank you, Inspector Bernath, for narrating this pointed case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to Minneapolis detectives Arthur J. Olson and Charles Wetherill, and to all the other law enforcement officers who work so hard in bringing these criminals to justice. Leading roles were played by Frank Reddick, Mercedes McCambridge, and Ken Lynch. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, the case of the horse race hijackers who found a bulletproof racket to rob Peter without paying Paul, but who learned too late that the law itself is bulletproof.
And now to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked John J. Sullivan, former chief of detectives and deputy police commissioner, City of New York, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the horse race hijackers.
Commissioner Sullivan, I know the gang you're going to tell us about tonight was one of the most troublesome the New York City police have run up against in recent years.
That's right, Don. Detectives in Brooklyn had a difficult time. Although they suspected numerous crimes were being committed by this gang, there was never so much as a complaint from a victim.
No complaints? That sounds odd. Suppose you tell us about it, Commissioner.
Well, Don, I think it'd be best to start last summer. On a side street in the busy Flatbush section of Brooklyn, there was a small delicatessen store. One morning, as the proprietor was about finished waiting on one customer, another man opened the door and walked in.
Hiya, Gus. Oh.
I'll be with you in a moment, Rico, when I get through with the customer.
Yeah, take your time, Gus.
Let's see, Mr. Beer, cheese, rolls, anything else?
No, that's all right now.
60 and 20 is 80 and 12 is 92.
Yeah, 92.
Oh, excuse me a minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Gus Delicatessen, Gus talking.
Hello, Gus. It's Mrs. Stanchek.
Oh, hold the phone a minute, Mrs. Stanchek. I got a customer.
Oh, okay, Gus.
Where's your dough, mister?
92 cents, right. So long. Come again.
Yeah, I'll come again. Soon.
Another minute, Rico.
Okay.
The customer on the phone.
I got plenty of time, Gus.
Yeah, Mrs. Stanchek.
Look, Gus, I'll tell you what I want.
Yeah?
Give me 2 to win and 2 to show on Pelican in the 4th at Jamaica.
Pelican 202. Yeah. Anything else, Mrs. Stanchek?
Yeah, throw in a $2 bet for me on the blue and gold entry in the 7th, will you?
I got it. Okay.
Right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Gus.
Okay. Rico, bet I should stick to the delicatessen business. This taking bets on the ponies is getting down my nerve.
You got no complaint, Gus. You get all the gravy and none of the risk.
None of the risk. All I can see is cops. I thought even the customer just now was a cop. Every time that door opens, I get a feeling it's a law. The law is hot on us. I don't want no law.
So what? A little pinch, a little fine. You don't even have to pay that. We pay it for you. I tell you, you're riding a gravy train.
Yeah, maybe. But someday I'm going to wake up and find a skunk in the caboose.
All right, then quit. Who's stopping you?
Well, Rico, the money is easy, all right?
Well, what are you complaining then? Let's see your sheets.
Yeah, I got them all ready for you. We had a good week, a lot of bets.
Yeah, it's not bad, Gus. Not bad. The boss will like this.
And here's the cash take.
You got your percentage out?
But naturally.
20, 40, 60, 80.
Put it away, Rico. It's coming somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, it's him. That same fella. He's back. I told you, cops, Rico. What do you...
Quiet, Gus.
I'll take a look at whatever you put in your pocket.
You got no right to look at anything.
Please, gentlemen, my store...
Shut up, you. You're in enough trouble already.
Yeah.
Come on, hand it over.
You'll need a warrant, copper.
Copper? Do we look like cops?
Hey, what is this?
What's it look like? It's a heist. Get what's on him, pal.
Look, you guys, you're going to get in trouble. Don't move, Rico.
Please, my...
That's enough out of you two.
Here we are, boss, all his collections.
Well, let's go.
What about the cash register?
Oh, no.
Forget it. It's not in our line. Forget it.
Right.
Don't either of you move for 5 minutes. Remember. Come on. Come on, boys.
Rico, I quit. I got to quit. Ordinary hold-up men is bad enough, but hijackers means big trouble.
Shut up. And keep quiet about this, Gus, until I talk to the boss. If any mob thinks they can get away with hijacking us, they're nuts.
That incident, Don, in a Brooklyn delicatessen store whose proprietor had a sideline of taking bets on horse races, started off a series of events which together make tonight's case. Whenever one gang of criminals fights another, the job of the police is extremely difficult. Horse race betting away from the track is a crime and is carried on undercover by racketeers and gamblers. These big shots manage to keep themselves far away from the actual transaction of the bet, and thus can seldom be touched by law enforcement officers. When a situation such as this hijacking arises, naturally the racketeers will not report it to the police. They prefer to handle it in their own way, as you'll see. But the hijackers also had plans, and they were discussing them in a tavern a few hours after their first job.
Look, Cahill, you still got to sell me. Maybe we were just lucky.
Well, you'll have to make up your mind, Luke. In or out. It was a cinch the way we handled that job in the delicatessen store this morning. We can repeat the same thing 100 times.
Yeah, but you know what I'm worried about. Those bookies are tough if they want to be. They got all kinds of muscle men. We can't go around knocking over their collectors without getting the big shots peeved.
Yeah, I'd let them get peeved. As long as we don't have cop trouble, I'm not excited.
Yeah, that's another thing. What makes you so sure the cops won't stick their nose in, huh?
Yeah, use your head, Luke. If you were taking bets on the horses, would you run to the cops should some hijack your money or collectors? Nah, not in your life you wouldn't. The cops would throw you in a can sooner than look at you.
Okay, we'll try it until something better turns up.
What could be better? This is the safest pitch in the world. A few weeks' work, make us a rich bunch of boys, and without a beef to the law from the gamblers. That's all. Just a few weeks' work. Now let's get to it.
now, look, boss. Now, could I help it? They got me tagged, that's all.
Once I can understand, Rigo, but getting hijacked 3 times in a month ain't fun anymore.
You talk like I was the only one getting took. They're knocking runners from every bookie in town.
Yeah, things are bad all over. Here's a glass of beer for you, Rigo.
Yeah, thanks.
You keep your nose out of this, Stella. Look, Rigo, I'm telling you once and for all, this has got to stop.
All right, then look, Gray, how about giving me a little protection?
You're no baby. Start packing a heater yourself.
Be reasonable, will you, Gray? There was 4 of them last time. Besides, I never used a gun before.
It's easy. Just be careful not to point it at people you like.
Go on, Rigo, scram.
Well, what are we going to do, Gray?
Go on, get those collections in.
Look, Gray.
Yeah?
You were kidding about me packing a gun, huh?
Yeah, forget it. Go on, collect it, though.
Sure, Gray, sure.
And be careful.
I'll check with you later.
Don't say it, Stella, don't say it.
Who said I was going to say something?
Well, you were thinking it. Oh, what a spot to be in.
Oh, why don't you stop yapping and do something about it?
Yeah. Get me the police commissioner on the phone. I want to register a complaint.
Well, if I were you,
Well, you're not me. But go ahead.
Okay. Look, there must be a dozen bookmakers like you losing a bundle of dough every week.
So?
So why don't you all get together? You know, e pluribus unum.
With those chumps?
Or didn't you ever hear of a trade association where all the competitors get together for the mutual benefit of the industry?
I hate to say so, Stella, but maybe you got an idea.
See? Mention the word mutual and already you're interested.
Yeah, maybe between us we can round up enough heats to scare those hijackers off. Yeah, I think I'll call Burley and the Gimp. This is something they ought to be real glad to hear.
Detective Division, Lieutenant O'Rourke.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Martin.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
I just picked up a piece of information.
Yes?
It seems our friend Gray and Burley and the Gimp, plus a few other big-shot bookies, had a meeting last night.
Oh, that must be on the hijacking of their collectors.
I wouldn't be surprised. This guy told me they're going to take some action.
All right, I've been expecting it, Sergeant.
You know, I wish we could take some action.
No, I don't see how we can yet. We have no report that there have been robberies. Everything we know unofficially. When the time comes, we'll move in.
Hope that guy has as much on him now as last time, Cahill.
We'll see in a minute. Now, run his car into the curb, right? Hold on. Come on, let's take it. Right. Hey, what's the idea?
Come on, get out of there.
Hey, listen, you guys.
I want that dough. Come on, get out.
Hey, let go of me, will you?
Watch it, pal. Another car. Yeah, I see it. Come on, back the car.
Gorillas, I'm going to shoot.
All right, give it back to him. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, right with you.
Let's go, yeah. All right, straight ahead. And turn left. So, Don, as the police had feared, open warfare broke out between the syndicate of racehorse bookmakers and the gangsters who were hijacking their collectors and messengers. Now, with or without a complaint from the victims, it was the job of the police to bring the situation to a head.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Commissioner Sullivan, how strong-arm men employed by the horse race gambling syndicate and the bandits, who were hijacking the gamblers' messengers, engaged in a gun battle on a Brooklyn street.
That's right, Don. And within seconds after the shooting fray, members of both parties had fled the scene. Fortunately, no one was injured. By the time Lieutenant Frank O'Rourke, head of the squad of detectives assigned to investigate the rumored hijackings, arrived on the scene, a large crowd had gathered.
All right. Stand back there. Come on, Lieutenant.
Right with you.
Come on, open up here. Coming through.
Police officers, open up. Coming through. Coming through.
All right, come on. Step back. Now, look, go on home, folks. There's nothing to see. It's all over. I said it's all over. Now, come on, break it up.
Sergeant.
Yeah, coming, Lieutenant. Get it moving out of here. Okay, right.
Oh, wow. All Brooklyn must be here, Lieutenant. Any witness have a description of these men? No, nobody could say what any of them looked like. Most of the people on the sidewalk even thought the men in the second car might have been police officers. What do you make of it, Lieutenant?
Go out and pick up Gray. I want to talk to him.
Ah, and you think the bookies' guerrillas jumped up the hijackers, huh?
Yeah, maybe. One thing I do know, I don't want anything like this to happen again.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll see if I can find Gray for you. I think I know where I can put my hand on him.
Good. When I get through with Gray, I think he'll be glad to help us find those hijackers.
Okay, Hill, I ditched the car. What do you want, Luke? A medal? What's eating you?
What do you think?
Oh, now, look, you're not going to let a couple of muscle men scare us off. We can take care of ourselves. We got a sweet thing.
We quit for a while.
Oh, now, look,
I thought you were the guy who had to be sold on this deal.
Yeah, but now that it's going, it's okay. I like it fine.
We still quit.
Oh, now, look, we figured this would happen sooner or later. All right, so it happened soon.
That's enough. We quit.
But nothing so sweet will come along for a century.
Forget it.
I just parked it at the curb over on Beverly Road. You know what? There were 5 slugs in the bag. Those guys shoot straighter than I figured.
I know they can shoot straight. That's why we're laying off for a while. But we keep our eyes on those money runners. I got an idea if we relax, they relax. And as soon as the bookies take the gorillas off, we go back for more.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? That's the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. Now go tell the boys what's cooking. I want them to stay around where I can get in touch.
And in the 4th race, a change of jockeys on number 6 China Plane. The jockey will be P. Ronson instead of Blake, as shown in your program.
What do they want to go changing jockeys for, Gray? Does that mean something?
How should I know?
Well, you ought to know.
It don't make any difference who's up, Stella. The horse can't win.
How do you know he can't win? He's got 4 legs like the rest.
Don't figure, that's all. Now, if you got a bet, look for something else in the race.
Yeah? And somebody's looking for you.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, Gray. Taking a busman's holiday?
Oh, wait, Copper. This is a private box.
Yeah? Well, we've got a private box waiting for you downtown. Come on.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Stella. What's the charge?
We'll talk about it on the way downtown. Come on.
Stella, call my lawyer.
Hey, you can't leave me here alone.
Maybe you'd like to come along, too.
Well, since you put it that way.
Let's go, Gray. The lieutenant's waiting.
And these are the horses for the 4th race, the Purple Stakes for fillies and mares 3 years old and upwards, at the conclusion of the 25th running of the Purple Stakes.
Ah, hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Sergeant. Where have you got Gray?
Well, he's still in the holdover cell, and he's burning.
Let him burn. Come on, I want to see him.
You know, I don't see what you're going to get out of Gray. He's not the talking type.
Maybe he's not.
It's the next cell.
Hello, Gray. Been fixing any fights lately?
Well, it's about time somebody showed up.
Open up, Sergeant.
All right.
So, you're getting smart and turning me out, huh? Or did my lawyer show up with a writ already?
Neither, Gray. I'm just coming in for a little chat.
Now, wait a minute. We got nothing to talk about.
Haven't we?
No. And you got nothing to hold me on either. I want out of here right now.
Okay. As soon as you make a formal complaint on those robberies.
I don't know anything about any robbery.
You know all about them. Let's get this straight. It doesn't make any difference who the victim is. Robbery is still robbery. And it's my job to clear it up.
Look, Copper, it's bad enough I'm in here. I don't need a lecture.
Well, you're getting one, Gray. And it's too bad we can't hook you and all the guys like you instead of some storekeeper who's taking bets for you. Someday we'll get through that cover you've got.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, I want out of here.
Perhaps after I hear all about those hijackings.
Not on your life, Bud. If I give you a statement, I'm admitting I'm making book. Handle this my own way.
Look, Gray, I'm not going to stand for gun battles between a bunch of bums who don't give a hoot how many lives they take.
If you're talking about that machine gun fracas, I don't know a thing.
All right, Gray, you can rot in this cell until you tell me what you know.
I don't scare so quick, Copper. My lawyer's on the way over with a writ. I'll be out of here in an hour.
This time, yes.
What do you mean this time?
Exactly this. I'm issuing orders to have you picked up every time you show your face on the street.
I can't do that.
Can't I?
No, that's persecution.
Not the way I look at it, Gray.
I'll get this straight. I got my own way of taking care of such rats. I don't need no help from the law.
All right, Gray, you asked for it. We'll see a lot of you around here.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Just a minute. Look, I can't make no statement about the hijackings. That'd be cutting my own throat. You got me in the middle.
I think you got yourself in the middle, Gray.
Give me a little time to think it over, will you?
How much time?
Couple of days, that's all.
Okay, I'll give you a couple of days. But in the meantime, you call off those hoodlums. I don't want any more shooting scrapes.
Yeah, sure.
And get Burley and the Gimp to do the same. Or they know what to expect.
Okay, Lieutenant, okay, the gorillas are through.
And today. So long.
Hey, I thought I was getting out.
When your lawyer gets here with a writ, not before. We'll be seeing you.
Well, that's a fine way to treat a guy. I'm an American citizen, you know. I got some rights, even if I am. I never seen anything like this anyway.
It's too bad you got to bargain with a guy like that, Lieutenant.
Bargain?
Yeah. I only wish we could leave him in a cell and throw the key away.
There's no bargain to it, Sergeant.
Oh, no?
Huh. I've got an idea. As soon as those hoodlums stop protecting the bookies' messengers, the hijackers go back to work.
Ah, yeah.
We catch them in the act and wash this whole case up.
And I want to do the catching, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant. So do I. Now, back to gangbusters.
But I'm telling you, Gray, it ain't safe without protection.
You just go ahead and make your collections, Rigo. I'll tell you what's safe.
Trip to Mexico ought to be safe.
Look, boss, so we ain't been bothered in 2 weeks. That's because we had that protection. You take those muscle men off, and that hijacking crowd will be right back heisting us.
You don't think these guys have been waiting around here, do you? They're probably in California or up in the mountains or someplace.
Just make your collections, Rigo. Leave the brain work to us.
I'm getting sick of your wisecrack, Stella.
Who asked you to listen?
Listen here, you...
All right. That's enough out of both of you. Get out and get that dough, Rigo. I got bigger troubles on my mind.
Hello, Cahill. Sit down, Luke. Well, it's like you figured. They all got rid of the guerrillas. You sure? Would I be telling you if I wasn't? I tell that Rigo guy all day there was nobody with him. And the same goes for the others. Good. And we get back to work. And we'll take more of them over now than ever. You know something, Luke? What? Don't tell anybody. We're the only guys that ever beat the bookies. Yeah. And when you got a sure thing, press it. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Listen, Rigo, I'm scared. If the cops don't take me for bookmaking, maybe the hijackers get me. I'm scared.
Now, what do you got to be scared about? Look at me. I'm the guy they've been heisting.
From the delicatessen business, maybe. I don't make so much money, but I live longer.
Ah, forget it, will you? Let's see your sheets. I got to get some more.
A customer. Yes, sir, mister. Can I help you?
Well, wait till you get finished with the other gentleman. For me, I'm just a salesman. Go ahead.
What do you have, mister?
You got any imported Roquefort cheese yet?
No, but I got domestic blue cheese.
No, thanks. Wife wants imported. Much obliged.
Well, you try again in a couple of days. I expect some imported.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Well, Sergeant?
That's Rigo in there, all right, Lieutenant.
That Gus must be taking bets for Gray.
Yeah, I'd say he was.
Make a note of the gambling squad.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Now, what about Rigo?
We'll wait till he comes out of the delicatessen and pick up his trail.
Okay, Cale. There's Rigo. All right, park the car, quick. Now, you all know your jobs?
Yes, sure.
All right, we'll run him into that alley. Let's go. I'll talk to him. All right, Rigo.
Hey. Oh, not again.
Get in that alley.
Look, guys. Get in there. Hey, listen, fun's fun. Don't you guys know when to stop?
We haven't even started yet, pal. You can tell your boss that. Okay, that's far enough. All right. See what he's got on him.
Pleasure. You guys ought to have more sense.
Shut up.
Hold still, you, before I take a poke at you.
All right, you men. Hands up.
What, cops?
Hands up.
Give it to him.
Duck.
Come on, up the alley.
Let's go.
There they go, officer. They went up the alley.
You all right, Rigo?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And stay here till we get back. Come on, Sergeant.
Okay.
Hold it. Up against the building.
Right.
This alley's a dead end.
Yeah, I know.
They can't get through. They've got to be waiting up at the end.
Well, let's get him.
All right, Sergeant. Stick close to the building and take it easy.
Right with you.
Okay. Hold it here a second.
Yeah.
All right, you men. Come out of there with your hands up. Come out of there right now.
Not me, Carver.
Watch it.
Stick here, Sergeant.
Where are you going?
There's that loading platform across the way. I should be able to see him from behind that.
They may get you going across.
Cover me with some shots. That'll keep their heads down.
Right.
Now.
You okay, Lieutenant?
Fine. Come out of there, you men.
Not on your life.
All right, Sergeant.
Hold it, will you?
That's enough, Sergeant.
We're coming out, don't shoot.
All right, come out with your hands in the air. All of you. Watch him, Lieutenant.
Don't shoot, Copper. Don't you give up. Don't shoot.
Just keep walking.
We're through. We're all through.
That's far enough.
Now keep your hands up, you. They're up.
Well, they're a fine-looking bunch, eh, Lieutenant?
Look, we didn't do nothing wrong. They only took from the gamblers. They're criminals. We didn't do nothing wrong.
You're a little bit twisted, fellow. You're all wrong. That doesn't make the bookies right. And if it's any satisfaction to you, we'll get them, too. Now, let's go.
So, Don, the hijack gang was broken up, and its members were sent to the penitentiary for long terms. I'm sorry I can't say the same for the big-time gamblers whose money runners they robbed. But right now, they're sealing their own fate. Such operators are not satisfied with their enormous profits, feeling beyond the reach of the law enforcement agencies. It's their greed and lust for more profits that eventually will send them to the penitentiary for attempting to fix athletes and sporting events.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for a most enlightening case. Commissioner Sullivan was impersonated by Robert Dryden. This is Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the brothers in banditry who thought the way to social standing was money, and the way to money was crime, until they learned that even the highest polish leaves a mark.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Grosh, now criminal sheriff, Orleans Parish, and former chief of detectives, New Orleans, Louisiana, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of brothers in banditry.
Sheriff Grosh, I know you have a lot to tell us tonight, so suppose you start right in.
All right, Don Gardner. I think the place to begin would be a few years ago in Hollywood, California. In a room at one of the fashionable apartment hotels, a young man and a young woman were dancing, while a portable phonograph hummed out the rhythm of the latest rage from South America, the samba.
That's it. That's it. And now you've got it.
This is fun.
All right, now, stay with it. Stay with it. Sure, you've got it.
Oh, darn it.
All right, now, come on, honey. Come on, it's simple.
Oh, no, not now, Ralph. Later, maybe. Turn it off,
Sure, Lydia. Anything you say.
I get one of these dances all set, and then they come out with a new one. Oh, I've just got to sit down.
I think I've got some ice in there. I'll fix you a nice cool drink.
No, thanks, Ralph. Sit down here with me.
Oh, sure, baby.
Cleveland's going to be awfully dull without you, Ralph.
Well, then stick around Hollywood.
No, I've been here long enough without anything happening. My father gave me a year. If you're not in pictures by then, he said, come home. So, back to the social whirl in Cleveland. That's me.
Well, maybe I'll drop into Cleveland someday. Would you like that?
Would I like that?
Oh, answer that, will you, Lydia?
Oh, what's yours? Answer it yourself.
No, go ahead, honey. Whoever it is, tell him I won't be back till Tuesday. I don't want to talk to anybody.
Hand me the phone.
Sure.
Hello?
Is this Ralph Oliver's room?
Well,
Well, is it or isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me talk to Ralph.
Well, He's not here right now.
Well, when do you expect him back?
I don't know exactly. Tuesday, maybe.
Tuesday? Look, where can I get in touch with him? This is his brother. I just got in town, and I...
Hey, give me that phone.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Lort, you old pelican, how are you?
Oh, great, Ralph. Say, what's the idea, Tuesday?
When'd you get in town?
Just a little while ago. What are you doing tonight?
Well, we were just thinking about getting dinner, Lort. Meet us, and then you can come back here and stay with me.
Well, sure. What do they serve the biggest steaks in town?
At the El Dorado Club. We'll see you there in a half an hour.
Fine. In case you don't remember the face, look for a sailor suit with a stripe and a half.
Well, J.G., so you finally made it.
One way and another.
Oh, why didn't you write me?
Well, I'll tell you all about it. And don't be late. I'm hungry as a bear.
Oh, Lawton, that's wonderful.
Yeah, my CO didn't think it was so wonderful.
I've never had such a good time. Why didn't you tell me about this kid brother of yours, Ralph?
I've always kept him a secret. He's a woman stealer. And he's so young, too.
Don't let him kid you, Lydia. There's only a year between us. Besides, I have only one love, and that's the Navy.
Would you care for another brandy, Lydia?
No, thank you, Ralph. I think I'll just go powder my nose.
No, I like your nose the way it is.
You won't miss me. As a matter of fact, I feel in the way. You must have lots to talk about. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Nice girl.
She'll do, Lot.
Rich family?
Rich enough.
How are you doing otherwise?
It's a struggle. Say, tell me something, will you?
What?
How come they jump you from machinist mate second class to Lieutenant J.G. in a year?
Navy promotions are too slow, Ralph. I decided to promote myself.
Oh?
I'm not in the Navy anymore. I just like the uniform.
Honorable discharge?
The other kind.
If they catch you wearing that uniform, it'll go tough on you.
Yeah, they won't catch me. I move too fast.
Do you have to move too fast?
Oh, wouldn't you, if you had a bunch of bum checks trailing you?
Yeah, but you got to be careful, kid.
Oh, I'm careful. Well, where do we go from here?
I don't know. You're the host.
Huh? Me?
Well, didn't you invite me out to dinner?
Well, sure, but I'm kind of short tonight.
Of money, you mean?
What else?
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I've only got $7 to my name.
You beat me. I've only got $5.
That's not much help. Check will be over $30 with all the drinks.
What about Lydia?
Forget it.
Well, she's well-heeled. Couldn't you tell her you left your wallet home?
Forget it. I'm saving her for a bigger touch.
Yeah, but she's going on to Cleveland tomorrow.
And I'm going to Cleveland soon.
Well, what are we going to do? Hey, how about you and I fighting over who's going to pay?
That's got whiskers.
Well, how about getting sick or spilling food or something?
Hey, call that head waiter over here.
What's the idea?
Just call him.
All right. Captain? Captain?
Oui, monsieur. One moment.
Now, when he gets here, tell him what a fine dinner we had and ask him to bring the check.
But, Ralph,
Do as I tell you. Here he comes.
Can I be of service, Monsieur Lieutenant?
Yeah, the dinner was excellent. Just right.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
May I have the check, please?
Oui, monsieur, in a moment.
Say, isn't that Joe Davis? Oh, excuse me.
Oh, it is nothing, monsieur. I will have the check in a moment.
Now, tell me how that helped us, other than to bring the axe down quicker.
The check will be over $30. Here, be a liberal tipper. Give him 40.
Hey, where'd you get all that dough?
From the head waiter. But he doesn't know it yet.
Huh? Ralph, how long you been picking pockets?
His is the first one. But when I have to, I can do anything and do it good.
Well, let's get out of here before he misses that one.
As soon as Lydia comes back, we'll take her home. Then I want to talk over a few things with you. Okay, Lord, let's turn in, huh? It's late.
I've just been sitting here thinking, Ralph.
What's there to think about? Aren't you sick of wondering where your next dollar is coming from? I am. I want to live off the fat of the land.
Well, who doesn't?
You came along just in time, kid. I was about to look for somebody to help me.
Okay. You can count on your kid, brother.
Good. I throw away that sailor suit, and we go into business. A nice little business. Sort of capital gains. We invest a few dollars in some guns, run them to a fortune.
You know, Ralph, when you're cashing bum checks or even picking pockets, they don't look for you too hard. Robbery's something else.
Look, Lot, when there's a holdup, the police look for criminals. We're not criminals. And we'll pick a town we both know well, like New Orleans. We'll do what we have to do, then get out immediately. Go to some place where we're respected citizens.
Like Cleveland, hmm?
Like Cleveland. We stay there and have a good time until we're ready for another business trip. Back to New Orleans.
2540, 1382. Right.
Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
We'd like to see Mr. Florison.
Who's calling, please?
Detective Sanders and King, New Orleans Police Department.
Oh, one moment, please.
Yes?
Mr. Florissant, Detective Sanders and King of the police department to see you.
To see me?
Yes, sir. They're right here.
Well, send them in. Are you about finished making up that deposit?
About, sir. I'll bring it in when it's ready. Mr. Florence's office is the first one on the right.
Thank you very much. Come on.
Well, I hope we get away with it.
We will. Don't worry.
Come in.
All right, Lot.
Well, here's luck.
Mr. Florison?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sanders. This is Detective King. We hate to trouble you when you're busy.
Well, that's all right if there's anything I can do for you.
We'd like to do something for you.
For me?
Yes, sir. You're in the habit of making a large bank deposit every Wednesday morning at 11.
Well, that's right. As a matter of fact, the deposit's about ready now.
We had a tip from an informer last night. And this informer thinks 2 bandits plan to hold you up today on your way to the bank.
Really?
The lieutenant doesn't put much stock in the report, but he sent us to escort you to the bank.
Oh, fine.
I have the deposit, Mr. Florissant.
Oh, good. I'll take it, please.
Oh, would you bring back some deposit slips, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Florissant.
And another thing, Mr. Florissant. Either we or other detectives will continue to escort you to the bank every Wednesday for 3 or 4 weeks, just to play safe.
Oh, I'll be glad to have you, believe me.
All right, we'll take the money.
But that's all right. I can carry it.
He meant we'll take it.
What?
Get him up.
Please, no, don't!
Don't, huh?
I've got it. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, miss.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Florissant asked me to tell you that we're escorting him to the bank in a half hour. He doesn't want to be disturbed until we return.
Oh, I won't disturb him.
Good. Come on, Sergeant.
That, Don, was how Ralph and Lawton Oliver staged their first robbery in New Orleans. They were delighted at their success. But the brothers soon learned it's seldom that even the most ingenious schemes fool the police.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Sheriff Grosh, that the brothers Ralph and Lawton Oliver had worked out an elaborate scheme to stage robberies in New Orleans, then leave town before the police could make headway in their investigation.
That's right, Don. And at least a half dozen cleverly executed robberies were committed in quick succession. After the last one, they planned to leave for Cleveland, where they'd make the rounds as respectable citizens. Lawton was waiting on a busy New Orleans corner for his brother when a brand-new Cadillac sedan pulled to a stop.
Lord! Hey, Lord! Come on, get in.
Ralph! Where the devil did you get this?
How do you like it?
Hey, some hunk of automobile.
How do you like that power?
Oh, come on. Whose is it? Don't tell me somebody left it standing there with the keys in it.
It's ours.
Ours?
Yours and mine. We're going to Cleveland in style.
You mean you bought it?
Right off the floor.
Oh, now stop kidding, will you? This car it must cost $3,500 at least.
36 and a quarter.
Oh, honest, Ralph.
We'll make it up. What's money? Besides, the Cadillac's going to pay for itself.
Yeah? How?
Well, I figured out one more job for us before we kiss New Orleans goodbye. And we can use the car for it.
But what about the plates? It's registered in our name.
Oh, license plates are a dime a dozen, so we get a dozen. Then who knows it's our car? Then we head straight for Cleveland with a brand new Cadillac, free and clear.
That's my brother.
Well, Inspector, I checked up on the license plates.
Huh?
Stolen.
You didn't expect anything different, did you?
No, but I was hoping.
Where was the car stolen from, Sergeant?
I don't know about the car. The plate's taken off a 1940 Chevy.
Some difference. Any reports on a new Cadillac sedan being stolen?
I couldn't find any, Inspector. Not in any place in the state.
Oh.
If anyone's missing a brand new Cadillac, they certainly ought to squawk about it. No, couldn't be.
You mean you were thinking these bandits might own that car and just have stolen the plates?
Yeah, but why do they need to buy a car?
Sergeant, these two men seem to have a way of their own and a purpose of their own. They're well-spoken, polished, and a little too confident. Why shouldn't they buy a Cadillac if they want one?
If they did, it shouldn't be too hard to trace.
Look into the state registrations for the last week or two. There won't be too many Cadillacs of that model listed.
Yes, sir. I'll get right on it.
Lydia.
What?
You've been unfaithful.
Unfaithful?
Yes. You've been taking samba lessons from somebody else.
Well, I never expected to see you in Cleveland, Ralph.
Well, I promised I'd be here, didn't I?
That was a Hollywood promise.
You don't know how I dreamed about seeing you again. How I couldn't wait to get here and then to hold you in my arms.
Dancing?
Not just dancing. Lydia, look. Lawton and I'll be here 2 weeks. I want to see you every day and every night. Now, where are we going tomorrow afternoon?
That's up to you.
Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, I'm busy.
Oh, what's his name? A murderer.
Let's sit down, Ralph.
What's the matter with tomorrow night?
Well, you can see me if you want to. It's up to you. This is our table, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, what do you mean, if I want to?
Tomorrow night's the annual charity ball.
Well, I believe in charity.
It so happens that I'm on the ticket committee.
Congratulations. I'll take 2 tickets. How much are they?
Whatever you want to give.
Well, I'll take 2 at $500 apiece.
Oh, that's very generous, Ralph, but I've already got mine.
Okay, I'll still take 2. Lawton won't want to stay in the hotel room. My whole family believes in charity.
All right, my goodness. No room's vacant, Mr. Well, full up.
I don't want a room.
Then what do you want?
Do you have a roomer named Oliver?
Who are you, bill collector?
No.
Oh, then come in.
Thanks.
Well, did you want Ralph Oliver or Lawton Oliver?
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Brothers, nicest boys you ever saw, high-toned.
I see. Where's their room?
They ain't in New Orleans no more. Who are you, anyway? An insurance salesman?
I'm a police officer, ma'am.
Police officer?
When'd they leave?
Well, Friday, I think it was. Yeah, Friday, because Mr. Hunter Clark moved in on Friday.
Never mind, Mr. Clark. Do you know where they went?
Well, traveling, they said. But if you ask me, it was Cleveland.
Oh?
Ralph, that is, got a fiancée in Cleveland. You must be making a mistake about those boys. They're nice boys.
Did Ralph get mail from Cleveland?
Some. Now, see here, you don't think I go around reading my roomers' mail?
I'm sure you don't.
Well, it was from Cleveland. High society gal. She writes on good stationery, so you're after the wrong man. Anybody who has a high society gal don't go mixing up with the police. You don't want the Oliver boys for nothing. They're very high type.
Yes, I know. Very high type. Please, show me the room they occupied.
Well, I'll show it to you, but you won't find nothing there. I clean it every day. Every day. Right this way.
$1,000, Ralph. $1,000 for tickets.
It's an investment.
Well, how long do you think the money's going to hold out? We've been here 2 days, and you've already spent nearly $2,000.
Well, there's plenty more where we got this.
Sure, back in New Orleans or someplace, but we're in Cleveland. You're dated up for 2 weeks.
Lord.
What?
You know, associating with these people here gives you a lot of inside information. Now, the hotel across the street, for instance. Did you know that every Monday night the wealthiest businessmen in town amuse themselves with a game of poker? A game of poker for high stakes in room 1102?
Oh, who cares?
At the next game, Lord, they're going to deal us in. And we'll wind up the only winners.
Ralph, we decided not to work in Cleveland. This is for fun.
I've got it all figured out.
Well, this is going against everything we decided.
We wear masks and disguise our voices. About midnight, we knock on the door and say it's the bellboy. When they open up... Okay, knock.
All right.
Get set. Bellboy.
All right. Coming. We didn't send...
Step back in the room and reach.
What is...
quiet, all of you. Shut up. Okay, on your feet. Quiet. Get up.
Now leave the dough on the table. Empty your pockets and don't hold out.
Shut up.
We're going to search every one of you before we get out, so put it all out. If you don't, it's 11 floors out that window.
Go on, empty your pockets.
That's it.
All right, come on. All right, now all of you, get in the bathroom.
But listen...
Get in the bathroom and make it snappy. Get the dough, pal.
Right.
Go on. Get in there. Hey. Get in there. Shut up. You.
Hey?
Yeah. Shut the door and start counting. When you get to 1,000, you can come out. And count slow.
Well,
Go on, count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
Shut the door.
6, 7, 8...
You got it all?
Yeah, about. Take care of the phone.
Right. That's that.
All right, come on, let's get out of here.
Not yet. Wait a minute.
For what? Come on.
Take it easy. Now walk up to the bathroom door with me, but quietly. Listen, hold it. Quiet.
Hey, Don, open up. Sure. Come on, open the door. Okay, I'll open the door myself.
Hey, hot. Start all over again. To 1,000. And if you open that door before you reach 1,000, I'll shoot you right through the head. If you think I'm going to leave, or if you think I'm kidding, just try it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Inspector Lejard.
This is Sergeant Wayne. Cleveland just called me back, Inspector.
Oh?
They've been checking up there, and they've got a line on the Oliver brothers.
Good.
As a matter of fact, they had a robbery of a poker game last night. The bandits wore masks, but it looks pretty much like it could be the Oliver brothers. It's their kind of stunt.
How about plane reservation, Sergeant?
I'll check on them right away. What time do you want to leave?
On the first flight out.
Okay, I'll get the tickets and wire Cleveland we're on the way.
Well, here we are, home again.
It was a wonderful party, Lydia.
Thanks for letting me tag along.
It wouldn't have been the same without you, Lawton.
Come on, honey.
Good night, Lawton.
I'll see you in the morning.
I'll be right out.
Oh, don't hurry. Take your time.
Ralph,
Yes, honey?
Mother and Father asked me to invite you to dinner tomorrow night.
Good. I'd love to come.
I suppose they know things are getting serious.
Well, it's about time they know, don't you think?
More than time.
Have you got your keys?
Yes. Here. Good night, darling. I'll see you tomorrow.
Inside a minute, honey.
Oh, sure.
Lydia, let's get married.
Ralph,
Yes or no? That's all I want to hear. Well?
Ralph. Yes.
Oh, honey.
Oh, Ralph.
Baby, we
Don't say any more. Let me remember every word.
Good night, honey.
Good night, darling.
Well, what do you think, Lord? I proposed and I...
And what, Oliver?
And nothing.
We're police officers. Get in.
Okay.
I guess this is it, Ralph.
Yeah.
They're waiting here for us.
Go on, Sergeant. Police headquarters.
All right. Police headquarters.
That, Don, was the end of the activities of the Oliver brothers, who thought they could lead a double life. The only life they found, however, was behind penitentiary bars. And in addition, they're now awaiting trial on 6 more robbery indictments.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Grosh, for this extraordinary case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to the officers who participated.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history, Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the safe-cracking Combine, whose leader ruled the gang by brute force, but who couldn't subdue a trouser cuff nor a washed-out blonde.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Jack Harville, Chief of Detectives, Detroit, Michigan Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the safe-cracking Combine.
Chief Harville, a few minutes ago, you told me that one of the biggest problems of police is organized crime.
That's exactly so, Don Gardner. When criminals band together for the purpose of large-scale operations, the job of the police becomes so much harder. You'll see what I mean in tonight's Gangbusters case. About 2 years ago, in the city of Detroit, we had numerous complaints of safe burglaries on the west and north sides of the city. Despite efforts of dozens of detectives, we weren't making too much progress in the investigation, partly because of an event which took place in a certain house on the north side one night. In the kitchen of that house, a short but powerfully built man sat playing solitaire. As the door to the living room opened and another man approached, he looked up from the cards.
Well?
Okay, Patch. He's here.
They comfortable, Steve?
How comfortable could he get?
And we let him squirm a while.
Ah, come on, Patch. Let's get it over with, huh?
Let him squirm.
Look, I promised to take Effie to a party tonight. She's gonna... the Red Jack goes on the Queen there.
I see it.
Effie's cousin's got a birthday.
So what do you want me to do, Steve? Give a present?
Ah, but come on, Patch. Let's get it over with, huh?
Well... I guess Corny Mike squirmed enough, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Hey, tell him, Patch. Tell him good, huh?
Don't worry, I will. Hello, Mike. Glad you could make it.
What goes, Patch?
This won't take long. I got a few things on my mind.
I come to do some talking myself.
First, you listen.
Look, Patch, what's the idea of getting me down here?
You'll listen, Mike, so you'll listen.
Steve. Thought we made a bargain, Mike. I thought there wasn't going to be another safe job on the north or west side without my say-so.
What are you talking about?
What do you think, Mike? You broke into that joint without his say-so.
What are you, a cop? Can you prove it?
What I said goes. No more safe jobs around here without my okay.
Let go.
You want to settle it right here, Mike?
Batch. He asked, do you want to settle it right here?
Listen, Batch, let go. Please.
I'm listening.
Okay, I did that job. Me and the Shallop brothers. You can have your 20%. I'll pay it off right now,
We're going to collect more than 20%.
Steve.
I'll pay it off. I'll pay it.
Okay. But I'm warning all of you, Mike. This outfit operates the way I say. No safe jobs without my okay. If anybody thinks they can get away with tricks, I'll come down and beat their head to paste. Personal. All right. Get out of here.
You heard him. He said, get out. Go on.
Okay, I'm gone.
Dave. Let's stop and get something to eat. Waffles, maybe?
For crying out loud, Effie, didn't you have enough to eat at the party?
I'm hungry again.
Well, it's late.
Please?
Where do you want to go?
How about the top hat? It's not far.
Okay.
Dave? You were telling me about Batch.
Now, look, Effie, I'm telling you again. I told you all I could tell you.
Okay. Batch is getting to be a pretty big shot, huh?
Yeah, she said it. As big as this town's ever seen.
Nah, I don't know. I've seen bigger.
Yeah, well, show me a guy's ever organized things the way he has. Nobody even cracks a safe without his say-so.
You mean even Corny Mike said he'd go along with Batch? He'd let Batch be the boss? I don't believe it.
Corny Mike ain't so tough, not if you know how to handle him. There's going to be some dough in this deal,
Yeah,
too.
for Batch.
Yeah, I'll get my share.
Maybe. If Batch can handle Corny Mike and the rest.
Don't you worry about Batch. He's slick with them guys, and he's tough. They're scared to death of him. He'll get his, don't you worry.
Must be some operator, all right.
Yeah, you take... Look, Evie. Forget I told you anything about what was going on.
Oh, don't worry about me, Steve. I wouldn't say a word, not to nobody.
That's a smart kid. Don't you worry, baby. You'll get taken care of. Anything you want. Just ask. Just ask and you'll get it.
Thanks, Steve. I knew I could depend on you. And Batch.
I'm telling you, Inspector Ma, these safe robberies have got to stop. 23 safe robberies in 6 weeks. It's ridiculous.
I can assure you, Mr. Edwards, we're doing everything we possibly can.
Apparently, it's not enough, Inspector. And as a representative of the North Side Merchants Association, I feel...
Mr. Edwards, would you be surprised if I told you we think we know the men responsible for those burglaries?
You do?
I said we think we do. There are 10 or 12 men involved. We're sure of that. We've had some of them down here for questioning on occasion.
But those men should be in the penitentiary.
Mr. Edwards, I could be dead sure they're the ones, but my being sure is not enough. In order to convict a man of burglary, we either have to catch him in the act, or find some of the stolen property in his possession, or have a confession. And none of these men are confessing to anything.
Well, then why don't you arrest these men now? They're bound to have the money on them from that robbery last night.
Mr. Edwards, if these men broke into your furniture store and took some cash from your safe, could you pick out your own bills or coins and swear that they were yours?
Well,
neither could any other victim. When only cash is taken, and the burglars are careful to leave no fingerprints or other evidence at the scene of the crime, a burglary conviction is almost impossible.
Well, I suppose you have a pretty difficult job.
We have, Mr. Edwards.
Well, thanks a lot, Inspector Ma.
Excuse me. Yes?
Detective LeFew, Inspector. Can I see you?
Come right in, LeFew. Mr. Edwards just leaving.
Yes, sir.
I hope you understand our problems a little better, Mr. Edwards.
I think I do. Well, you know where to reach me.
Goodbye.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Come in, LeFew.
Well, Inspector, we had men in back of Corny Mike all last night. Didn't make a move out of his house.
Mm-hmm. How about the Scheller brothers?
Lost them in traffic. It could have been them, or even Batch. We didn't have him under surveillance either.
All right, LeFew. Stick with as many of them as you can. The only way we'll get these boys is to catch some of them in the act. Then maybe we'll get a statement involving the others.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Let me talk to Batch.
Yeah, just a minute, I'll get him. He's in the kitchen with a friend. Hey, who is this, Effie?
No, it is not Effie.
Oh. Okay, hold the phone. I'll see if it'll talk.
That's the way it's going to be, Mike. And if you don't like... What?
Telephone.
What do they want?
It's for you. Personal.
I'll be right back, Mike.
Take your time.
Steve, stay here with Mike.
It's a dame, Batch.
So it's a dame. I'll be right back. Hello.
Hello, Batch. Effie.
I'm busy.
I just wanted to tell you, Steve...
Now, look here, Effie. I'm tired of this monkey business. Stop bothering me, will you?
Batch, I just want to be friends.
Be friends with Steve. That's enough. Leave me alone.
Batch, you and me could really...
I got no time to talk about it. Dumb twist. Mess things up.
So you and Batch know what you're...
Well, Mike, you going to get through with it?
Look, Batch.
Batch. That was Effie on the phone.
You're crazy.
It was. I know her voice.
You mean you think you do? It wasn't Effie.
Okay. Wasn't Effie.
Well, Mike?
We can get in a safe, all right. We can get the dough. We can get out, all right.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
But this whole thing was my idea. I found a joint. I cased it. I worked out the angles.
So?
So I don't feel you're entitled to any 20%.
Don't you?
Bat said he wants 20%.
Not for sitting on a throne like a king, you don't get no 20%.
I don't figure on sitting on a throne like a king. This time, Steve and I are going along.
So, Don, the criminal Stanley Grzelak, known as Batch, and his henchmen, Mike Kornichuk and Steve Constantine, conspired to stage still another safe burglary on Detroit's north side. But they had no idea of how close detectives under Inspector James Marr were to the evidence they sought.
Now back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Harville, how the gang of Safecrackers under the direction of Stanley Grzelak, alias Batch, had planned still another safe burglary on the north side of Detroit.
That's right, Don. They knew the doors and windows of the furniture store they intended to loot were protected by a burglar alarm. They also knew the occupants of an apartment on the second floor of the building were out of town. After the criminals gained entrance to this residence by picking a lock, they cut a hole in the floor leading to the private office of the owner of the furniture store. After nearly 2 hours of quiet work, they were about ready to scramble through the opening and crack the safe.
Okay. That's got it. Yeah, right. Plaster. Mike.
Yeah?
Get the ladder. Hey, fellas. Ladder. Watch it. Watch it. Okay, put it through. Easy now, easy. Yeah. Okay, that's got it. Go on, Steve. You first. Right. If that safe is as tough as cutting the hole, this is going to be an all-night job. Plaster. Oh, go on. Get down there. Okay. I'm getting. Hey, nice office. Awful pretty. Hey, how'd you like a fountain pen, boss?
Hey, those lay there.
Okay.
Get picked up with one of them on you, we're all in trouble.
No, I get it.
Mike.
Yeah?
Bring the stuff.
All right. Bring the stuff, fellas. Okay.
Take a look around the main office.
Yeah.
Watch yourself.
Hey, this door's locked.
Let me see that thing. Yeah, the snap lock.
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
Open it up.
Yeah, sure.
Good. They can't see nothing from the street.
And there's the safe.
Mike, you coming?
Can't do it without me.
Let's go.
I'll watch it in here. There's a trap wire in front of the safe.
Careful, Steve. Trap wire.
Trap wire, yeah, I'm careful.
It's around someplace.
Okay, see it over there. Yeah, there it is. Oh, you walk right into it. Close that door.
Okay, we don't have time for fights. Back in the office. Come on. Inside.
Yeah.
The door. Is it locked?
Yeah. Locked. Let's get out of here, huh?
Up the ladder. Come on.
Up the ladder.
Hold it. Stay away from that ladder.
What for? They'll nab us, sure.
Yeah, and they'll nab us quicker on the street if we get out. We stay right here.
Oh, no.
We stay right here. The doors and windows are all okay. They won't see nothing. We might get away with it.
All right, Patch. You got a customer.
All right, Patch, but keep your fingers crossed, boys.
Hello, Inspector Marr. I was in the neighborhood and heard the call. Doesn't look like there's much to it, Inspector.
Yep.
2 squad cars are here within a minute after the call came over. They looked around. None of the doors or windows were touched. It's probably short in the system.
Get a look inside.
We're going to. The owner's opening up now. Just got here.
Good.
Oh, by the way, this is the furniture store your friend Mr. Edwards owns.
Oh, so it is. Hello there, Mr. Edwards.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Is there a chance somebody might be inside?
There's a chance.
I'll open up.
There are patrolmen all around the building, Lepew?
It's covered.
I hope it's a false alarm. There's a step there. Watch it in the dark.
Yeah, I see it.
Now, where's the safe? That's what they'd be after.
Back there in the office.
The night light's on back there.
Oh, yes. We always have a nightlight. Insurance company rules, you
know. Nothing looks disturbed.
The safe hasn't... Uh-oh. The trap wire is down.
Yeah.
Might have fallen down. Doesn't take much, you know.
What's in here, Mr. Edwards?
Oh, this is my private office. I keep it locked.
So I see. Would you mind opening up? I'd like to look around.
Yes, of course. I think I have a key. Yes. Here it is.
Inspector Mound.
Yes?
I think I found your burglar. Come here.
What'd you find, LeFew?
Could this be your guilty party?
She certainly could.
You mean the cat could set off the trap wire?
Easily.
All it takes is the slightest touch. Contact's made, and that's it.
Wonder the cat hasn't given you this kind of trouble before, Mr. Edwards.
Well, we only just got the cat yesterday. I'm beginning to have trouble with mice, you know.
You'll take my advice, Mr. Edwards. Either get a new system for catching mice or a new system for protecting your safe. Otherwise, you'll be down here 2 or 3 times a week answering that burglar alarm.
I suppose we'll try mousetraps.
Run along, kitten. You've caused enough trouble for one night.
Come on, LeFew. Let's go.
Right.
Good night, Mr. Edwards.
Just a second. I'm coming, too.
Batch, I never want another one like that. Boy, that was as close as I ever wanted.
We got away, didn't we?
Did we? Boy, I can't believe it yet.
Now, look, Steve. The same thing I told Mike and the other boys goes for you. As soon as you get home, take those clothes and wash them out good.
But, Batch, these pants are wool. They shrink up to my knees.
Then get rid of them altogether. Burn them.
What are you worried about?
I'm worried about one of us getting picked up. Cutting through all that plaster was more of a mess than I counted on.
So I brush off the paint.
You'll wash them or burn them like I said. Cops decide to pick you up, that plaster put you inside the furniture store for sure.
Okay, whatever you say. Look, how about stopping for a drink, huh? I could use one right now.
I got no time.
What's one drink?
I said I got no time. Gotta meet somebody, and I'm late.
Oh, yeah? Who?
Somebody you don't know.
Oh, somebody I don't know. Okay.
Go on home and get some sleep. You need it.
Steve.
Where you been, Effie? All night.
Didn't expect you'd be up yet.
Who went to sleep? Where you been, huh? I tried calling every place, so I come to wait for you.
Why?
Why do you think? I want to talk to you, that's why.
Well, I knew you'd be busy on the job practically all night. I stayed at my cousin's.
Heh.
What does that mean, heh?
Heh.
Okay.
Batch tell you what happened on the job?
Batch, I didn't see Batch.
No, you saw your cousin now. Effie, I swear. If I ever catch you with another guy, I'm going to kick your pussy.
You'll never catch me.
Were you with Batch or was you?
I wasn't.
Tell me the truth, were you?
Steve, don't.
Were you?
Don't.
Were you?
No,
Good thing you weren't.
I was at my cousin's, you can call her.
Don't worry, I will, too.
Haven't even seen Batch.
You talked to him on the phone, didn't you?
Me?
Yeah, you. The other night when I answered, didn't you?
No, that wasn't me, I swear.
Tells me to get the plaster out of my clothes, then he runs around with you. Who's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I know.
Steve.
Now, look here, Batch.
Hello, Steve. Going someplace?
Yeah, policeman. I guess I am.
You bet you are. For a ride downtown. Okay, back inside.
All right, okay. Just take it easy.
I don't know, Batch. Maybe they're getting close.
Don't worry about it, Mike. Steve will be out in an hour. Finish your drink.
You got company.
Hello, Batch.
Get out of here, Effie.
Hello, Effie.
They picked Steve up.
So what do you want me to do?
I just come to tip you off.
Why are you acting like this is the first time he was ever questioned?
He'll be out in a couple of hours. They got nothing to hold him on.
What's the matter, Batch? Why can't we be friends?
We are friends. Let's leave it at that.
You know what I mean.
Sure, I know what you mean. Let me tell you something, baby. I learned a long time ago not to let dames interfere with business. Especially other guys' dames. Now walk out of here before somebody has to carry you out.
Okay, Batch. That's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it. Scram.
Detective Bureau, LeFew talking.
Inspector Marr.
Yes, sir?
I want you to bring Steve Constantine to my office right away for questioning.
Oh? Did you get a report back?
You bet we did, and I think it's just the thing that's going to break this case wide open.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Where'd you say you got these pants, Steve?
I borrowed them from a guy named Graham. I told you, Johnny Graham.
Before you said it was Joe Graham.
Joe Graham, Johnny Graham. What's the difference?
How come they fit you so well?
We're the same size, Joe and me.
Where's Joe Graham live?
In Jackson. He's from Jackson.
Where in Jackson?
In Jackson. How should I know?
When did you borrow them?
Yesterday. Just yesterday. Joe come over and he wanted me to do some work in the garage, so he had an extra pair of pants, and I put them on. We done the work.
In the garage?
Yeah, in the garage. We clean out some stuff and put sawdust down where the oil leaks, and, well, you know, all that kind of thing. So I says to Joe, Joe, this is some job, and he says he never expected it. Well, after we finished in the garage, we sat down for lunch, and then...
Yesterday, huh?
Sure, yesterday.
Right after you borrowed the pants.
Well, not right after, maybe an hour.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Your cleaner said those are your pants. He had them cleaned there 3 times. He showed me the marks.
Okay, so they're my pants.
And you wore them breaking into that furniture store last night.
I did not.
You didn't wear the pants?
I didn't break into no furniture store.
You ever see one of these, Steve?
I don't want to look at nothing. I want out of here.
It's a laboratory report. Particles of plaster were taken from the cuffs of those pants. They were identical with the plaster that came down when you cut a hole in the ceiling of that furniture store.
Oh, you kidding. Plaster's plaster.
Oh, come on, Steve. You know this report definitely put you inside that furniture store. This is evidence, the best. Could send you away for 10 years.
Look, Steve, you might as well tell us all about it.
I wasn't near no furniture store.
Yes, Steve, you're on your way. Maybe you can do yourself some good by opening up.
I ain't opening up for nobody. You can give me 30 years, and I ain't opening up.
Who was with you? Batch? Corny Mike?
A couple of guys I never seen before. Strangers. Met them walking down the street. As a matter of fact, it was this Joe Graham. That's who it was. It's Joe Graham.
It was Batch, wasn't it?
Let me alone, will you?
Steve.
What?
Ever hear of a girl named Effie?
No.
No. Well, that's funny. She and your friend Batch have been spending a lot of time together.
Is that so?
They were in a bar together a little while ago having a great time.
What bar? You're lying.
Oh, why should I lie, Steve? It doesn't mean a thing to me. That's just what the detective we've got on Batch reported.
Effie's your girl, isn't she, Steve?
Okay, so she's my girl.
You're going away to the penitentiary and going to leave her all to Batch.
Maybe they know you're hooked. Maybe that's what they're celebrating.
Let me out of here, will you?
Open up, Steve. You can take Batch along with you.
Come on, let's have it.
32-timers, the both of them.
He was with you, wasn't he, Steve?
Yeah, he was with me. Well, what are you waiting for? Get your stenographer in here. Get him in here. I'll tell you enough to clear 50 safecrackers. Get the guy in here. Get him. Batch. You want to know about Batch?
Yeah, Steve. About all of them. And start from the beginning.
Well, Pat, welcome to the country club.
Take it easy. Keep your mouth shut. We'll be out in the street in an hour.
Okay, Batch. This is your cell.
Much obliged. Hi, Mike.
Come in, Batch. We need another hand for the stud game.
Copper, don't lose that key. You'll be needing it in a few minutes. We got Rich working.
Now, don't kid yourself, Batch. This time you're hooked. Steve opened up.
You're lying, Copper.
Am I? You'll see what he has to say as soon as we get you upstairs. Well, make yourself comfortable.
So, Don, 8 arrests simultaneously at 4 o'clock in the morning brought to an end this troublesome gang of safecrackers. They're all now serving long terms in the Michigan State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief of Detectives Jack Harville, Detroit Police Department, for the inside facts in this case history. And congratulations to members of the Detroit Detective Bureau who successfully concluded this difficult investigation. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Arthur Vinton, Elspeth Eric, and Walter Vaughn in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the Dakota Badman, who shed handcuffs as a snake sheds skin, but who learned that 2 sudden shots at a federal agent would be repaid in kind.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Victor S. Anderson, United States Attorney in Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Dakota Bandit.
Mr. Anderson, I know the criminal you're going to tell us about tonight was, for a long time, at the top of the list of fugitives wanted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's right, Don Gardner. This man, John Frederick Benson, didn't know when he'd had enough, but he was to learn that agents of the FBI are also noted for their perseverance.
Well, where would you like to begin, Mr. Anderson?
I think the best place, Don, would be on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. At 3 o'clock on a mild February morning, exactly 2 years ago this week, the all-night clerk at the Palace Grove Modern Tourist Camp was fast asleep in his chair as a lone figure crept by him. The intruder walked cautiously across a dimly lit court, past cabins number 1, number 2, and number 3. He stopped at number 4. He looked around and quietly tried the door.
It's me.
What happened? How did you get out?
They were taking me to the federal building for questioning this afternoon. I broke away. They couldn't shoot on account of the people.
Oh, you shouldn't have tried it. They might have killed you.
I'll be better than rotting the rest of my life in jail.
This afternoon?
Yeah, I was lucky. I made for the freight yards. I've been laying out in a freight car for 12 hours. You sure they don't know you're here?
I'm pretty sure.
I guess they don't. They would have been around.
You must be starved, Jack. I'll get up.
Don't turn on any lights.
Oh, okay.
I got a job for you.
What?
These.
Oh, Jack.
I don't see yet how I made it. Not with these handcuffs on. I was lucky they let me wear a top coat over my shoulders. I used it to cover them.
But how do you get them off?
It's no problem with a hacksaw. First thing in the morning, walk to a hardware store and get a hacksaw. Wish I didn't have to wait that long. My wrists are practically cut to ribbons.
Maybe I could use a hairpin or something. Maybe I can get them off.
I'm too tired right now to try. I need some sleep. Get that hacksaw in the morning and we'll go to work on the cuffs.
Attention, Texas and southwestern authorities. Escaped federal prisoner, John Frederick Benson, described in first bulletin. This man, who may still be wearing handcuffs, escaped custody of United States Marshal at Houston, Texas. Caution. Caution. Benson may now be armed and is known to be extremely dangerous.
Come on, kitty baby. Come on, a little more.
All right, Jack. I'm trying.
A little more. It's almost through.
There. Well, that's that.
Thanks, kid. Didn't think I'd make it.
I don't see yet how you did.
Just luck, that's all.
I guess you're the luckiest guy in the world.
It took some figuring, too. Ooh, my wrists. Well, I gotta do a lot more figuring, baby. We're still too close for comfort. Tourist cabins are okay, but when they're looking, that's the first place on the list. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I suppose we do.
Yeah, gotta get out and fast. They want me now worse than ever.
Jack.
Yeah.
What happens now? Where do we go?
Gotta get a heater. Gotta find some place to lay out for a while. That takes dough. Everything takes dough. You got any left, kitty?
A little.
How much?
300 or 400.
Good. That'll help some. Where you got it?
In my suitcase.
Good girl.
Jack, take the money and leave me here.
You kidding, baby?
No, take it.
What's the matter? You want to stay here?
I can't go through that all over again, Jack. I can't see them get you again. I can't.
What do you have to go through? I'm the one they're after. You talk like I don't mean anything to you.
If you didn't mean anything to me, would you be here now? Would you have those cuffs off?
Yeah, I'm sorry, kid. Guess I wouldn't.
Am I crazy, Jack? Why do I see only good in you? Everybody else sees bad. If they're right, I'm crazy.
I guess you only see what you want to see. Let them think I'm bad. What do you care?
Do you want me with you, Jack?
I gotta have you along, baby. You're my insurance. They take one look at the two of us together and nobody's suspicious. We can go any place and do anything. We're just an ordinary couple of people.
That's not much of a reason for me.
Oh, look, kid, you know you count first all the time, but I think for the next couple of weeks I can't do much traveling. I gotta light someplace and stay there.
Where?
Well, how about Kansas? Your sister's place.
No, Jack. I don't want to get her mixed up in it.
Who does want her mixed up in it? It's a big farm and far away from everything. You said she needs help since her husband died.
You won't like a farm. You'll get restless.
What do you think I was raised on? You wrote Nora you were married. Writer, you're bringing your husband for a visit.
All right. That's what you want.
Well, we can stay there until I get my bearings. Yeah, maybe it'd be a good idea to cool off on a farm. Yeah, rotten stuff. Hay. Who needs it?
Jack,
Yeah?
I brought you back some cigarettes from town.
Thanks. Wish you might have let me know you were going. I've been having a wonderful time here pitching hay.
Well, you were still sleeping, and I didn't want to wake you. You got in so late.
All right, Kitty, so I got in late.
Besides, with Nora and the kids, there wouldn't have been room in the car.
Nora and the kids are making me sick. I had all of this farming I can take.
3 weeks isn't so long, and they're still looking for you. They're looking for you hard.
Yeah, let them look. Any jail would be better than breaking your back in this kind of work.
Where'd you go last night?
What do you care?
Well, you didn't get in till so late.
Okay, I didn't get in till late. I went to mail a letter.
Oh, I see.
It's to Harry Porter in Omaha. Want him to line up somebody for me. Good gunman.
Then we're leaving here?
Haven't you had enough?
I guess you have. There's big news in town, Jack.
Yeah?
The state bank at Cackley was broken into last night.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
You promised, Jack. You promised you lay low and stay out of things.
I don't go in for safecrackers. I'm a gunman.
How did you know the safe was cracked? I didn't say it.
Oh, don't all banks have safes? Hey, what are you trying to make me walk into?
You were out late and there's no place to go.
I never broke into any place before. That's not my line.
The talk is it was an amateur job.
Forget it. Had nothing to do with the thing. Now, let me get finished up here.
Yeah, Jack. That'd be a good idea. Oh, Nora wants to fix supper early. She's taking the kids over to the McLaughlins later.
Yeah, the kids. They give me a pain in the neck. Go on, let me get some hay pitched.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, Haynes. Anything new?
Sheriff, this is Special Agent Dyer, also of the FBI. He was sent down from the Kansas City field office to help out in the investigation, Sheriff Blaney.
How are you, Sheriff? Glad to have you, Dyer. We need all the help we can get.
Have you been able to turn up anything, Sheriff?
Well, like you suggested, it could have been somebody local. I had my deputies checking up with the people around here.
Anybody suspicious?
You know how it is. We know most everybody in the county. Known them for years. There's a few people we might check into, though.
Oh?
For instance, out at Lem's garage on the Topeka Road. Lem took on a new mechanic, a stranger, a week or 10 days ago. Might talk to him.
We could?
And then there's that new couple out at the widow Emmett's, Jack Rogers and his wife. She's Nora Emmett's sister. Been there about 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen much of him, but she's been around with Nora and the kids.
Was there anything suspicious about this Jack Rogers?
Well, no, can't say there is. Got a car and seems to have money. The Emmets are good people.
We'll have a look at them, too.
And there's 3 or 4 others. I've got them listed here.
All right, Sheriff. We'll check on everybody beginning tomorrow, just to play safe.
Kitty. Kitty.
In here, Jack. In the kitchen.
Crying out loud. Where are you when I want you?
I'm just fixing lunch for the kids.
Hey, what are you, nursemaid or something? Let Nora take care of her own kids.
She went to town.
What, again? Does she have to go to town every day? She's been living the life of Riley since we came. I pitch the hay, you take care of the kids. What is this?
After all, Jack, she's been awfully nice to us.
Well, let her get a couple of hired hands. We're pulling out anyway, as soon as I hear from Harry Porter.
Jack, you promised you'd stay until the heat's off. You promised me.
Well, I had enough farming.
Car.
Nora?
No. She said she wouldn't be back till 6.
Take a look out the window. Who is it?
It's not Nora. It's a man.
Cop?
I'll talk to him, Jack. I'll send him away.
Where are the kids?
Upstairs.
Go up and keep them there. I'll handle this.
Be careful. Please be careful.
Go up and take care of the kids.
Let me talk to him.
I'll handle it.
Jack,
Let go.
you're not going to use that gun.
I got it, yeah, and I'll get up there. I'm going to meet him on the porch. You get up with the kids. Yeah, mister? What can I do for you?
I want to talk to Jack Rogers.
I'm Jack Rogers.
Oh, my name's Dyer. I'm a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's so.
I understand you...
You understand too much.
Rogers.
Jack, you shot him.
Sure, I shot him. I told you I wasn't going back.
What are you going to do? They knew we came here. There must be more of them
What do you
around.
think I'm going to do? I'm getting out the back way.
All right, Jack, I'll get ready.
No, kid. This time I have to travel light. I'll get in touch with you.
But I want to go.
There's no time. They got nothing on you, kitty. Don't tell them a thing. You don't know a thing.
I won't tell them anything.
Goodbye. I'll see you.
So, Don, that was the situation. The criminal, John Frederick Benson, shot and critically wounded an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation who attempted to question him. Benson fled the scene and left the girl, Kitty, alone to face the other law enforcement officers. When Sheriff Laney and Special Agent Haynes arrived, they placed Kitty in custody and rushed Special Agent Dyer to a hospital. Later, at the sheriff's office, the girl was being questioned by the officers in their attempt to get a lead on the whereabouts of Benson.
I'm telling you, I don't know where he is. I don't.
You traveled all over the country with Benson. You were at the farm together 3 weeks. He must have mentioned where he counted on going when he left.
We were going to stay for a while. There wasn't any thought of leaving.
The FBI agent he shot might die.
I know. I'm sorry.
Being sorry doesn't help much.
If you want to help, tell us where he went.
I don't know.
Well, he must have given some indication.
I don't know where he went. Please believe me, I don't.
All right, miss. That's all.
You mean I can go
Yes, you can go.
now?
Yes.
As much as we'd like to hold you, there's no charge we can place against you.
I see.
Have you got any place to go?
Back to the farm, I guess, for a while. Then I don't know.
All right. If we need you, we'll be in touch.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you more.
So are we. Well, Sheriff, she's on her way.
I hope you get something out of it, Haynes. Me, when I get somebody that belongs in jail, I like to keep him there.
Sheriff, Benson's a lot more important than she is. And if he knows she's out, maybe he'll arrange to see her.
Hi. Well, Jack, ain't it? What do you care? What are you drinking? I'll buy you another. Never mind. Your name's Miggs. Harry Porter said I might find you here. Yeah? How is Harry? Okay. Is his ear still giving him trouble? It's not his ear, it's his stomach. That's right. Where's his stomach? He said you was looking for somebody to go in business with. Maybe I am, but not here in Omaha. I'm free to travel. Miggs, huh? That's it. Gun boy? Nothing else. Okay, I'll think about it. I gotta think about it, too, Jack. You're a pretty hot customer. There's not many who shoot up G-men and are walking on the street to talk about it. I never talk about it, especially in bars. It's a nice, quiet place. Let's go for a ride. There's not so many years in automobiles. Come on.
Special Agent Haynes.
Haynes, this is Marshall. We just got a teletype message from Minneapolis. The girl, Kitty, got there on the train this morning and bought a bus ticket to Sainish, North Dakota.
Sainish, huh? Benson's got relatives there.
Yeah, I know. We're already watching him.
Okay, let's move in a little closer. Get plane reservations for Minneapolis. We'll work out of there.
Okay, Megs, you'll do.
Thanks, Coach. I never thought I'd make it.
Look, if there's one thing I don't like, it's wise guys. Take it easy on the cracks and take it easy on the talking.
What's eating you, Jack? If a guy's got no sense of humor, he's got nothing.
I got nothing to laugh about. It's strictly business, Megs, and remember that.
Okay. Well, when do we get started?
Ever worked the Dakotas?
Dakotas? What's up there?
Plenty. If you know where to find it.
Why take such a trip?
I've got a way of operating, Megs. It includes having a girl along. Make things look good. The girl I want along is up there.
Ah, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I got a girl, too.
One's enough.
Yeah, one's enough. As long as she's yours.
If you don't want it my way, Megs, you can get out right here.
Okay, all right. You got a traveling companion. Don't get excited.
That's the house, Haynes. Kitty moved in the day before yesterday. We got a mail check on the place. No letters from Benson.
Well, what about the phone?
Well, that's going to give us some trouble.
Well, what kind of trouble?
Benson.
Now, stop and light a cigarette. I want a better look at the place.
Right. It so happens that Benson's aunt is the night operator. I didn't want to plant anyone in the exchange. If she spots him, it might clear the works.
Okay. But keep agents posted around the exchange every minute the aunt is on duty.
Will do. The manager of the exchange has no connection with Benson.
Good. I don't think Benson will have nerve enough to come right to the house. He might figure it's covered. But I'm almost certain he'll try to get in touch with Kitty. And if he does, we want to know about it. Come on.
Hello?
Kitty?
Jack.
I want to make this short and sweet, baby. I'm close. I'm going to come by for you.
Jack, maybe you oughtn't to.
It'll work. Is my aunt home?
No. She went to see a friend before work.
Okay, I'll get in touch with her when I get in. She'll tell you where to meet me.
Be careful, Jack. Be careful.
Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I want to get off this line. So long.
Goodbye.
Okay, Meg, let's get out of here.
Sit down, will you, Jack? Let me finish my drink.
All right, but make it snappy.
Who you calling, that dame?
Yeah.
She got a friend?
She don't live in this town.
Oh. Well, who cares if she's got a friend? Hey, when do we get this baby yours and where? I'm getting curious.
You don't have long to wait now. Did you ever hear of a little place called Sainish?
Should I have?
We're driving there right now.
Good.
That's where we take on our extra passenger. Now get finished up. We got 50 miles to drive.
Okay.
Haynes?
Yes?
The manager of the local telephone exchange just got in touch with me.
Oh?
There was a call to Kitty. It came through from Bismarck.
From Benson?
He doesn't know. He just saw the ticket. He happened to go by the office, and the ticket had just been filed.
Is Benson's aunt on duty at the board?
No, she's not scheduled to come on for another hour.
Okay. We'll get in touch with the police at Bismarck to be on the lookout for Benson there. And we'll keep a double watch here in town all night. Crossman and Gould on the house, you and I at the telephone exchange where we can cover any more calls.
So this is Sainish, huh?
Yeah, this is Sainish.
I can see why you left it at such an early age, Jack. What do people do around here for excitement?
They sleep. Watch where you're driving there. Stop sign.
I see it.
Okay, go on.
A stop sign they need there. Why, to see the cows coming?
That's the telephone exchange in the middle of the block.
You mean your aunt's got to stay on duty all night? Who makes calls around here at night?
Pull in over there.
Okay. Why don't we go to the dame's house?
I'm doing this. All right, turn out the lights.
Okay. Hey, what do you need a gun for here?
I didn't need it back in Kansas either, but I used it. Come on.
I'll wait here.
Come on, I said.
Okay.
All right, we'll go around the back.
What's the matter with the front? Nobody's there but your aunt.
We'll go around the back.
Well, there's trouble to see a dame.
Come on, shut up.
That's far enough, Benson.
Cops.
Get him! Stop. Shoot at him.
Okay, I give up.
That's it. Keep...
Okay, take it easy.
Where did the bullets catch Benson?
The heart, I guess. He's dead.
Okay. Wait here till the coroner comes. I'll take care of this one. Go on, you. Start walking.
Okay, I'm walking.
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh,
Hello, Kitty.
he's not here. I swear he isn't.
I know he isn't. 2 a.m, and you're all dressed. You weren't expecting to go out.
I was up reading.
Oh, I thought you might be going out to meet Benson.
That's not so.
It is so, Kitty. And you know it.
What do you want? You can't come in here.
Can't I? I came to tell you, Kitty. Benson's dead.
Oh, no.
He tried to fight us. All right, you better come along with me.
He wasn't bad. Not really. He was good to me, honest he was. He was good to me.
I don't doubt it, Kitty. But being good to you wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. He wasn't very good to his victims, nor to the FBI agent he shot. Come on, let's go.
That, Don, was the end of one of the most intensive manhunts in recent years. John Frederick Benson died by the gun, the way he expected to thrive. And the same finish faces any man who thinks he's bigger than the law which governs all of us.
Thank you very much, United States Attorney Anderson, for this pointed case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in the investigation leading to the conclusion of this case. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Ken Lynch and Charlotte Lawrence in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning in to Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program with authentic police case histories.
Mound City Safecracker, who found that a flask of liquor was more risky to handle than a vial of nitroglycerin.
Gangbusters has asked Detective Lieutenant John Sinclair, Police Department, St. Louis, Missouri, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Lieutenant Sinclair, you've told me tonight's case began in a cheap hotel on Market Street near the Union Station in St. Louis, Missouri, about 2 years ago.
That's right, Don Gardner. Room 18 had been occupied for the last few days by one James Moore, notorious Boston safecracker. But Moore was no longer trusted by his associates in the East. The reason was quite evident from a glance at the empty bottles in his room. Moore was spread across the bed, fully clothed, sleeping it off. As the noonday sun flashed in under the flapping black shade, the door to his room opened. But Mr. Moore didn't move.
Okay, there he is. Come on. Okay, Moore, on your feet. Come on. I said on your feet.
Left right, straight right.
Get up, I said.
And none of your slugs from the bottom of the Charles River bartender. You get her right back in the eye.
Snap out of it, will you? I've got all day.
There's my drink.
I'll give you a drink. Here's a drink for you.
Water.
Sure, it's water. You want more of it?
Oh, now I know you. You're a tin badge of a St. Louis copper.
Keep those hands to yourself now.
I'll take more than one of you prairie pups from a policeman to haul Jim Moore in today.
Come on. You grab his other arm.
Huh? Oh, no. Not by no fluttering female policeman will I be taken through the streets like a cow being led by a milkmaid. Not by no female policeman.
Grab him, baby. Come on.
Hold it a minute, Robbie. Come with us, Moore. There's a bottle outside the car. With this much in it.
A lure. A lure into the trap of doom.
We're not cops. Can't you get it through your head?
Huh?
No.
How much you say was in that bottle?
This much.
And home, we got it by the case.
How's the weather out? Do I need my rubbers?
The weather's fine.
To what fortunate turn of nature do I owe this generosity, my boy? And, my girl?
I figured you'd like to do a little teaching.
Teaching? If I'm to teach, who's the student?
Me.
Huh?
I want to learn all about drills. And punches. And knobs and nitroglycerin.
By the case, huh?
But one bottle at a time.
Yeah, well, one bottle at a time is enough for one man at a time. Well, what are we waiting
Watch
for?
it.
Oh,
Easy there, easy there.
My underpinning needs a little shoring.
Just hold on to us. We'll get you there.
That's right. Now you just slip your arm around me there, sweetheart. We'll all go out together. Stick around.
I give up. He's a rummy. Let's face it, it's no use.
Taught you plenty in 2 weeks, Robbie. So it'll take a little longer than you figured.
Will you stop that sewing machine? Him with the bottle, you with your sewing. You both drive me nuts. If you need a dress so bad, why don't you go out and buy one?
It's hard to fit in the shoulders.
Why I ever had this crazy idea, I don't know. I'm going back to being a gunman. You walk in, you put a heater on them, you get their dough. That's all there is to it. You don't have to be a mechanic.
Do what you like, Robbie. I still think it's a good idea.
Would you shut that thing off before I throw it out the window?
Oh.
Every time I look at him, I hate him more.
Why? What's he done to you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at myself 30 years from now.
Why don't you try taking the bottle away from him? When he gives, you give.
That don't work either. He may be the best safecracker ever to come out of Boston, but he sure needs a lot of lubrication. All morning he's been trying to explain to me about keeping nitroglycerin at body temperature. I should keep it under my belt next to the skin. Yeah. I'll try it the way he says. Somebody will have to come pick me off the roof. With a shovel.
Robbie.
What?
You think these buttons would be nice on here? Or covered ones?
Oh, who cares?
What happens after you finish learning everything he knows?
He'll go along on a job with me. One job.
That won't make him happy.
Who wants to make him happy? They're going to catch the old rumhead. Right in the act.
Hey. Isn't that kind of dangerous for you?
It's the safest way I can think of. We go over to some small town across the river. We break into a store. I work with them till almost time to set her off, and then I go out after the car. Boom. The cops are there. First thing you know, Moore's in Joliet or someplace where he won't give me any more trouble.
Oh, now, that's not right, and it's not fair.
Who cares what's fair? He's off our hands. Let me get back to the professor. I'll talk to you about it later. That's got it pegged right here.
Okay.
Leave the lights on. Moore.
Yeah.
Take the stuff and start to jimmy the back door. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
Robbie.
Go on, take the stuff.
Don't forget the bottle, Robbie.
Get out of here. Start on that door.
Hurry along, Robbie.
Just get that door, Jimmy, do you hear? All right, Peg. Now you drive to the tavern and wait there. 11:45 on the dot. Phone the sheriff's office. Tell them you were passing by. Thought you saw somebody inside the clothing store.
Robbie, you're looking for trouble.
Stop worrying. I ought to be at the tavern by the time you get off the phone.
Suppose your watch stops. Suppose Moore doesn't do it.
We'll do it the way I said. Gotta get rid of that bottle, baby. This is the best way I can think of.
When they pick him up, he'll talk.
So they'll be looking for me in Illinois. They're looking for me anyway.
Okay, Robbie.
Look. Pack me in, kid.
When we hit Chicago, I'll line up the best crew of Safecrackers ever worked the Midwest. Go on. How's this for timing?
Wonderful.
What's the sheriff's office say?
They're sending somebody to investigate.
Perfect. Well, what are you thinking?
Come on, Robbie, let's get out of here.
What's your hurry?
I just don't like sticking around, that's all.
I thought it'd be kind of fun to keep our distance and watch them haul that old lush in. This will cure him. You won't get a drink for 6 years at least.
Robbie, please, come on, let's go.
All right, baby. Not a bad idea, that. A good start. We ought to make Chicago before daybreak.
So, Don, Robert Lee Robertson, the St. Louis Bandit turned Safecracker, headed for Chicago to organize a gang of burglars who would lead Midwest authorities, both federal and local, on a wild chase until a vial of nitroglycerin blew the gang's hopes sky high.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Lieutenant Sinclair, how Robert Lee Robertson turned from banditry to safecracking, employing the technique of an old-time burglar whom he used as a tutor.
That's right, Don. And within a few weeks, the gang was striking so often and so swiftly that law enforcement officers from each of 4 states met in Chicago one day with agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and post office inspectors. As the meeting progressed, Captain George Mantell, safe and loft expert of the Chicago Police Department, was called on for his opinion.
And as it stands, gentlemen, these criminals are running from one jurisdiction to another, hitting small towns, avoiding big cities like Chicago and St. Louis.
Captain Mantell.
Yes?
Is it your opinion that Robertson is working small towns, then running back to Chicago, for instance, to lay out until his next job?
Yes, I was going to ask that.
Yes, I'd say that's probably what they're doing. Now, Special Agent Wright of the FBI has a suggestion. I think it might help us as much as anything. Mr. Wright?
Well, gentlemen, what will help us most is information. Any scrap that's picked up by members of any of your departments should be forwarded here to Chicago, either to me or to Captain Mantell.
Good idea.
I'd rather imagine that. We'll sift every bit of information we get. We'll piece it together with what we already have. Maybe with a little teamwork among all of us, we'll be able to locate these men and get enough evidence to convict them.
Oh, Peg, come in.
Everything okay?
Couldn't be better.
Robbie?
Is it okay?
Yeah, okay, come on.
All right, Peg, get inside.
Hey, Robbie.
Hold on. Where's Cardinal?
Yeah.
You got the new guy?
Yep.
Hey, where's that sewing I left here last night?
How should I know?
How does he look to you, Miller?
Left it right there on the table.
Will you stop worrying about your pins and needles?
I've been working a month on that blouse.
I didn't touch it.
Well, somebody
Okay,
did.
who cares?
Don't leave anything around you guys.
Miller,
Yeah?
what do you think of this new guy?
Well, Cargill says he knows his stuff.
I can find that out from Coggle. What do you think of?
He looks okay to me. Good man with the soup, they say.
Coggle, come in here. Want to talk to you.
Robbie,
Yeah, what?
now that we're back in Chicago, can't we stay here a couple of days?
No.
Well, when are you going to spend all this money?
When I retire.
When you retire. What the devil happened to that sewing?
Hello, Robbie.
Coggle?
Come on, meet this guy, Robbie. He knows his business.
Cargill, did you see my sewing?
Will you shut up?
Oh, for...
Where's he from?
The East.
Where in the East?
I don't know. Did he tell you, Miller?
Why should he tell me?
What kind of a deal is this? You bring me a knob knocker, you don't know where he's from.
He's okay. I'm telling you, he's okay.
We'll see.
Miller.
Yeah, Robbie?
While I'm talking to this guy, take the car around back. Put those new Nebraska plates on it.
Right, boys.
Come on, Robbie. I'll introduce you to this guy.
I can introduce myself.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the... Peg. Peg.
What, Robbie?
Come in here.
What is it? I'm looking for my... Hello, Moore.
So you're the big soup man from the East.
You should have come back for me that night, Robbie, my boy. The safe was loaded with currency of every denomination and 2 quarts of Kentucky bourbon bottled in bond.
Well, if you'll excuse me.
Peg, come here.
What is it, Robbie?
You know this whiskey head was here.
No, I didn't.
You know he was no fish that were going to spring on me.
Have a drink, Robbie. Help yourself.
I'll give you a drink.
Robbie, oh.
Get out of here, Peg. Go on, get out.
Robbie,
Go on, get out.
All right.
Wait for me out there.
She's a sweet one, Robbie. Sweet like the morning dew before the mountain sun comes up.
Okay, never mind the poetry. One thing I want to find out from you and then walk out of here and forget you ever seen the place. I don't want no rum pots under my nose.
I'm afraid you're stuck with me, Robbie.
Now, listen here.
Hands off. Here's one bottle you won't be so quick to knock on before. Nitroglycerin. My nitroglycerin.
Put that soup on the table more and walk out of here.
You're not feeding me whiskey an ounce at a time now, Robbie. I'm doing the feeding and I'm giving the orders. From now on, I'm a full partner in your noble aggregation.
That's what you say.
You'll say it too, Robbie. You'll say it with words of welcome or the bottle smashes on the floor like you smashed that bottle of good red whiskey.
Is that so?
I swear it by all the oaths my father taught me. I'm in, huh, Robbie? I'm in or I blow us both to the house to who knows where.
You're not in.
I've lived a long time, Robbie, and I waited a long time for right now. Say yes or hold onto your hat.
Get out of here, Moore.
The orders are coming from me. Jim Moore, master of the strain. Say yes. Say you're in, Moore. Say it.
You haven't got the nerve. Go on, blow us up. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on.
Oh, you win, Robbie. I couldn't smash the bottle, not even for a place in heaven insured.
Give me that soup, you.
Give it here. No, Robbie, no.
All right, sit down there. Go on, sit down.
Robbie, no.
Shut up. Thanks for handing me the little idea about another use for the nitro. I'll remember it if I ever get on a spot. Only you and me are different, Moore. When I have to, I'll smash the bottle.
Pity a poor soul who was once king of Moore, Robbie.
Pity you, all right. I'll put you out of your misery.
Oh, Robbie. Robbie, no.
Cargo, Miller.
Miller went out to the car.
Go in there and watch that guy. Don't let him out of your sight.
Ain't he all right?
Get in there and watch him, will you?
Okay, don't get excited.
Peg. I ought to pin your ears back for this.
For what?
You didn't call the cops that night.
I did, Robbie. I did exactly what you told me.
Don't lie to me.
Let go.
What do you think I'm running around here? What do you think I'm running? An old folks' home?
Robbie, stop.
You didn't call the cops, did you? Did you?
I couldn't. Not on the old guy. I couldn't.
When I tell you to do something, you'll do it.
All right, Robbie. All right. From now on, anything you say.
You bet your life you'll do anything I say.
Anything.
Hey.
Now, Robbie. No Nebraska plates are on a car.
Okay. We'll leave in 20 minutes.
What about the new guy? We're taking him along on a job?
We're taking him along, but not on the job. He gets dumped about halfway.
Robbie.
What's the matter? He seemed okay to me.
Well, you don't count.
You're not going to kill him.
You want to go along?
What do you think you are, Capone or somebody? Just a small-time hoodlum that's had a little luck.
That's enough.
Just a little luck, that's
One
all.
more peep out of you and you'll be the safe ditch as more, you hear? Now find your soul and sit down in that chair and do it. Don't go out, don't call nobody, don't do nothing. You just sit there and sew. When I get back, we'll settle this thing between you and me once and for all.
FBI, Special Agent Wright.
This is Captain Mantell. We just got our hands on a bit of information about Robertson.
Oh, anything good, Captain?
Well, I can't say. But Robertson's supposed to have just gotten a set of Nebraska license plates.
Yes?
The last 3 numbers are 061. I put it out on the teletype, and all radio points will pick it up for broadcast. Maybe this is the break that we've been waiting for.
Look, Robbie, I don't want to get mixed up in no killing. I got nothing against the guy.
Yeah, Robbie, just tell me why. If you tell me why, it might be okay.
It's okay because I say so. Drive, Cargill, that's all. Just drive. And you, Miller, keep your mouth shut. Let me kill the bottle before you give me the push, Robbie. Shut up. If you think I'm scared, you're thinking right. Gee, I wish they had more of a load on it. If they had more of a load on it, it'd be like dropping off into a feather bed. Shut up, will you? There's a spot up ahead, Cargill.
Look, Robbie,
Okay, that's enough. Be just like you, more to come back and haunt me. You could count on it, Robbie. All right, where'd you rather have it? In the head or in the belly? Let me go, Robbie. I'm doing you a favor, Rum-Dum. Make up your mind. Where?
Robbie, it's cops.
Gee, get moving. Get moving, Cargill.
Don't worry. It's a state highway patrol, Robbie.
They must have made the license plate. Go on faster. I guess you get a reprieve, Moran. Oh, for once in my life, I wish the cops well. Go on.
Down to the floor.
Pulling away from him.
Cargill?
Yeah?
Douse the lights.
Hey.
There's a side road over the hill. Duck into it.
We can't run on a side road.
Maybe we'll lose them. If not, it's okay. There's enough of us. We'll fight it out and double back Chicago.
What about him?
He stays with us. For the time being. Go on. Hit it, Cargill. Hit it.
Hello, Captain. Oh, right. You heard that the state police jumped up Robertson and his crew.
Yeah, too bad they lost them.
At least we were close. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Captain Mantell. Oh. Was that so? What's the number again? Yeah, I've got it. Okay, we'll be right out there. Patrolman located the car, parked in front of an apartment building on the south side. The motor was still warm.
Well, let's go, Captain.
We'll just stop down at the desk, right, and put in a call for the riot squad. We may need them.
You got us in some mess, Robbie. Moore didn't do nothing to nobody.
Okay, so they didn't do nothing to nobody.
Now we're stuck with them here. We can't turn them out. We can't hold them. What are we going to do?
I'll figure that out after you get rid of the license plates in the car. I told you to take it around back an hour ago.
Miller said he'd attend to it.
I told you. Now the car sits out there an hour, nothing's done about it. Peg.
Yeah?
Will you light someplace?
Okay,
Miller.
Keep your voice down, will you, Robbie? It's 4 a.m. The neighbors will have the cops down on us.
Miller.
Yeah, Robbie, what is it?
Bring more in here. I want to talk to you all.
Right.
Well, come on, Peg. Don't stand there.
I don't see what you're so hot under the collar about. If anybody's mad, it should be Moore.
You want some of the same treatment you got before?
Honest, Robbie, this whole business is going to your head. We were better off when...
Shut up, will you?
Okay.
I don't come inside.
Well, Robbie, got yourself in a spot, haven't you? You're stuck with me like a tiger stuck with stripes. I won't be stuck with you for long.
Hey, Bobby.
Peg, ask who it is.
Who is it?
Police officers. Open up.
We're cooked.
Open up in there.
Get the machine gun. No, wait. Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Listen here, copper. I got nitroglycerin here, see? I'll blow you and us and everybody in this building straight to Milwaukee.
Robbie, put away that soup.
Put away, I'm going to use it. You hear that, copper? You hear that? I'm going to use it.
Open the door or we'll shoot through it.
Robbie, put that soup away. Shoot through the door and you'll hit the soup, copper. You want to live, don't you, copper? You want to live? Let me get away or I'll blow you all to pieces.
Robbie, get some sense, will you? They got us.
Bobby, don't do it.
Jump on, Cargill.
Let go of my arm. Give me that.
On your feet. All of you, on your feet.
All right, take it easy, will you? Take it easy.
Give me that.
You want to use this stuff. I know him.
Go on. Line up against the wall there.
Okay, go on. Shut.
You too, Grandpa. Come on.
I'm as innocent as a new hatched chick.
We'll see how innocent you all are. All right. Face the wall. Put your hands up high. All of you. Go on. That's it. Fine-looking bunch.
Hey, Captain.
Yeah. They'll look a lot finer through bars. Okay, men. Start checking them down.
Take it easy.
Out on this side.
That dawn was the end of a notorious gang of safe burglars. They are all now serving long terms in various federal penitentiaries and still face trial on at least 150 charges of burglary in 5 states.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Sinclair, for this extraordinary case history. And congratulations to the hundreds of police officers, federal and state, who participated in the investigation leading to the arrests and convictions.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Van Cristo Radio Theater. Tonight we begin a brand new series.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Let's join radio's great comedian, Fred Allen, for a visit to Allen's Alley before we return to tonight's story.
Well, Mr. Moody, tell me, has this cold epidemic hit your farm? My wife had a nasty cold. Did you call the doctor?
Yeah, go down quick, give her sulfur and molasses. Put in too much sulfur.
Well, how can you tell he gave her too much sulfur?
When my wife sits in the dark, she glows.
The inimitable Fred Allen and the members of Allen's Alley recall the golden days of radio whenever you like with your own phonograph. Introduce your young people to some of the wonderful programs of the pre-TV era. Van Cristo offers you great moments in radio, a chance to sample some of the best, the funniest, the most dramatic of radio's golden days. Jack Benny narrates nearly an hour of radio recollections in the actual voices and sounds from the great shows. Great Moments in Radio is yours for just $4.95 in check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston. Please yourself and help support the Van Cristo Radio Theater at the same time. Send your check or money order for $4.95 to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston. Now to the first episode of our new series on Van Cristo Radio Theater.
Tonight, Gangbusters present the case of the Broadway Bandits who scooped up a fortune in silver coin until they learned that small change could add up to disclosure and death.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner, New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, I understand you brought one of the persons involved in tonight's case here to the studio with you.
Yes, Don, but let's save our guest until later in the program.
All right, Chief Sullivan. Now, you've told me that the most difficult task that faces investigating detectives is not locating a particular suspect, but rather learning who that suspect is.
That's right, Don Gardner. As soon as the identity of a criminal becomes known, his arrest is inevitable. But until the police are able to make identification, their job is most difficult indeed. About a year ago, there was a series of holdups on the Upper West Side, New York City, in which detectives were unable to get any hint as to the identity of the two criminals. One night, Lieutenant Hanson, in charge of the investigation, was phoning his headquarters to learn if there were any developments in the case.
Detective Division, Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Sergeant. Lieutenant Hanson.
Oh, nothing doing so far tonight, Lieutenant.
Good.
This early, I think we'll hear from those boys yet.
Okay, Ryan, I'll be home if anything comes up. And, Ryan,
Yes, sir?
I've been sitting here all night trying to dope this thing out. They've been pulling a job a night for weeks. They've knocked over enough bars and liquor stores and motion picture houses. I want to grab these two men before we've got a killing on our hands.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Well, all right, you stop by my desk as soon as you check in tomorrow. think we'll have to try something different in this case. Something very different if we're going to hook these fish.
Look, you want to take this movie house, you stick a gun on the cashier, you got the dough.
Okay. But we do it my way.
Oh, what's such a problem? A little heist and you got to make a production out of it?
Now, listen to me, Whitey. I want to make this as sure and as safe as possible. Every job we pull, we get closer to the end. The street looks clear enough now.
All right, go on before there's another line.
Cover me. If that cashier lets out a yell, I want to move.
What do you got a gun for?
Not the girl cashier. Stick here.
Huh. Where am I going to go?
Good evening.
Fine evening. How many, please?
How about the main picture? What time does it go on?
Last complete show begins at 9:22. Yes?
What time is it out?
12:18.
It's kind of late, isn't it?
There's nothing I can do about it. I'm only the cashier. If you like, I'll speak to the manager. Maybe he'll have him run the film faster.
Okay. You don't have to get wise.
I got a wise job, mister. People ask me wise questions for 8 hours. I try to give them wise answers. Now, how many tickets do you want?
One thing more. What do you do when you get through here?
I pull a double feature over my head and go to sleep.
I'll be waiting outside for you.
This place has 18 exits. I wish you luck.
I'm a long shot player from way back.
There's a bar down the street. Mario's.
I'll be there.
10:30.
At 10:30.
The name is Kay. Kay Lewis.
Okay, Kay. Mario's.
If you don't want a ticket, buddy, let somebody in there that does.
Oh, sure. Help yourself. 10:30.
Some people come to the picture show to talk, What happened? I was ready. What happened?
Go on back to the joint. I'll meet you there.
Look, what's the matter? We were...
Hey, what?
You didn't go sour on this deal because of that cash.
I went sour on it. That's the reason.
Now, look here.
Go on, I'll meet you home. Got a date with us.
You what?
See you later.
Enjoy yourself, Romeo.
I intend to.
So that's all there is to it. Dayton wasn't big enough for me. I had to have New York. You know when they say get lost? They're talking about me.
New York big enough?
My New York? My New York is a walk from your room, a sandwich at the drugstore, and 8 hours in a cashier's booth. Well, that covers me. What's your complaint?
No complaints.
Oh, Matt, everybody's got complaints. Everybody. What about you? What about your job?
I don't like what I'm doing, but I'm stuck with it. It's not worth talking about.
There's lots of things to do.
Not in my line.
What are you, a taxidermist?
How about another drink?
Later, then. I'm curious.
Not important.
What?
I'm a salesman.
Full of brush in?
Not exactly.
Well, who cares? Look, by way of information, I don't go out with everybody who buys a ticket from me.
Oh, I didn't buy a ticket. You remember?
I just wanted to get the record straight. Still trying to figure out why I said okay.
I figured out why I asked you. Maybe it's the same reason you said okay.
Maybe it's the same reason I left Dayton.
Wish you were back there?
I wish...
What do you wish?
What happens? Does some little guy pull a switch to turn it on? Is that what makes things start up inside of two people at the same time?
As long as it happens, what difference does it make, huh?
I guess how it starts isn't as important as how it ends. Oh, that little guy who pulls the switch is a devil. He turns off one, leaves it on in the other. I know. He left the switch on in me once before.
Oh, maybe the little guy can't help himself, Kay. Lots of things can happen.
Let's try not to let anything happen.
Nothing will, if I can help it.
Look at us. One drink apiece and we're practically tied up in a knot.
Not the drinking, you know it.
Sure, no. Since it's the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Matt, I guess you'll know sooner or later.
What?
It's awful. I've got hay fever.
Who cares?
No, it sounds like nothing, but come August 15th, I get to look like a sight.
Don't worry about it.
You don't have any secrets?
No. None that's important. Look,
Matt,
What?
you're not married?
No. Are you off at 10:30 every night?
Yeah.
How about tomorrow night at 10:30? Right here at Mario's?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Hello, Whitey.
Well, Matt, how's the cashier?
All right.
Honest to Joe, I can't figure you out. Passing up a job we had laid out perfect just because you take a shine to a tomato? What's the matter? You wouldn't put a gun on it because you were ashamed or something?
I'm telling you when and where, Whitey. Icing that box office wasn't a good idea, believe me.
Maybe for you it wasn't. For me, it was okay.
Look, the end is coming, I know. I don't want to rush it, Eddie.
Oh, what are you always thinking about the end for? You'll be working for years if you stop pulling phony deals right with that dame tonight.
That's enough about it.
Yeah? What, are you in love or something?
Okay.
Something like this you can never tell about. Liable to get wise, jam us up good.
That's my worry, Whitey.
Oh, it's his worry. Now, what do you think I am, a hunk of clay or something? I can land in Sing Sing as well as the next guy.
All right.
And I ain't ready to retire yet. I got some fun to have. What's the use of talking about it? I guess you found out quick enough she wasn't for you.
I'm seeing her again tomorrow night.
You're kidding.
I'll let you know when I'm kidding.
All right, if that's the way it is, I had enough. I'm through.
As long as I say so, you'll stick.
Yeah? Well, I'll show you how long.
Wait.
Let go of me.
Sit down.
Okay. Now, take it easy.
You got your reasons for being in this. I got mine. Mine is I'm stuck. Can't find a way out. Neither of us want to get jammed up. Do what I tell you and we'll be okay.
She goes for you think? Big romance. Well, tell her what you do for a living and what you are. See how fast she drops you.
I'll handle her. Leave it at that. All right, got an easy take lined up for tomorrow night. We'll do it.
I thought you were seeing her.
I am, later.
Well, at least it's still business before pleasure.
That's right, Whitey. Business before pleasure.
So, Don, the criminal Matt Wallach embarked on what usually proves to be an impossible feat. He was attempting to temper his life of crime by seeking the company of a woman whose reaction he knew would be violent when she learned the truth. And when she did learn the truth, her reaction went even beyond the wildest bounds of Matt Wallach's imagination.
We'll return to tonight's episode of Gangbusters on Van Cristo Radio Theater in just a few moments.
Der Zauberlehrling. Hat der alte Hexenmeister sich doch einmal wegbegeben. Und nun sollen seine Geister auch nach...
When you're trying to do business with someone, it pays to speak their language.
Et le grand-père marche de long en large, l'air inquiet. L'éléphant est derrière le...
In fact, it pays so well that smart businessmen make sure their advertising agency talks the language of their customers.
Design guys. They have to be designed. Yes, that's basically what I'm looking for. And then the main problem is exactly how do we reach them? I mean, what was it?
Like if your customers are engineers, then you speak to them in engineering.
The product is good, and we want to know exactly how we're going to be able to market it.
You started test marketing first in Seattle, right?
That's correct.
What was the response demographically?
Or if they're in packaged goods, you speak to them in marketing.
We're talking about those wide-angle shots, right up from the heel, tight on the bell.
Once the shirts, you know, the layouts that we had last week, baby.
Let me get them.
If they're hip, you hit them back. In spades. At Van Cristo Associates, we know the languages of doing business. We know who to talk to, how to reach them, what to tell them, and how to say it to sell it. Van Cristo Associates, Advertising, Boston.
And now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that New York City detectives were seeking two men in connection with a string of armed robberies on the west side of uptown Manhattan.
That's right, Don. And in the course of police investigation into the case, Lieutenant Hanson struck upon an idea and was talking it over with Sergeant Ryan. Well, it's good work, Lieutenant. We just might get a line on them that way.
There's a chance we will.
Yeah, maybe. We've got a good enough description of the two of them.
Every place they've made, they've gotten themselves a lot of small change. They haven't overlooked a nickel. If they've got it, they're going to spend it.
I'll get men on it right away, Lieutenant. We'll see how it works out.
Isn't this better, Matt? Isn't this better than breathing that smoke all night at Mario's?
As long as you're here, baby, it's fine. I just don't like park benches in general. They plagued me all my life.
Got a battleship or a cruiser out there?
What difference does it make? War's over.
I was just wondering.
You wonder about a lot of things, don't you?
The wandering kid from Dayton, that's me.
You still wondering about me?
You're first on my list. After you come the battleships and the cruisers.
Nothing to wonder about, Kay.
Lots of things you haven't told me. You're holding out.
Am I?
You know you are.
Oh, some things are trade secrets, baby. Some things you don't even tell your mother.
You'd tell me.
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
I said let's talk about something else.
The boats in the river are very pretty at night. I also like the way the lights from Palisades Park reflect on the water. Don't you like the way the lights from Palisades Park reflect on the water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, bad. Yeah.
I'm a little mixed up, baby. Forgive me, huh?
Sure. I'll forgive you.
Well, Matt, what are you doing here? Hello, Whitey.
Honest to Joe, you run into people in the strangest places. I said to myself, Whitey, it's a nice night to take a walk along the river. And I run into you. How about that?
How about it?
Don't I get an introduction to the ladies?
Kay Lewis, Whitey Brink.
How do you do?
Oh, I do fine. Fine. Matter of fact, Matt and I do fine together. We're partners, you know. Right, Matt?
Well, it was nice seeing you, Whitey.
Are you a salesman, too?
Am I a salesman, too? Didn't I tell you we were partners? I'm the persuader, he's the convincer. We do great together, don't we?
I can imagine.
Hey, car's over there, Whitey. Wait there for me. I'll drive you home.
Hey, look, Matt, I like company the same as the next guy. I got a bottle on my hip.
I said wait in the car, huh?
Okay, I'll wait in the car. So long. Nice, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very nice.
Not such a bad guy. He just likes to talk.
All salesmen do. With one exception.
Why, he's not really a salesman. He's just handy to have around. He likes to talk big.
Yeah, I understand.
You don't understand a thing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why don't you take Whitey home? You told him you would.
Well, what about you?
I haven't made up my mind yet whether that's a cruiser or a battleship. I'd like to study it for a while.
All right. Have it your way.
Matt?
Yes?
Wait. What difference does it make? Battleship or cruiser? Would you like to drive me home?
Sure, I would.
Then let's go.
Well, go on, Matt. Say it. I've been waiting since you took her home, waiting for you to say it. Sure, I followed you to the pond. Go on, say it.
Oh, shut up.
What do you think you are? Better than me or something? What gives you that idea? You want to know what I think? I think you're worse than me.
Okay, I'm worse than you.
I'm a gunman, and I love it. They could stick me away for 20 years, and I'd come out and do the same thing. And you hate me, and you hate yourself for being what you are. You can't change it, brother. You might as well make up your mind to squeeze every nickel out of every sucker in town and enjoy it while the squeezing is good.
All right, let's go home and hit the sack.
Yeah. I guess we had enough for one night. Oh, I knew you'd get jammed up. I knew it.
Shut up and listen to me. I'm not jammed up, Whitey. I'm through with her. The best thing all around, especially for her. She don't know it, but tonight was the finish. If I'm going to be a rod guy, I might as well be a good one. Good ones don't have time for square dames.
Well, now you're getting some sense.
Now, let's get home and talk. Got work to map out.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Sergeant. You want me to watch out these two guys, but I wrote it down how they look, eh?
That's right, Angelo.
Hey, and if two guys looks like this come in here and start to buy drinks with nickels, dimes, quarters, and so forth, I'm going to call the station house. Is that right, Mr. Sergeant?
That's about it.
Good. One more thing, Sergeant. If these two guys should come into my place, excuse me, custom. Hey, gentlemen, what are we tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, we'd like
Okay, everybody, get him up.
Hey.
Get him up.
Drop those guns.
Come on, shoot, Whitey.
Drop that gun, boy.
Down your line.
Hold! Hold!
One's dead, Lieutenant. I'm sure I hit the other one. I couldn't shoot any more on account of the pedestrians.
Well, keep the men looking around the neighborhood, Sergeant. Meantime, we'll get all the hospitals notified to be on the lookout for a man with a gunshot wound.
Well, if he is hit, he won't get far.
Any identification on the dead one?
He had a wallet in his pocket. There was a card in it. Gives an address up on Amsterdam Avenue. A few keys, a little change.
Okay, we'll check on that Amsterdam Avenue address. The other one might be headed there.
Kay, it's me. Matt. Open up, will you, Kay?
Oh, no.
Oh, hurt, baby. Hurt bad.
Let me help you inside.
Yeah. Oh.
Come on, Matt. Is all right? What happened? What happened to you?
I'm hurt bad. Easy, will you, baby? Easy.
All right. On the couch.
There. Oh. Oh. Better. Much better.
You need a doctor.
No, I don't need a doctor. Don't get a doctor.
What happened?
I didn't want to get you involved, baby. I didn't know where to go.
I'll take care of you, Matt. What happened?
Well, I got in a fight. It doesn't hurt too much. It's just kind of dizzy.
Let's see that shoulder.
All right. Take it. Easy, honey. That's when you touch it.
Matt.
Yeah.
This is a bullet wound.
Yes, it's a bullet wound. Guy had a gun.
You need a doctor.
I don't want a doctor. I told you.
It'll get infected.
Well, fix it, baby. You got some iodine. You got some cotton. Fix it.
I'm not going to make it worse.
Fix it, will you?
All right. I'll get this stuff.
Kay,
Yeah?
come here, baby.
The sooner that's fixed, the better.
Hold my hand, will you? Sit. I'm nuts about you, baby. I've been nuts about you from the first minute.
You know, it's the same with me.
It wasn't any fight, honey.
I know it. You're in trouble, you and Whitey.
Whitey's troubles are over.
Oh,
I wish mine were.
no, don't say that. You can straighten yourself
Yeah,
out.
we walked right there. The cop was inside the place. We pulled our
Lie
head.
back there, isn't there?
Yeah, sure. Honey, if the shoulder comes out okay, I got a little dough on me, a few hundred. We can go south someplace, huh? Start all over again, you and me? Start all over again tonight? And right?
We'll see. When you feel better.
You come with me, won't you, baby? Won't you?
We'll talk about it. When you feel better, we'll talk about it.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Brian.
I was just going to the call box to phone you.
Well?
They both whipped her, all right. The other one's name's Matt Wallach. He hasn't shown up yet.
No, I suppose he knows we're waiting here. What'd you find out about him?
The landlady couldn't tell me much. Confirmed the description, that's about all. I sent her down to identify Whitey Brink's body.
Anything else?
Well, the fellow was the room next door. Said the two of them have been arguing quite a lot lately. About a girl. Wallach's girl.
That's interesting.
Her first name's Kay. You heard the mention she's a cashier someplace. A movie house, he thinks.
Well, I want a line on that girl by noon tomorrow. Come on. Let's have a look upstairs.
It's all right, Kay. I'm awake. What time is it?
Almost noon? How do you feel?
Lousy.
I don't wonder. You'll need a doctor sooner or later, Matt. I think the bullet's still in there.
There's only one hole, baby. It sure didn't come out, that's for sure.
Are you hungry?
No, you have to be at work, don't you?
No, that's all right. Matt, I thought over going away with you. I didn't sleep last night thinking about it.
Well?
If you go, and if you want me to go with you, all right.
Baby.
But if we went south or someplace, it'll be the same thing all over again, wouldn't it? They kiss you here, they kiss you here. There wouldn't be any other way to get along except as you and Whitey did.
Guess not.
What happens when they find you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
No, what happens?
Oh, 10 years and unlucky 5, maybe.
They'll get you sometime. Maybe even today.
All right. Bound to come.
Why don't you get it over with? Get it over with and stop the case. Aren't you tired of this running and running?
Yeah, but I don't relish even 5 years. Everything will be changed. I'll be changed. You'll be gone. I can't ask anybody to wait 5 years, even 1 year.
If it'll help, we can get married.
Before?
This little letter?
Oh, what good would it do? Me in, you out. No, I'll go someplace, get a fresh start.
All right. If you'd rather. I'll go any place with you.
Would you really marry me?
I said I would.
And then see me go away for all that time? Oh, you're crazy.
You're very crazy.
You know something? Maybe I'm crazy, too.
Oh, Matt. It's better this way, Matt.
Watch my shoulder, huh?
Sorry.
You know, ever since I got in this thing, I've been looking for a way out. Well, I'm not hollering that I've been a bad boy and can't find a way to be good. It's just an awful mess. Thanks, honey, for showing me the way out.
You're welcome.
I guess more guys would do the same thing. They had something to hope for.
And this is Lieutenant Hanson, miss.
What can I do for you?
They said that you were the man I was to see.
Your name is Kay Lewis?
That's right. Kay Lewis.
You came to tell us where Matt Wallach is.
How?
We just traced your name. As a matter of fact, I was just starting out to see you.
He's at my place. He's hurt. He wants to turn himself in. He really does. He could have gone south. He could have gone anyplace. He wants to get straightened out.
And you talked him into getting up?
He made up his own mind.
All right. Let's go see him.
There's a couple of squads waiting, Lieutenant.
The man wants to give himself up, Sergeant. He doesn't need squads. Come on, Sophie.
Yes, sir.
Well, Don, that was the end of another gang of bandits. Thanks to the influence of a sensible girl, the work of the police was made easier, and at least one criminal is on his way toward rehabilitation.
Stay tuned when host Don Gardner and Chief Sullivan return with their special guest on Van Cristo Radio Theater. Well, it's time now for our Radio Buff contest. Last week we asked you a question to which the answer was Don Amici, the famous announcer acting as a straight man for W.C. Fields. Don Amici, and our winner last week, Fred Wilkinson of Smith Avenue in Lexington, who will soon be receiving a copy of Orson Welles' famous production of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. Now, for the possibility that you may win a copy of this production, here is our question on the Radio Buff contest for this week. The brief bit of introduction you will hear in a few moments was the start of a famous radio adventure series, followed by many. The series continues today as a newspaper comic strip. What is its name?
Quaker Puff Wheat Sparkies brings you...
Yes, what was it that Quaker Puff Wheat Sparkies presented? Will you tell us the name, please, of that famous radio adventure series which today still continues as a newspaper comic strip? Mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to the Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. We'll draw one winner from all the correct entries received. The judge's decision is final. Mail your answer now to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Once again, here is your host, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Sullivan, you brought a special guest to our Gangbuster studio tonight.
She's right here, Don, and she came to the studio for a very good reason. But I'll let her tell you about that herself. The young lady of the script, Miss Kay Lewis. Meet Don Gardner, Kay.
Hello, Mr. Gardner.
Well, how do you do, Kay? Well, I'd say, judging from what Chief Sullivan has just told me, you have something important to tell our Gangbusters listeners. So won't you go right ahead, please?
All right, Mr. Gardner. You see, when I found out that Matt Wallach wasn't a salesman, as he said, I was completely confused. I couldn't understand why he had treated me so well when all the time he was just a gunman. I thought it over for a while. Then I realized he was more than just that. Matt was a human being like anybody else. If he gave himself up, I knew there was a good chance that someday he could start all over again. So I talked to him about it. Fortunately, he agreed with me. Now, I just wish there was some way I could speak to every person who's in the same position that Matt was.
I'd like to make each one understand he's cheating himself out of those things which his unearned money was supposed to buy. He can never have any freedom or security. He'll never escape the torture of knowing that he'll be chased and hunted like an animal wherever he goes and for the rest of his life.
Well, thank you, Miss Kay Lewis, for coming here tonight and bringing us this very important message. And thank you, Chief Sullivan, for a most exciting police case history. Our congratulations to all the police officers who helped bring this case to a conclusion. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Mercedes McCambridge in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Until we meet again next week, when I bring you another story in the night, this is Van Crystal reminding you that the extent of your own imagination is unlimited. One purpose of these programs is to help.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Cumberland Safecracker, who refused to give even his Confederates and the girl who loved him a square deal, but who found that an old-fashioned square dance was his own undoing.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Lynn Bomar, Commissioner of Safety, State of Tennessee, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Commissioner Bomar, you were telling me before the program started that Ray Ernest was one of the most cautious criminals you ever ran into.
That's right, Les Griffith. And in his caution, he appeared to be quiet and pleasant-mannered. For instance, in a small Tennessee town one night about 2 years ago, an old-fashioned square dance was being held in the volunteer firehouse to raise money for new uniforms for the school band. Nearly every citizen was there, and not a few strangers dropped in for the fun. Everyone was in the spirit of the thing. Even the night marshal, who comprised the entire police force after 9 o'clock, was no exception. He had for a partner the prettiest girl on the floor.
You see? We could have a party here, too. Just as good a party as you've ever been to in Nashville.
Oh, right now, Marshal Riggs, I don't feel like I ever want to go back to Nashville.
Why should you? Did you ever have any more fun than you having right now?
No, Marshal, I didn't. I'm sure glad the school band needs new uniforms.
Oh, we just had to have an excuse for this shindig. They don't really need them. How'd you like that?
Oh, fine, just fine.
You learn fast, Miss Laws. You'll have this square dancing down to a T before the night's over.
Now, folks, let me have your attention.
Wonder what old Mifflin got on his mind.
Now, quiet, please, folks. We up here who've been entertaining you get thirsty just like everybody else does. So we're going to take a little recess while we get back to the rear of the firehouse where refreshments is on sale. Now, in the meantime, you can do the other kind of dance. We're going to put on a fine dance record for you. Now, don't go away. We'll be back in 5 minutes for a good old Virginia reel.
It doesn't seem right to play swing music here, does it, Marshal?
No, it sure don't. Say, Miss Laws, you must be awful thirsty after all that workout.
Oh, well, I...
Suppose I go back and get you a Coke or sarsaparilla or something.
Oh, well, I'd sure like one, but I hate to bother you, Marshal.
Bother? No bother. Now, don't go away. I'll be right back.
All right.
Nice work, Lois.
Ray, you finished?
Not yet. Give us a chance. I told you this would take us a long time.
You better hurry. The marshal has to start on another round in about half an hour.
All right, we'll be out by then. We'll be out in 20 minutes.
Does it look like a lot?
A lot for a post office. Keep this hick cop occupied. I've got to get back.
Ray.
What?
It's awful risky. Everybody in the state looking for you in the post office being right next door to the dance here.
I knew what it was. It'll be okay. Now, don't worry.
Be careful, Ray.
I'll be careful. You just keep that marshal busy. That's your job. I'll see. Come on, Goldie. Let's get back to it.
Right. Oh, this tops some more, Ray. Knocking off the post office safe right under the nose of everybody in town.
Okay. You don't have to scream it to the rafters. Get the door.
Well, you're not leaving us so early.
No, just going out for a breath of air. We'll be back.
Good. There's lots coming up yet.
Fine, we'll see you.
Go on, Goldie.
I guess Mitch ought to have the safe about ready to place the suit now, Ray.
We ought to. We've got plenty of time.
Oh, this should be a good one.
It will be. And I sure wish I could stick around to see that marshal's face when they open that post office tomorrow. He's square dancing himself right out of a job.
Good morning, Captain Jackson. One of your state highway patrolmen said you were here.
Yes, Riggs. We're taking over the investigation.
Well, I would have been here to see you sooner, Captain, but I was writing out my resignation to the mayor.
Well, don't be so hasty, Riggs. It wasn't your fault.
Well, it wasn't anybody else's. I'm getting paid to be marshal at night. I should be keeping a watch on the town instead of dancing the square dance.
You made your rounds when you were supposed to.
Yeah, I didn't stop him from breaking into the post office.
I spoke to Mayor Riggs. He understands the post office might have been burglarized even if there weren't a square dance at the firehouse.
Oh.
So just wait a couple of days with the resignation. Maybe we'll catch him.
And maybe we won't. Oh, I swear, Captain, I'll never again be taken in by a pretty face. How was I to know she was one of the gang?
Well, nobody could have known it. We think it was Ray Ernest again.
Huh?
He's pulled tricks like this all over the state. They've burglarized over 50 banks and post offices, so you're not the only victim.
Well, they sure are a slick bunch, Captain.
Well, this Ray Ernest is. The rest of them we don't know too much about.
Well, I'd sure like to get my hands on that fella. Just for 5 minutes, I'd like to get my hands on him.
So would we. But so far, we're not very close to him. The best information we have says they make their headquarters in Nashville. Where in Nashville, well, that's anybody's guess.
Captain, if I hold up on that resignation of mine, could I help out on the investigation?
Well, you're entitled to, Riggs. There's been a burglary in your jurisdiction. You've got a right to participate.
Well, I'm only a small-town marshal, Captain. I don't know too much, but I can work with you in the daytime and still do my job here in town at night.
Well, that's a lot of time to put in.
I reckon I owe the time.
All right, Riggs. If you feel that way about it, I'll be glad to have your help. And I think we can find plenty for you to do.
All right, Mitch. Right up close to the tracks. As close as you can get.
Okay.
That's good. Lights out.
Ray, there's Goldie.
Yeah, I see him. Okay, Lois, get up front with Mitch. If you see anybody that looks like cops, start necking.
It don't have to be no order.
Doesn't it?
As far as I'm concerned, it's got to be an order.
Then it is. If I need you, I'll send Goldie back here. Go on, Lois. Get in front.
Where you been, Ray? Little bit's getting nervous. He wants to pull out.
So he wants to pull out?
Yeah. That's the shack you're in, Ray. Now, listen. This guy, Little Bit, knows what he's got. He's going to ask a lot of dough.
Well, he won't get a lot. The bum that lives in a shanty by the freight yards will settle for next to nothing.
Not this guy.
Go on, knock.
Yeah? What you want?
It's me again, Goldie. Open up.
Oh, yeah. Come in.
Boss, this is Little Bit.
All right.
Make yourselves to home.
Get some light in here, will you?
I ain't got much oil left. I was saving it.
For what? Get that lantern lit.
Give me a match, Goldie.
For crying out loud, you're too tight to use matches?
I'll run out.
Here's a match. Now light the lantern.
I don't see no good reason, but...
That's better.
You think so? I don't believe ever I had the pleasure.
No, you didn't. And what's more, you're not going to get it.
Come on, little bit. Show the boss the gimmick.
It's going to cost you a pocketful.
Let's see it.
Okay. I got it here. I got it here under my cot.
It's a beaut, boss. Never thought we'd get our hands on one like it.
Okay, quiet.
Here she is. Complete. Regular, genuine, high-horsepower drill. The 6 diamond-tipped drill bits.
Yeah.
I like that, boss.
What are you asking, a little bit?
Well, seeing as I got an idea for what you're going to use it, I don't guess 500 be too much.
500?
Never mind what we're going to use it for a little bit. And 500 is out of the question.
I know guys that'll pay it.
Come on, little bit. You swiped it out of the roundhouse. Get reasonable, will you?
Goldie.
Yeah?
Go out to the car. Tell Lois and Mitch to come in here.
Hey, now, looky here. I can't go showing this thing to everybody as hot as a jailhouse in July. Now, you want it or don't you?
Yeah, I want it. Go on, Goldie.
Okay, I'll get it.
A little bit? I'll give you $10. Cash.
Oh, now, nothing doing. This drill's worth thousands to you.
$10.
Oh, go on, get out of here. We can't do no business.
You'll take $10 and be glad you got it.
Turn me loose. Turn me loose.
I wanted to, I'd pick up that drill and walk out of here and you wouldn't say a word to anybody. But I'm giving you a break.
Yeah, but $10 ain't nothing for my trouble. And that drill can cut through anything you want it to, like churned butter.
A little bit. I'm being generous.
Oh, now, I went to a lot of bother for that bad drill. Almost got myself catched getting it. Ain't everybody can swipe something like that out of a roundhouse.
Lois, stand over there. Quiet. Goldie, Mitch, come here.
Come through.
You're darn right it is.
Okay. Here, a little bit. I'll be kind to you. Here's a fast 20 for you.
Oh, that ain't enough.
It's plenty. Goldie.
Yeah?
You think you can find a through freight south?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Little bit's taking a vacation. Tie him up good and throw him in a boxcar.
Hey, now, I don't want no trouble.
Grab him.
Come on, you.
Let go.
Get him out of here.
Hold him, Mitch. Come on.
Come on.
If he gets fresh, slug him over the head and take back the 20.
Go on, now get out.
Close the door, Lois.
Yeah. Well, you certainly took care of him. The 3 of you.
Forget it. I don't own Moran where he can answer questions if he's picked up.
What can he tell him?
If the cops know we got a drill like this, they've got an idea what we're after.
You mean you can cut through those burglar-proof safes with this thing?
You bet I can. And the first one's going to be the vault in that bank at College Grove. I've just been itching to get a look inside that box. And here's where that itch gets scratched.
And so, Les, while the police were desperately trying to get on his trail, the Tennessee safecracker Ray Ernest acquired a power drill with diamond-tipped bits and planned to expand his operations to even larger and stronger safes. But he didn't realize that the steel nerves of a safecracker are often more brittle than the vaults on which he works.
You were telling us, Commissioner Bomar, that the gang of burglars led by Ray Ernest was responsible for cracking the safes of more than 50 banks and post offices in small towns of Tennessee and bordering states.
That's right, Les. And the police were making a strenuous effort to track him down. But the investigation under Captain J.J. Jackson of the Tennessee State Highway Patrol was proceeding slowly because of the widespread character of the criminals' operations. In the meantime, Ernest had acquired a special power drill for the purpose of cracking heavy safes. Early one morning, he and 2 of his Confederates were inside a small bank in Middle Tennessee, hard at work on the safe.
Okay, cut them up. All right, set the cap in there. Okay. Mitch.
Yeah, Ray?
Come get this stuff out of the way. We're going to blow her.
Yeah. It's done for me. We've been in here long enough.
All right, get the jump together.
Okay.
How's it going, Goldie?
It's about ready.
No. Set the cap deeper. Deeper.
Look,
Let me handle it.
Okay.
Goldie, grab the rug.
Right.
Tools all clear?
Just about.
Okay, make it snappy.
Here you are, Ray. Look.
All right, come on. Put it over the front of the safe.
And don't rush me. I work cheap.
Okay, up with it. That's it. I got a muffle or some. All right, get back there. I'll light the fuse.
Come on, Mitch. Behind the desk.
Right, Mitch. Here goes.
Get down, Ray.
Yeah.
It's a fast fuse.
Don't I know it?
What is it?
Okay, it ain't over yet. Hold it. Now hold it. Come on.
Beautiful.
Let's get busy. That noise could have been heard for a mile.
Yeah, right.
Mitch, signal Lois we'll be out in 5 minutes. And keep a lookout at that door. And if anybody gets nosy, let them have it.
Right.
Hello.
Briggs?
Yeah.
Captain Jackson.
Yes, Captain.
Ray Ernest and his mob have just knocked over the bank at College Grove.
Was that so?
Now, how about checking tourist cabins in your neighborhood for us?
Sure, Captain. I'll get right on it.
Wait a minute. When'd you get to bed?
Well, what time is it now?
4 a.m.
Oh, about an hour ago, but don't worry about it, Captain. I'll get right on it. I'll be okay.
Dig. All night long we dig to get in the safe. Now we dig a hole in the ground.
Go on, Mitch. That ain't there deep enough.
Here, take the shovel. You try it a while.
Thanks.
Go on, dig. Ray sees you laying down on the job. He's liable to bury you in a hole.
That ain't so funny.
No. It ain't, is it?
You know, there was nearly 30 grand in that safe. Split 4 ways, it don't come to so much.
Yeah. I thought this was a screwy idea. Stop in the middle of getaway. Go over in the woods, he says. Dig a hole, bury the dough, bury the tools.
You know, he and Lois could be out there in the car figuring out just how they're going to do the whole thing. We get the hole dug, Ray shoots the both of us, and we drop in the grave we dug.
Yeah. What's this stall of his about the whale? There's nothing wrong with that whale. If you ask me, Ray just wanted a chance to work this out with Lois.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Look, Goldie. He makes a move.
Why wait for him to make a move?
You mean?
Sure. I wouldn't mind getting rid of that rotten...
Watch it. Here he comes. Go ahead and take...
Okay.
That's it. That's about got it.
How you boys doing?
Okay.
All right, that's deep enough.
Now, you think so, Ray?
Plenty deep enough. Let's get busy. I want to be moving before it's late.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Look, Ray.
I don't want to hear any more about it. We bury the dough and the tools. When we need it, we come back. I'll get that stuff in there, Goldie.
Wait a minute, Ray.
Go on. Get it in there.
Okay.
I looked over that steering wheel. It's okay now.
Is it?
I said it was. Look, I got an idea how to play this safe. The cops know me. They don't know either you or Lois too well.
So?
You take the car, ride back to Nashville. You won't be bothered.
And what about you?
I'll hitchhike. I'll get there the best I can.
That's awful generous of you, Ray.
It's playing it safe.
What's Lois think about it?
I didn't ask her. She's sleeping in the car. It's the best way for all of us. Now go on, finish burying that stuff, then I'll get started.
You mean started walking?
That's what I mean.
What goes, Ray? This is a screwy deal.
I told you I wanted to play it safe.
Yeah. Safe enough to come back by yourself and dig up the dough?
Oh. So that's what's on your mind.
What else would be on our mind?
You're nuts. Now put the dough in there and get it covered up.
Not on your life, Ray. There's something else goes in that hole.
Hey.
That's it. Don't move.
Oh, pulling a gun on me, huh? What kind of a double cross is this?
Same kind you were fixing to hand us.
Don't move, Ray. Don't move or you get it sooner than you expected.
Well, okay, if this is the way you want it. But you're nuts. How far do you think you'd get without me?
We'd get 30 grand worth of far.
Now, look. Be reasonable, will you?
I want him dead. Why'd you shoot him?
Why didn't you?
Because you had a gun, that's why. Go on, give it to him now.
Throw him over in a hole first. It'll be cleaner.
Yeah.
Get it.
Okay.
Yeah, look at him. The big boys. Got dirt in his face.
Go on, give it to him. Well, what are you waiting for?
Look.
Come on, shoot.
Mitch. What do we need a murder rap for?
He was going to bury us.
I don't know. The idea he had wasn't bad.
Go on, will you?
We'll have to kill Lois, too, you know. She's nuts about him. She'll run to the first cop she sees. This way, we could just kiss a goodbye in Nashville and have the whole 30 grand to ourselves.
What about him?
I'll fix him so he's good for a couple hours here. We'll take a long trip. He'll never find us. Why look for trouble with a murder rap when this is just as good?
Okay, maybe you got something. Go on, get to work on him.
Give me that shovel. Yeah, grab it. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Cross me.
Okay, cut it out or you will kill him.
Come on, let's get moving.
Well, I don't get it.
We told you, Lois. Ray said the safest thing was for him to hitchhike and meet us in Nashville.
That's right.
There's something fishy about the whole deal.
What's fishy about it? We were digging a hole. He was fixing a wheel on a car. He comes to us and tells us the whole idea. We bury the dough. He goes off in the woods. That's all there is to it.
What'd you do to him?
What do we do to him? What are you talking about?
I mean, you guys are pulling a fast one.
Hey.
It's the law.
Go on, Goldie, drive.
Oh, brother.
Faster, will you? Faster.
They're catching up to us.
What's the bridge up ahead?
I see it.
Bridge is pretty narrow.
I'll shoot at him when I get closer. Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, this wheel, I can't hold it.
What's the bridge?
We're going over.
I can't hold it.
Waitress tells me your car broke down out of town a ways.
Yeah, that's right. I had a little wreck.
Oh.
Well, not much damage, except I got quite a bump on the head and my clothes full of mud.
Well, I'm working with the State Highway Patrol. Can I be helpful?
No, I called the wrecker from Nashville. They're coming out after the car.
Are you going to Nashville?
Yeah, as soon as I finish my coffee.
Well, I'm going there myself this morning. I'll give you a lift.
I'm much obliged, but I guess I can manage.
Well, you might have a little trouble, mister. There's quite a bit of excitement around. The bank at College Grove was broken into last night. The roadblocks all over.
No kidding.
You won't have no trouble with me, though. They know who I am. They let me right through.
You know, I think I'll take you up on your offer, if you don't mind.
Not at all. I'm glad to have the company. Riggs is my name.
Yeah, mine's Brown. Bruce Brown.
Okay, Mr. Brown, as soon as you finish your coffee.
Yeah, I'll be right with you.
No, a car went over the bridge on the pike early this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, we think it had some of the burglars in it. They're still trying to fish it out.
Were they drowned?
Looks that way. They'll know for sure in a couple of hours.
Well, if it was the bank robbers, I guess they had it coming.
I guess they did.
Well, I'm all set.
Okay, then let's go. I'd like to make Nashville by noon.
Okay with me. Sooner the better.
Yes, sir. We've been having quite a little trouble with them safecrackers. Busted into more than 50 safes. Most of them in small towns like mine.
Is that so?
Banks, post offices, warehouses, everything. But I reckon this is the end of them.
Well, if they drowned, it must be.
They even broke into the post office in my town. Same night we had the square dance at the firehouse. A lot of nerve those fellas had. Post office is right next door to where the dance was.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. We were having a great time in there. All the while they were breaking open the safe in the post office. No, I almost lost my job over it.
That's too bad.
The mayor says it wasn't my fault, though. So did my friend, Captain Jackson, of the State Highway Patrol.
Well, you were... Hey, what's that up ahead there?
Oh, well, that's one of the roadblocks. We won't have no trouble, though.
I thought you said those criminals were drowned.
Well, we're not really sure yet. Can't take any chances.
I guess you're right.
I'll just slow down a little so they can see who I am.
Yeah, that'll be a good idea.
Howdy, Riggs. Hello there, Sergeant. Yeah, it's Sergeant Bailey of the State Highway Patrol.
Mm-hmm. Did you have to stop?
No, I didn't, but I'd just like to say hello to my friend, Captain Jackson.
Oh.
Just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Brown. I won't be a minute.
Oh, take your time.
How's it going, Rick?
Fine, Sergeant, fine. Captain Jackson.
Oh, hello, Riggs. Anything doing?
Captain, you want Ray Ernest?
What?
Sitting in my car.
What? You're joking.
No, that's him, all right. Picked him up in a restaurant.
Oh, come on. Okay, Ernest, don't move.
Hey.
Come on. Get out of there.
Okay. I'm getting...
No gun on him, Captain.
She's lucky.
Well, I guess this is it, huh?
All except a few little details. You can tell us, for instance, why you tampered with the steering gear of your friend's car so they'd lose control.
You'll have a hard time proving that.
Maybe you wanted all that loot for yourself. That's how you figured to get it.
Maybe. But you couldn't prove that either.
We'll see.
Well, Ernest, as far as I go, but if you want to go to Nashville, the captain will take you the rest of the way.
You bet your life I will, Ernest. I want you in the strongest jail in the state.
So, Les, that was the end of the criminal activities of Ray Ernest and his gang. Ernest, the sole survivor of the gang, is now serving a long term in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta, after which he'll have to account for similar sentences in the states of Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Bomar, and congratulations to all the officers, federal, state, and local, who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of this troublesome criminal. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with John Larkin and Will Geer in leading roles. Les Griffiths speaking for Don Gardner. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning in to Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Presents the case of the New York Narcotics King, who ran a $2 million dope racket until he was tripped up by a federal agent's broken leg.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John C. Hilley, Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case. Welcome back to Gangbusters, Mr. Hilley.
Thank you, Don Gardner. It's a pleasure being back.
Well, now, Mr. Hilley, perhaps you'd like to say a word about the problems involved in tonight's case.
That's a large order, Don. A word certainly couldn't cover it. But I can say this. Traffic in illicit narcotics is a multi-million-dollar international business. But most important, narcotics are a breeder of crime. Innumerable thefts and robberies today are committed for the primary purpose of getting funds for the criminal to purchase drugs. In other words, stamp out illegal traffic in drugs, and we cut our annual crime bill nearly in half.
And what about tonight's case, Mr. Hilley?
Well, Don, it involves a syndicate of some of the most despicable criminals I've run up against in all my years of law enforcement work. In a federal district courtroom right here in New York City, just about a year ago, two surly, expensively dressed defendants were standing before the bar of justice as the usually mild-mannered judge addressed them in a tone seldom heard in his courtroom.
I'm given to understand by Captain O'Neill and the Treasury Department that it's common knowledge that you, Galliano, are the boss and that you, Lawyer Cano, are second in command of one of the largest narcotic syndicates in the country. You bring physical ruination, mental decay, and moral corruption to thousands of victims.
Judge, Your Honor, I'm not that bad after you get to know me.
If you have no respect for this court, Galliano, I'll hold you in contempt.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I'd like to send you men to the penitentiary for the rest of your lives. You belong there. But the rules of evidence were formed to protect the innocent as well as convict the guilty. It's not a reflection on our system of justice that often the guilty are comforted by those rules. I want you to understand that. I'll rule on the defense motion. The indictment is dismissed for want of evidence. Adjourn until 10 tomorrow.
Lawyers, the Honorable United States Court for the Southern District of New York is adjourned until 10 a.m.
Come on, Luggage. Let's get out of here. Yeah.
He laced it into us.
So he laced it into us. We're walking out, aren't we? Wait a minute. Hey, Counselor, send me a bill. You'll get a check in the next mail. Good work. Come on, Lucky.
What'd you have to crack wise to the judge for? He could have nailed you for contempt.
Well, didn't I apologize? Forget it. We got work to do. I want those 5 ounces delivered tonight.
Hey, Pip, for crying out loud, we ain't even out of the courtroom yet.
So we ain't out the courtroom. Get those 5 pieces of brown stuff delivered tonight.
From the Commissioner of Narcotics, Treasury Department, Washington, D.C., to District Supervisor, Bureau of Narcotics, New York. Extraordinary measures approved in case of Joseph Gagliano, alias Pip the Blind, and Angelo Loiacano, alias Luggy, connection $2 million narcotics syndicate.
Hi.
What do you want?
I'm Luggy.
So you're Luggy?
Angelo Loiacano. I'm with Pip the Blind. What are you drinking?
Strychnine. You want a dose?
Look, you want to do business, don't get smart.
I deal with nobody but the principals. Where is this guy, Pip?
He's a homebody. He don't go out nights.
All right, run along, chum. I don't talk unless I know who I'm talking to. There's too many agents floating around.
You think I'm an agent?
I've seen crummier-looking ones.
Hey.
Now, look. I spent 3,000 miles from San Francisco and a lot of time making this connection. I meet Pip and do business with him, or I don't do business.
You don't meet Pip. What's your full moniker again?
Porter. Vince Porter.
Ah, you got some good friends, Vince. They made you a good connection.
That's what friends are for.
How much of the brand do you want?
Get out of here.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter. 2 minutes we've been talking. I don't know you're okay. You don't know I'm okay. Who you kidding?
This is New York. This is the Big Apple, Vince. We're quick and to the point.
I don't care if it's Timbuktu. I've been around enough to be careful what I'm walking into. And I don't like doing business with a guy who offers me something before he knows I'm okay. That means maybe he's not okay.
We got this thing set, Vince. We do business in broad daylight, practically.
Yeah?
Sure. We've been in and out of that federal courthouse so much we practically got a lease on that joint. They ain't stuck us yet.
There'll come a day.
Not the way we work. We make a deal, so you say you want 10 pieces. It's set for delivery, okay. We make a meet someplace. You pass me the dough, okay. I leave you.
Yeah. With the dough.
We're on the up and up, Vince. We got a good trade, and we're going to keep it good.
Mm-hmm.
So no monkey business from us.
Okay, no monkey business.
So I get the dough, and I'm on my way. I got one of my boys waiting around the corner. He's got the package of brown. I give him the high sign. He grabs some kid in the street. He asks him, you want to make an easy $5? Kid says, sure. My boy hands him the package and says, go give it to you. See?
Yeah, I see. You guys can't get stuck.
Well, that's why we do it that way, so we can't get stuck. Maybe one of my boys gets stuck every so often, but, well, we make it worth his while.
What about the buyer, though? As soon as I take delivery, somebody can put his hands on my shoulder. I'm cooked. But they can't touch you.
Oh, we watch our stab. Customer in a can is one less customer. We like more customers, not less. Okay, come on.
Come on where?
To meet Pip. You can close with him.
Okay. Just let me finish my drink.
Captain Othniel.
Captain, I've reached Lieutenant Neary of the New York City Detectives for you.
Oh, good. Put him on.
1 second. Go ahead. Hello?
Lieutenant, this is Captain Othniel, Narcotics Bureau, Treasury.
Yes, Captain.
We're working on a new angle on Pip the Blind. Could you make a meeting tonight on it?
Oh, sure thing.
And, Lieutenant, could you get hold of Rothman in the district attorney's office? I'd like him to be there, too.
I'll call him right away. Where's it to be? At your office?
No. I have a reason for wanting it away from here. Make it at the Spencer Hotel, room 1102, 1130.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good. And, this may take a long time, gentlemen. But I think if we have enough patience, we can work this thing right. We can nail them once and for all.
Well, are we going to work from the hotel here, Captain, instead of headquarters?
Yes, Sloan, for a while.
I see.
That suits me fine, Captain.
It's all right with me.
The trouble in the past has been that Pip doesn't figure directly in any of the transactions. Because he hasn't been in on the buys, because he never handles any of the stuff personally, we haven't been able to stick him.
Well, if he stays out of the actual transfer of the narcotics, do you think we'll ever be able to stick him?
This works, we will. I'm lucky, too. These two men have been running wild long enough.
Well, Captain,
Captain. Yes?
Somebody on the fire escape. I'll get him.
Lieutenant.
I'll move you. Okay.
It's all right, Lieutenant. It's okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Come in, Purdy.
Excuse me, will you? Shut this thing. It's kind of chilly out there.
How'd it go?
Okay tonight, Captain. I met Pip.
Good work. Gentlemen, this is Agent Vincent Purdy of the San Francisco office.
What?
He's got the next room. We brought him here to work his way in and make a buy from Pip. He's the extraordinary measure I was telling you about. Lieutenant Mary of the New York detectives.
How are you?
Lieutenant. Detective D'Angelo. Mr. Rothman of the New York District Attorney's Office. Agent Sloan and Agent Oppenheimer, you know.
Glad to see you all.
Now, gentlemen, Agent Purdy is operating as Vince Porter, San Francisco narcotics wholesaler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vince?
Well, Captain, I think we're going to have a hard time with Pip. Under no circumstances will he handle the goods.
That makes it awful tough.
The precautions they take in transferring the stuff make it almost impossible to secure the evidence we need. Now, I can get bolder if you'd like and make some suggestions to them, but that's liable to queer the whole deal.
No, we'll be all right as we're going. It'll take a lot of work and a lot of men to get us what we need. Vince has made a good connection. I think he's in a position where they trust him. Now, we stall for
So, Don, even with a Treasury agent working undercover as a San Francisco narcotics wholesaler, the law enforcement officers were having a difficult time making a case against Pip the Blind Galliano and Luigi Loiacano. But with the help of a broken leg and a delivery truck, the officers were soon able to get within range of what they sought.
San Francisco narcotic merchant had nearly completed arrangements to buy a quantity of illicit heroin from the syndicate headed by Joseph Galliano, known as Pip the Blind.
That's right, Don. A few minutes before the time set for the undercover agent's appointment, Pip was in his home on New York's Upper East Side, waiting for his lieutenant to show up with the new customer when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Pip. Luggy.
Where are you? I thought you were bringing this Vince around.
He had an accident, Pip.
Accident? What kind of accident?
He broke his leg.
What?
Yeah. Fell down some steps in this hotel and chipped the bone. It's got a regular cast on it.
Well, if he thinks I'm going to him, he's crazy. I don't make deals in strange rooms.
It's not that bad, Pip. He's outside here in his car. He can drive all right. Doc says he just has to keep his weight off the leg.
Okay. Bring him around the house. I'll, come out to his car. I'd like to take a look at that leg.
Hey, he's right here in the car. You can take a look at him.
Okay.
He says he can use plenty of the brown, Pip.
Okay. If everything looks all right, I'll keep him out on the price situation for this first 50 pieces. If we're tough now, we might save trouble later.
Yeah, this is it, Pip.
Hi, Vince.
Pip? Get in.
Yeah. Just a second. Luggy, stand around on the sidewalk. Keep your eyes open.
Right, boss.
Careful. Watch his crutches there, will you?
Sorry to hear about your tough luck, Vince.
Well, accidents happen. Ain't so bad, except for this cast.
Well, let's get down to business.
That's what I'm here for. Can you deliver me 50 ounces of the brown stuff?
Sure, I can deliver. But not cheap.
What's not cheap?
$350 apiece.
$350? Look, we're not kids. I don't have to come to New York to buy at $350. At $350, I can buy all I want any place.
Then why don't you?
50 pieces, $300 apiece.
You heard my price.
Look, this 50 pieces is only the beginning. I'll buy plenty from a source at the right price.
$350's my price all over. Word gets around, I let it go for less. I'll be in a spot with the boys all over the country. I got other customers to think about.
Who's gonna know?
300's out of the question.
All right, I'll split the difference. 3 1/4.
Okay. It's a deal, Vince. 50 pieces at 3 1/4.
And look, Pip. No short waits. All pure stuff. I don't come back for more.
What do you take me for? I'm a businessman. You buy an ounce of heroin from me, you get an ounce of heroin, nothing else.
All right. I just want it understood.
It's understood without saying. I got a reputation. Luggy will make arrangements for the meet.
Okay.
Luggy.
Yeah, Pep. Everything okay?
50 pieces of brown at 3 1/4. Arrange with him for the meet.
Right.
See you around, Vince. So long.
Yeah. Get in, Luggy.
Yeah, you got a good price, Vince.
So I got a good price. I need the stuff quick. What about the meat?
Tomorrow night.
I need it tonight.
I can't get to the plant till tomorrow. You want the brown, you'll have to wait until tomorrow night.
I got a carrier leaving on a plane for Frisco tomorrow. These 50 pieces have got to go with them.
What time's the plane leave?
5:33 from LaGuardia.
Okay, we'll make the meet tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon? There'll be no meet in broad daylight. Not with me, they won't. What kind of a chump do you take me for?
I can't get my hands on the 50 pieces till the morning. You want the stuff on that plane, we'll change the meet in the afternoon.
That stinks.
Leave it to me. You won't be bothered.
And I got no choice.
Not if you want the goods on that plane, you haven't. How's 1 o'clock?
I guess it'll have to be okay.
85th and Amsterdam, southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll see you.
50 pieces at 3 1/4. 50 at 3 would be 15 grand. 25 times 50, 12, 11 and a half. Comes to 16,250.
I'll have it.
Hey.
What?
Looks like a bad car there.
Where?
That panel truck that's been sitting there all the time.
Oh, that truck's from the Times. They're making deliveries. What do you think? The Times got a tie-up with the government?
Ah, it's okay. Nobody saw anything that can hurt us.
All right, Luggy. I got to see the doc about my foot.
All right. 85th and Amsterdam. Southwest corner, 1 o'clock.
I'll be there.
So long.
Sloan?
Yeah?
All right, the switch is on. You can talk. Did you get it all?
Every word.
That ought to be good enough evidence to start Pip the Blind on his way to Leavenworth, huh?
You said it.
I'll pull around the corner and let you out of the trunk.
No, there's no sense taking a chance. I'm all right. I'm a little guy. I was made to order for a trunk. I've been more cramped in subways.
All right. I'll take the East Side Drive. We'll be at the Federal Building in 15 minutes.
That was good work, Vince. I never thought you'd get him to change the meet in daylight.
Well, I think it was Vince being against it that sold Luggy, Captain. Isn't that right, Vince?
Well, it'll be just our luck to have a dark and cloudy day tomorrow. We probably won't get any movies at all.
Any idea about the weather tomorrow, Lieutenant?
I checked out a little while ago. Warm and sunny. But you know how weather forecasts are.
Yeah, it's just as likely to come up cold and rainy.
Well, there's no sense worrying about the weather. This works out. We get movies of the entire transaction. The case will be that much tighter.
Supposing I get hold of the lieutenant in charge of the 22nd Squad, which covers that district. He'll help set up locations for the motion picture cameras.
Good idea, Lieutenant. We get upstairs in the buildings on 3 corners. We should be able to cover everything with telephoto lenses.
Yeah, we should.
In addition, I think we'll have 2 panel trucks with cameras. Both on the southwest corner. One on Amsterdam, one on 85th Street.
Captain, we'd better not use the Times truck again. Luggy was a little suspicious of it tonight.
Okay. We'll see if we can get one from the telephone company. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Any detective you know can pose as a sign painter?
Yeah, I think there's a sergeant in the safe and loft squad. I'll see if I can get him a sign.
Good. We'll put him to work in the drugstore window, right on the corner. Maybe he can witness the transaction close up. And, I think we ought to have an agent as a street cleaner.
Okay, I'll arrange with the Department of Sanitation for the equipment.
What about me, Cap? Back into the trunk of the car?
Back into the trunk of the car. That makes you the best witness we've got.
Oh, my lumbago.
Now, about the money. We'll get you up 16,500 in marked bills, Vince.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important. We're not going to make any arrests on the scene. We'll let Luggy leave to meet Pip.
With the 16,500?
It's the only thing we can do. We'll be right behind him. As soon as he turns that money over to Pip, we step in and make the arrest. All right? Now let's all get lots of rest tonight. Tomorrow's a big day. Okay, Sloan, hold on. It's the next corner.
I'm holding. Pray we don't get a flat.
Right. I see a parking place. There's that sign painted.
How about Lucky? Is he around?
I don't see him. There's the street cleaner, the telephone company truck. Here goes. Hold it, there's Lucky. Here he comes.
Vince, get on the button.
Yeah, get in there. Watch the crutches, will you?
Yeah. You got the dough?
Yeah. Put 16,500 in here.
A little more.
I'll peel off 250 and the rest is yours.
Okay.
50.
Careful.
150. 250. There you are.
Yeah. Thanks.
But you going to count it?
Later, yeah. Not in broad daylight. If it's short, you'll hear from us. Well, sit here a minute. You'll get your 50 pieces.
I'll see you. Sloan?
Yeah?
Get it all?
You bet.
There goes Lucky. I think he gave the signal to a guy in the corner. Yeah, I did. Guy's got a kid with him. He's giving the kid the goods. Here comes the kid, and there goes the guy. Rourke started out tailing the guy.
How about Lucky?
He's standing there watching the kid. I think they're getting good pictures of this. Hold it, here comes the kid. Yeah, what is it?
Hey, mister. Tell Mr. There, give me $1 to give you this package.
Okay.
Some kind of screwing on me. I can use $1.
All right, just drop the package on the seat.
Okay. There you are.
Now, scram, kid.
Sure, okay. Scram.
Well, Sloan, we got our baby. There goes Flynn after the boy. Now all we got to get is Pip the blind. Flat and no flat, here I go.
Now back to Gangbusters.
So like I was telling you, Pip, it all came off like clockwork. This guy, Vince, is going to make a good customer. He tells me he can use 100 pieces a month, no less.
Let's see the dough.
Yeah, sure. Here you. Just like he gave it to you.
Good, good. Hopefully 20s and smaller.
Yeah, a few 50s there. Not many.
No, this comes in handy. There's a boat in tomorrow. We get some more stuff off it.
Good, good.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to swing it.
Who's that?
I'm not expecting anybody. Here, Lucky. Put the dough under that cushion.
Right.
Okay, I'm coming. Yeah? Who is it?
Open up, Pip. Treasury agents.
Treasury agent. Listen, can't you guys leave me alone? You got nothing on me and you know it.
Well, we'll see about that. Meantime, you'll take a ride downtown with us. Come on, men.
Hey, Fortune, you got no business in here.
Haven't we? They've got a search warrant that says we have.
Hey, Pip, what's the matter? Oh.
You too, Lucky. Now listen to me, both of you. I know there's 16,000 in this house.
What, 16,000?
Money Lucky brought you not 15 minutes ago. Now we know it's here. So you're going to hand it over? Or do we have to tear the joint apart looking for it?
Okay, you win. Under the cushion on the couch. But it'll take a lot more than a dough to stick me, copper, a lot more.
I know it, Pip. And this time we've got a lot more. Just you wait and see what we've got.
That, Don, was how agents of the Narcotics Bureau, Treasury Department, working with New York City authorities, brought these criminals to justice. And the case against them was one of the most completely convincing presentations of evidence ever used in a criminal action. After his conviction, Joseph Galliano, alias Pip the Blind, hanged himself in jail rather than face the long prison term he had coming. Angelo Loiacano, alias Luggy, and other members of the Combine are now serving maximum terms in Sing Sing and still face federal charges growing out of their operations.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney John C. Hilley, and congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in the investigation. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Raymond Edward Johnson in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040. Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
High school Hotshots, who killed and robbed to buy their girlfriends a good time, but who found that a love letter in the hands of alert detectives could lead the way straight to the electric chair.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable C.L. Westover, former sheriff of Wayne County, Mississippi, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Sheriff Westover, I know you have a purpose in telling tonight's case.
I have, Don Gardner. As you'll see, I brought a 15-year-old guest to the studio whom we'll hear from later.
Well, then, why don't you start right in, Sheriff?
All right, Don. I think we ought to begin in a small city in Alabama, Maline. At the local bus station one afternoon, the 4 o'clock coach for Mobile was just about ready to pull out. All the passengers were aboard except one, a striking but overly dressed young woman. She was engaged in a prolonged farewell with a handsome youth who appeared to be a few years younger.
All right, now take care of yourself, baby.
Oh, I will, Joe, for you.
Now, if everything goes all right, I ought to be in Mobile by the 1st, and I'll bring you a present. A real present.
Oh, Joe, honey, would you? Oh, goodbye, Joe.
Oh, just a second. Shim, come here, will you?
I've got to hurry, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. What is it? Madge wants to say goodbye to you, Shim.
Oh, thanks.
Goodbye, Shim. You're a nice kid. I hope we can get together again real soon.
Gee, same here.
So long, Madge, baby.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
Go on, they'll leave without you.
Goodbye, Joe. Right.
Have a good trip, Madge.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Sure, Joe. Well, there she goes, huh, Joe?
I'll see her again soon.
Hey, she's waving to you.
Yeah.
Joe, did she really promise she'd fix it up for me with that friend of hers?
Told you she promised, didn't I?
But did you ever see her friend? Is she okay?
Isn't Madge okay?
Well, she sure is.
And so's her friend. Come on, Shim, let's get out of here. I got a lot to show you before we can start thinking about any dames.
Yeah.
Jackson bus leaving in 5 minutes.
You nervous, Shim?
Sure I'm nervous. Weren't you the first time?
Me, I never was nervous. Never in my life. First time was like the last and all of them in between. You go in, you stick a gun on a guy, you get the dough, that's all.
But, Joe, suppose a guy puts up a fight.
Suppose he does. What do you get your gun for?
You mean?
That's what I mean. Now, look, Shim, nobody that's got any sense is gonna argue with you. You got no worries. You just tell the filling station guy you want to use the phone.
I hope it comes off all right.
It will. There's nothing to it. We're really wasting our time with this filling station.
Wasting time? Well, then let's skip it, huh?
Skip it, nothing. The easiest one you can start with, the better off you are. All right, there we are. Now get set. I'm going to pull in.
Look, Joe.
What?
Well, Oh, nothing.
Now just take your time. You'll be all right. I'll go out and do the talking.
Yep. How many, young fellas?
Fill her up, will you, friend? We got a lot of driving to do tonight.
Right. Fill her up. Regular, special.
Special. Say, you got a phone in there?
Sure. Help yourself. My partner inside will show you where it is.
Go on, pal. Make your call.
Okay.
Come on. Slide out this side.
Yeah, all right. You say so.
Go on now. Get going, will you?
Okay. I'll be right out.
How's the oil, young fellas?
Oil's okay.
Nice car you got here. Whose is it? Your father's?
Oh, it's my brother's.
Well, that's so. Well, he's got a good one, all right. If I were getting, I'd get one of these. Yes, sir, young fella. Awful nice car.
All right, don't move.
Okay, young fella.
Just keep filling that tank. Just keep filling till this gun's liable to go off. That's it. All right, it's enough gasoline. Screw on the cap.
Yeah.
Good. Now drop the hose right there. Go on, drop it. Give me that changer.
What?
Come on, give it here. It's better. Now the bills. Come on, the bills.
Okay.
That's it, thanks.
Okay, I got it all.
Well, take it easy. Get the car started.
Hurry up, will you?
All right, mister. Here's something to keep you quiet. Okay. Now, get moving.
Yeah. How'd I do, Joe? Did I do okay?
You did fair.
Boy, I hope that girl Madge lines up for me is okay. I sure hope so.
Don't worry about the girl now. We gotta ditch this car and get away from here. There's a lot of work to do before we see any girls in Mobile. Hello, Shim.
Where you been, Joe? I'm awful hungry.
Looking over to town. Oh, by the way, if you want to get your suit pressed, there's a good tailor across the way. Just to block us up in the hotel here.
No, it's all right. There's no sense in having anything pressed. Don't look like we're ever getting to Mobile. Come on, let's... Oh, say, I went by the post office. There was a letter for you.
Well, come on, hand it over. What are you waiting for?
It's on the dresser.
Guy's got a letter. You don't even tell him anything about it.
I forgot.
Ah, it's from Madge, all right. Hey, get a load of this perfume.
Yeah, I got a load of it already. See if she says anything about that girl for me.
Cheer up, will you, Shim? You'll have your girl.
Well, I'd sure like to know when.
Soon.
It better be pretty soon. I'm getting awful tired taking dough off guys for nothing.
Now, take it easy, Shim. We're going to get to Mobile a lot sooner than we figured.
No kidding?
No kidding. You know all those turpentine distilleries out in the woods? We saw something drive them in, remember?
What about them?
Well, tomorrow is payday. And all the payrolls are delivered by one guy.
Hey, a payroll's big stuff.
You bet your life it's big. And we're going to get it. They tell me this guy just loves to pick up hitchhikers. Tomorrow he's going to have himself a couple of hitchhikers, us.
But, Joe, if he carries a payroll, he's got a gun for sure.
So we got 2 guns. Just let me handle it. Let me handle it. We'll be in Mobile by Sunday. Now, let's see what Madge has to say.
Yes, sir, it's a mighty lonely job, driving around all day, all by myself. That's why I don't mind giving young chaps like you a lift. Got somebody to talk to.
Somebody to talk to always helps.
Yeah. Hey, you back there. You don't seem to like to do much talking.
Oh, I do lots of talking. When I got something to talk about.
Well, I reckon that's a good idea. Don't talk unless you got something to talk about. Look, boys, my first stop's about a mile or so down. Now, if you want to wait in the car while I run in the turpentine distillery a minute, why, I'll carry you further.
I think your first stop's going to be right here.
What do you mean?
It means he's got a gun on you, mister. You better pull off the road right here.
Oh, so that's the way it is.
That's the way it is. Now get the car off the road and stop.
Okay. Is this all right?
Watch him.
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, you hit him awful hard, Joe.
Yeah, but he's going to get worse. All right, now, come on. Push him out this way.
Look, Joe.
Come on, push him, will you? Come on.
Okay. Oh.
Shut up, you.
What are you doing, Joe?
Come on. Into the ditch with him. Let's go.
Okay.
Push.
Watch him. Watch him. Gee, Joe, I think he's hit pretty bad. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. This guy'd recognize us anyplace.
You think he would?
If he's dead, they'll never find out about us. We gotta plug him.
Joe, you're kidding.
Stand back there.
Joe.
Shut up. Now watch.
Joe, put that gun away. Let's get out of here.
Quiet.
What'd you have to do it for?
I did it. Let me tell you something. Don't you go getting cold feet. You're as guilty as me. You understand that, don't you?
Honest, I don't know whether all this is worth... Hey, your car.
It's all right. Turn off that crossroads down there. Come on, let's get out of here. Go on, get in. Get in. We'll ditch the car and then travel. We got a lot of dough to travel on now.
And so, Don, the inevitable murder occurred. The two young criminals fled the scene in the murdered man's automobile. But they had no idea how quickly a shiny button and a parcel post package could tell investigating officers exactly what they wanted to know.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Sheriff Westover, that the young criminals Joe Lehman and Maurice Shimmick had murdered payroll messenger Tom Boykin in Wayne County, Mississippi, then drove off in their victim's car with the loot.
That's right, Don. But it wasn't long before the crime was discovered. It was obvious that the murder had been committed to obtain the payroll, and immediate investigation was started. As soon as I returned to my office from the scene of the crime, I phoned the police department at Meridian, Mississippi. There was a man there I knew might be of great help on the case, Detective Tom Harbour, one of the most famous homicide investigators in the South.
And the car hasn't shown up anyplace, Sheriff?
Not yet, Harbour, but I don't imagine they'll stay with it long. They'll be smart enough to know we've got alarms out all over.
Looks as if we're after a bad pair, Sheriff. Is there anything to go on?
Well, yes. Joe Henry, the game warden, happened to be passing by the scene. He saw the car parked there and these two boys walking toward it.
Did he get a good look at the boys?
No, not a very good look. The only thing he noticed was that one of them was tall, had on a bright blue sports coat, and it must have had brass buttons.
Is that so?
Yes, you see, the buttons were reflecting in the sun as the game warden drove past the crossroads. They must have been brass or silver or some such metal.
That's interesting.
I was wondering, Harbour, do you reckon if I spoke to your chief over there, you could get assigned to help us out for a while on this case?
Tell you what I'll do, Sheriff. I'll speak to Chief myself. I'm sure it'll be okay. If it is, I'll drive right over and get to work with you.
Oh, go on, Shim. Drink your beer. Stop worrying all the time, will you?
You talk like we got nothing to worry about. After all, we killed the guy.
For crying out loud, keep it down.
Okay. Gee, I didn't want this kind of trouble. All I wanted was a girl and some fun.
You got no trouble. That was in Mississippi. We're in Georgia. It's like another world.
Maybe. But you still should have done like I said. You should have thrown a gun in a river someplace instead of sending it to her.
I might need that gun again soon.
Gee, it don't seem safe to me. We should have buried it with that payroll money.
Hey.
What's the matter with you, Joe? Let go, will you? Let go.
You hitting Madge can't be trusted.
No, let go, please. I wasn't hinting nothing.
All right, then. Remember this. Maybe I pulled the trigger. But you can get just as much as me, just as much. If I pick us up, keep your mouth shut and we'll be okay.
Well, Sheriff, I think I've rounded up a pretty good description of those boys from people who saw them around town.
We'll need a pretty good one, Harbour. We've located the car.
Oh?
Yes, back in the woods near McLean. Not a good print on it anyplace, though. Nothing.
Well, didn't expect to pick them up in the car. That was too much to hope for.
Yes, I know it was, but you still hope anyway. Now, what about those descriptions, Harbour?
You know, Sheriff, the only thing we had to go on was a bright blue sport coat with brass or silver buttons.
The one the game warden saw on the fella getting into Tom Boykin's car.
And that's not much.
Well, I figured maybe the boy wearing that jacket brought it in for cleaning or something.
And he did?
Yes. The third tailor shop I visited.
Mm-hmm.
A young fellow was in, had a jacket just like that pressed.
Well.
I got a pretty good description of him. Taylor remembered him perfectly. And he asked about a good place to eat in town. Taylor recommended Mrs. Hudson's. And the two of them ate there that night.
Good work, Harbour.
And Mrs. Hudson gave me a pretty good idea what the other one looks like.
Well, that's fine, Harbour, fine. But one thing has been bothering me. You know, there is an awful good chance these might not be the two boys who killed Boykin.
I know it.
After all, the game warden saw them from a distance and only for a moment.
Well, they're the most likely suspects. So, suppose we get out descriptions of these two to every law enforcement agency in the South. Maybe someone can put his hands on them for us.
The Chief of Police, LaGrange, Georgia, to the Sheriff, Wayne County, Mississippi, holding two young men, giving names Joseph Lehman and Maurice Shimmick. Answer description, wanted circular reaching here. Both admit presence in Waynesboro, approximate date, but deny any part of murder. No evidence to contrary. Advised.
From Sheriff, Wayne County, Mississippi, to Chief of Police, LaGrange, Georgia, hold suspects, leaving immediately for your city.
What's the matter, Detective Harbour? You don't look like my answers make you happy.
I don't, Joe. You still haven't given me a good reason for your visiting Waynesboro. Particularly visiting Waynesboro on the day Tom Boykin was held up and murdered.
Look, you keep bringing that up. I keep telling you we had nothing to do with it.
And why were you in Waynesboro?
We were traveling all over. We just happened to be there. You can ask Shim.
Well, thanks for the suggestion, but the sheriff's in there asking him now.
Listen, since when is it a crime to visit someplace?
Well, visiting isn't any crime. Come on with me.
Where?
In the... Oh. You're sure this is your sport jacket?
Of course I'm sure.
You're positive you didn't steal it from anyone?
I bought it. I bought it at the famous in Maylene, Alabama. I can prove it.
Well, as long as you can prove it.
Look, when are you going to let us go? We didn't do a thing. I tell you, not a thing.
Come on.
It won't do you any good to lie, son.
I'm not lying. We didn't kill anybody, Sheriff. We didn't do a thing wrong.
Hello, Shim. Don't let these policemen scare you.
I'm not scared, Joe. Why should I be scared? I didn't do anything.
That's the way.
Well, neither of you have to be frightened.
Now, look, we know you got a job to do, Sheriff.
Yeah, no hard feelings.
That's the right attitude, boys.
But when do we get out?
That's a question.
What do you mean it's a question? You got no right to hold us if we're innocent.
Well, we could start extradition proceedings, take you back to Mississippi.
Well, why don't you?
We will if we have to.
What do you mean, if you have to?
Exactly this, boys. If you'll agree to come back to Waynesboro with us, we promise not to put you in jail until we get this thing cleared up.
Why should we?
Well, you were interested in seeing this thing straightened out, aren't you?
Well, look, it's your job to straighten it out, not mine. We didn't kill anybody. We won't go back with you. Why should we?
What do you mean you won't put us in jail? Where will you put us?
We'll get you a room at the hotel with a deputy to keep you company.
Company? Huh.
But, on the other hand, we can start extradition proceedings right away, and chances are we'll get you anyway. In that case, it'll have to be jail.
You mean that about the hotel?
Yes.
All right, we'll go back with you.
Joe.
Why not? They'll put us up in a hotel.
Gee, I don't know.
Why should we take the chance of laying out in jail? We can live like kings in a hotel. The week of 10 days will be out. We didn't do nothing.
Okay, Joe. If you think it's best.
All right, Mr. Harbour. We'd like to see that you get this thing cleared up. We'll go back with you. That is, if you give me your word about the hotel.
Sheriff, you have my word. You two can stay at the hotel. We won't put anybody in jail until we're positive who the murderers are.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Yes?
Good evening.
What is it?
You're Madge Thomas?
That's right.
My name's Tom Harbour. I'm with the Meridian, Mississippi Police Department.
Meridian, Mississippi.
Yes. I came all the way to Mobile to see you. May I come in?
Okay, if you want.
Thanks.
What did you want to see me about?
I believe you're acquainted with a young man named Joe Lehman.
Joe Lehman? Well, no, I don't think so.
You're the only Madge Thomas at this address?
As far as I know.
And this is your handwriting?
Well...
Is it or isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's quite a torrid love letter you wrote to Joe Lehman, a young man you don't even know.
All right, I know him. I know lots of men. His name just slipped my mind for a minute.
I can imagine. Joe wouldn't like to hear that. Sure, he thinks a lot of you. You know, he thinks so much of you, he had that letter sewn in the lining of his jacket just to keep it close.
I can't help what he thinks of me. I barely know him. He's just a kid.
What's that in there? Kitchen?
Yes, it's the kitchen. What do you want with me?
The letter said your last received, darling, and the package came a few days later. What package?
Say, what's this all about, anyway?
I'll tell you what it's all about. You're Joe and another young fellow suspected of committing murder.
Murder?
Yes, and robbery. I want to see what was in that package he sent you.
It wasn't anything, only a present. He sends me presents all the time. All the time.
That may be so, but if what I think is in that package, you can be held as an accessory after the fact.
Me?
That's who I'm talking about. You can go to the penitentiary.
Oh, no.
And there's no beauty parlors, no silk stockings, and no men.
Look, it was a gun in the package. I didn't know what it was for.
Where is it?
He just said keep it.
Where's the gun?
It's right over here. Right here.
Get it.
There it is in the drawer. I haven't touched it since it came. I didn't know what it was for, honest.
Well, that's to be determined.
I'll cooperate. I'll do anything.
All right, you can start cooperating right now. There's a train back in an hour. We'll be on it.
For crying out loud, Shim, will you light someplace?
Oh, okay.
Back and forth, back and forth. Will you be like me? Relax. We got a few days in the hotel. The county's paying the bills. Take it easy. Enjoy it.
What do you think they're finding out? What do you suppose?
Shut up, will you? How many times do I have to tell you they might have the joint wired?
Oh, who cares?
Where's your guts? They haven't got a thing on us. Can't hold us much longer. They gotta let us go.
When they take that deputy away from the door, I'll believe it. Until then, no.
Just stick it out. All right, now quiet. Come in.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Mr. Harbour. Sheriff.
Well, the sheriff and I have some news for you.
No kidding.
That's right.
Oh, you see, Shim, I told you everything would be all right. They're not going to hold us in the hotel anymore, are you?
Is that right?
That's right.
Well, we tried to help you out, Sheriff, but you know we didn't have anything to do with that killing.
No, we didn't, really.
All right, boys. Get your things together.
Well, it's kind of late today. I think we'll stay in the room tonight. We'll be on our way tomorrow, huh? That's okay with you?
I'm afraid it's not okay with us. We're moving you over to the county jail.
The county jail?
Hey, what's the matter? What happened?
We located your girlfriend, Madge, and we located the murder gun.
Oh, no.
Shut up, Shim. It's a stall. You didn't locate a thing. You're trying to trick us.
No trick. We got Madge at the sheriff's office. You can see your gun with your own eyes. You can see how a bullet taken from it compares with the bullets taken from Tom Boykin's body. Now get your things together and make it snappy. You're changing accommodations.
Well, that, Don, was how the case was finally closed. Joseph Lehman and Maurice Shimmick, who thought they were smart enough to get away with robbery and murder, were convicted by a Wayne County jury, and both were electrocuted in the state of Mississippi.
Well, Sheriff Westover, you brought a special guest to our Gangbuster studio tonight.
Yes, Don, and he's here for a very important reason. He's 15-year-old Edward Michel, specially sent to our Gangbusters program tonight as the representative of the Madison Square Boys Club of New York. Meet Don Gardner, Eddie.
Hello, Mr. Gardner.
Well, hello, Eddie. I understand that you, speaking for the Madison Square Boys Club, which is a member of the Boys Club of America, have something very important to tell our Gangbusters listeners. So go right ahead, Eddie.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. We fellows of the Madison Square Boys Club like gangbusters. We know what gangbusters shows is the truth. Crime is wrong. No matter how smart they think they are, criminals always get caught. Most American fellows are law-abiding and straight. And if those two fellows we heard about tonight had been members of a boys' club, chances are they would have been all right, too. Fellows who belong to boys' clubs know that trying to get fast, easy money only leads to trouble. And they're glad that Gangbusters is showing people, especially young fellows, how wrong and how dumb crime is.
Well, thank you, Eddie Michel, for coming here tonight and bringing our Gangbusters listeners this message from your boys' club. And thank you, Sheriff Westover, for a most significant case. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Bob Reddick and Alan Stevenson in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters presents the case of the Quincy killers, who didn't know that a railroad ticket in the hands of alert detectives could be a one-way ticket to the gallows.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Peter F. Hartman, former Chief of Police, Quincy, Illinois, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Hartman, before we begin, I'd like to remind our listeners about a special feature at the end of tonight's program. It shows how a girl of 12 and a boy of 14 helped capture a dangerous kidnapper.
I'm quite anxious to hear that myself, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Hartman, let's get to tonight's case.
Well, Don, it's not very often that a situation such as this arises in society. I've been a police officer myself for 23 years, and this was the first time I ever ran into anything like this case.
Well, why don't you start right in, Chief Hartman?
All right, Don. Let's begin in the city of Quincy, Illinois, one spring evening a few years ago. In a small two-story frame house near the International Shoe Company factory, a man sat on the living room sofa. He was there calling on Mrs. Angela Brooks Stover, already twice widowed. Angela was seated at the old melodeon, and the music coming forth seemed to be a hymn.
Left for me.
Angie.
What?
Don't you know anything except church music?
It's music, isn't it? I learned it when I was a child, and I've never learned nothing since.
Well, you ain't a child now.
My husbands liked my playing. Both of them.
Is that what killed them?
Will Heinze. I'm never going to invite you back for another evening.
Don't then.
Will.
Huh?
I baked a cake this afternoon.
What kind of cake?
Chocolate, with white inside.
Well, let's have some.
You know, I baked every day for both my husbands.
Is that so?
Every day.
Now, look, Angie, you're not hooking me for number 3, so if you're going to make hints, good night.
Will, what's the matter with us getting married? Is there something about me you don't like?
No, Angie, it ain't that. But...
Certainly time he was getting married.
Well, it's my father. There'd be nobody to look after him.
Since when's he sick in bed and look after himself? It's you that's clinging to him.
Now, wait a minute. I can take care of myself.
If you didn't have that old goat to drag around with you, maybe you'd get someplace in this world.
Pop is plenty smart. He's smart enough for me to listen to.
You're just scared of him, that's all. Like any minute he was going to take you out in the woodshed. Like you were still running around in knee pants.
That ain't so, Angie. You got more company?
No.
Who are you expecting?
Nobody. I don't think anybody.
Well, don't stand there. See who it is.
All right. Yes, what? Oh, Mr. Heinze.
Yes, Mr. Heinze.
Will, it's your father.
I guess Will knows me when he sees me.
But won't you come in, Mr. Heinze? I was just about to serve chocolate cake.
Well, I like chocolate cake. If it's good. Will, I want to talk to you.
Angie makes good chocolate cake. Huh?
The best. And I got some coffee up.
Well, then go get it. Don't stand here talking about it. The eating is the proof of the pudding.
All right. Make yourself at home, Mr. Heinze.
I will.
Well, what's the matter, Pop?
Well, if I was a younger man, I'd take a stick and pound some sense into your head. Sit down.
Oh, Pop, I don't really mean to marry Angie.
Angie, huh? There was 2 policemen around the house looking for you. They said Klinger's hardware store was broken into, and they think you did it. Now, did you?
Pop,
Did you?
Well, yeah.
All these years I've been teaching you, all these years I've been trying to make a man out of you.
I'm sorry,
Too
Pop.
late to be sorry. Got no respect for your father. Why don't you at least wait until I'm in my grave?
Pop, don't talk like
Breaking
that.
into hardware stores. How many times have I got to tell you not to break into anything? Unless I say so.
It looks so easy.
It looks so easy. Now you're in trouble. Every time we got in trouble, every time it's been on account of you running off and doing something like that.
Oh, Pop.
If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have spent that time in the Missouri State Prison. And that 5 years in Iowa. You're not much better than a child.
Pop, I told you I was sorry.
Being sorry is not going to chase them 2 detectives away from the house there. They're waiting for you.
Uh-oh.
I tell you, it's lucky for you your father has a good mouth on him. I told them I'd go out and find you. Bring you to the police station.
Oh, no, Pop, you're not.
Well, I sure ought to.
Yeah, but you ain't, Pop.
It's just lucky, Will, that you're my flesh and blood. It's just lucky for you.
What are we going to do, Pop?
Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do some traveling again. To a resort. To Spirit Lake.
Spirit Lake? Where's that?
It's up in Iowa near the Minnesota line. I saw an ad in the paper. The people that runs the cottages there need a couple of handymen.
Handymen? We're not going to work, Pop.
Just long enough to get a good look around the resort. Now, we'll leave tonight.
Spend all day chopping wood just so somebody can burn it up.
Bill?
Fine job we got.
Will?
What, Pop?
Put that axe up, Will. Mrs. Miller says dinner's on the table.
It's about time. Where have you been all day?
What's eating you, Will? A little work never hurt nobody.
It can't hurt you. You never do anything.
Will, you have some respect.
Well, I thought you said we'd only be around here long enough to find out where they keep their money. I thought you
Don't
told
think so much. Now, come on inside.
You know, the first guests will be coming soon, Pop. When the cottages get rented up, it'll be tougher and tougher to do what we gotta do.
You just leave all that to me. I'll tell you when.
We can handle the Millers, all right. They won't be no trouble.
Wipe your feet off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here, come in. It's on the table.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
We got lamb stew. It's getting cold.
Lamb stew sounds pretty good, don't it, Pop?
Yeah, it's awful good. Don't you think you ought to wash your hands, Will?
Oh, yeah, Pop. Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Sit down, Pop.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
Sometimes Will calls you Pop as if you were really his pop.
Well, I guess it's natural, him not having a father and us together so long. My, everything sure looks good.
Well, help yourself.
Ain't Mr. Miller going to eat with us?
Oh, Mr. Miller went to town. He went to arrange for the bus. First guests are coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's it's kind of early, ain't it? Nights are still pretty cold for vacationing.
Oh, we get lots of early guests. Oh, now take some more of that stew, Pop. That little bit isn't going to hold you till supper.
Well, I'm all washed up.
There, sit down, Will. Oh, and help yourself.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Oh, that lamb stew looks awful good.
It is good, Will. Will, the first guests are arriving tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding.
That's right. We're in for some real excitement.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Oh, that must be Mr. Miller calling from town. Excuse me, I'll get it. Help yourself to everything. Don't be bashful.
Say, this lamb stew is good, Pop.
Hang the lamb stew.
Well, it's good. Mrs. Miller's a good cook.
Guests coming early ruin everything.
Well, what can we do about it? They're coming.
I tell you what we can do. We can finish our business tonight.
Tonight?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but we don't know where Mr. Miller keeps all the money.
Well, we'll find it.
But how are we going to have time to find it with them around?
That's easy. We kill him.
Kill him?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Pop, that ain't good.
Now, you look here. Did I ever put you wrong yet, Will? The only times we've been in trouble is when you did something on your own. That's the only times.
Yeah, but do we have to kill him?
If we're going to find out what we want, yes.
When?
Tonight. After supper, in the parlor.
But, Pop...
Well, I made up my mind.
Okay, if you made up your mind.
You're right, Will. Mrs. Miller does make good lamb stew. Very good lamb stew.
So, Don, if the afternoon seemed like an eternity to Philip and William Heinze as they waited their moment, the events that night must have seemed to occur in a split second. But sometimes split seconds are remembered better than eternities by murderers and their pursuers.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
You were telling us, Chief Hartman, that the criminals, Philip and William Heinze, father and son, planned to murder and rob their employers, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, operators of a lakeside resort in northern Iowa.
That's right, Don. And that night after supper, the two criminals were in the kitchen about to enter the parlor, where, as usual, they were invited by the Millers to spend the evening.
You do like I told you, and we'll come out all right.
Oh, but, Pop, do we have to kill them?
I told you we did. You just watch me for signal. Good evening, Mrs. Miller.
Oh,
Miller?
Good evening. Good evening. Have a chair.
Thank you. We will.
How'd it go in town today, Mr. Miller?
Fine, Will, just fine.
Are you finished with the sports section, Mr. Miller?
Yes, there it is on the couch.
Oh, thank you.
Big rainstorm in Chicago, it says.
Is that so, Mr. Miller?
Yes, it... Oh. Where'd you get that gun?
I'm going to use it to kill you, Mr. Miller.
What?
No!
What, you old fool!
Take care of her.
Oh, you maniac!
Take care of her, I said.
You crazy fool!
Quiet!
Hit her again. Yeah. Now, here. Shoot her.
Oh, no, Pop, you do it.
So I have to do everything? All your life I've been doing things for you. Now, here, you shoot her yourself. Go on. Shoot her.
Pop,
I said shoot her.
And she might still be lying out there, her unconscious and Mr. Miller's body, if the bus driver hadn't come by with the guests.
I think we've got a case, Sheriff.
Well, this is Cousin's furniture store here. Oh, before we go in, besides being the leading furniture merchant and undertaker, Mr. Cousins is also coroner of the county. He'll probably want to talk to us about holding the inquest.
I understand.
Well, let's go on in. Afternoon, John. Afternoon, Sheriff. Mr. John Cousins, this is Agent Ike Welburn of the Iowa Bureau of Investigation. He came out from Des Moines to help with the case.
Glad to have you. We got a mystery on our hands. Sit down here any place. It's all second-hand stuff.
Thanks. I hope I can help you solve that mystery.
Well, Corpus Delicti is back in the undertaking department. How's Mrs. Miller?
Well, the doctors give her a 50-50 chance, John. We got the slugs out of Mr. Miller's body. Looks like they came out of a .32.
Both of them. We'll send them down to the laboratory in Des Moines for a complete ballistics check. What about these two men, the suspects?
Well, the only time they were seen in town was the day they got off the train.
When was that?
10 days, 2 weeks ago. They asked Chet North, the station agent, for directions to the Miller's place. Chet phoned out, and Miller drove in for him.
I guess Mrs. Miller could give you more information about them than anyone else.
Well, apparently Mrs. Miller won't be able to give that information for a while.
If at all.
If they'd already been hired by the Millers, must have been some correspondence between them.
Well, my men certainly couldn't find anything. No payroll book, nothing.
Nothing at all.
You know, it's strange how the young one and the old one seem to travel together. Mr. Miller was talking about them at the feed store one day. He had an idea they were some kin, but he never asked.
Wasn't the nosy kind, as long as they did their work.
They did their work, all right. Come on, Sheriff, let's walk over to the depot and talk to that station agent. I want to see if I can make certain of the exact day they got off the train.
When the lights are dim. All right. Just a minute. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Angie. Will.
Will. Will, where have you been? Where'd you disappear to for 3 weeks?
Oh, Pop decided we should take a little trip.
And you go away without telling me.
Well, ain't you going to invite me in?
Come in, Will.
Much obliged, Angie.
Now, tell me, was that nice what you did to me?
No, Angie, it wasn't, Angie.
I don't know whether I even ought to ask you to stay.
Angie, I'm through listening to my pop.
Oh.
I'm going to start doing things on my own.
It's about time.
More than about time.
Will, just by coincidence, I made a chocolate cake today.
You did?
Would you like some?
Later. But right now, would you play one of those hymns for me?
A hymn?
Yeah, hymn.
Well, sure, Will. If you want.
Angie.
Yes?
Sometime in the near future, would you care to marry me?
Oh, Will, I don't know what to say.
Well, say what you said to the two before me. Say yes.
Yes, Will. Yes. Oh, come to the church in the wildwood. Oh, come to the church in the vale.
Which one of these phones would be best to put the call through on, Sheriff?
Yeah, you can tie this one up as long as you want, Welburn.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
Operator, I want to place a call to the Chief Auditor, Rock Island Railroad, Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, sir. I'll call you back.
Thanks.
Yeah, it looks pretty hopeless to me, Welburn. The railroad takes up thousands of tickets every day.
I know they do, but each one of them is handled and audited individually. Now, if we can trace the ones these two men used for their passage to Spirit Lake, we might know where they came from. That's a big step in the investigation.
I grant you that, but suppose they changed trains at Des Moines or someplace. Then where are we?
If they bought their tickets through to Spirit Lake when they left home, it doesn't make any difference how many times they changed. The stamp of the originating office is on the back. If the railroad can locate those tickets, we've got a chance.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you got something.
Sheriff, it's all we've got.
Where have you been, Will? You had me worried. The Quincy cops might still be looking for you on account of that hardware store.
Just over to see Angie.
But I thought I told you to stay away from her. She's been widowed twice and proposes to make you number 3.
I asked her to marry me, Pop.
You what?
Angie and I are going to get married.
You won't marry her as long as I'm alive.
I ain't listening to you no more, Pop. You got me in trouble all my life listening to you. Steal this, steal that.
Will.
Turn me loose, Pop.
You're my boy. You'll do what I say.
Turn me loose.
Will. Push your poor old father, who's been nothing but good to you all your life.
Good to me? That's a laugh. Making me spend years and years in jail, making me steal and kill.
You wouldn't have known what to do if it weren't for me. You wouldn't have known nothing.
I wouldn't have killed nobody.
You didn't even do a good job at that. I told you to kill her. You messed it up. You never did anything right.
I can kill, Pop, if I want to. Angie and me are getting married, and if you step 1 foot in the way, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
Agent Welburn.
Mr. Wellborn, Detective Watson of the Quincy, Illinois Police Department is ready to talk now.
Well, good. Put him on.
Hello, Welburn.
Yes, Watson. How are you?
Okay. I've been thinking about our phone conversation last night.
Any ideas, Watson?
You say those two definitely bought their railroad tickets here in Quincy?
That's what the railroad says.
Well, I don't want to make any promises, Welburn. Maybe I know the men you're looking for. Father and his son.
That could be.
The name's Heinze. We've suspected them in a couple of burglaries around here. They disappeared about 3 weeks ago. But I could start checking around for them.
It's a good idea, Watson. You start checking and I'll start driving. And I'll see you there as quick as I can make it.
Come to the church in the vale. No place is so dear to my child.
I never heard such pretty music.
Pop.
Evening, Mr. Heinze.
You get your hat, Will. We're going.
How did you get in here?
I got a knack of getting places, Will. You know that. You get your hat.
Go on, Angie. Finish playing.
But will I?
Finish playing.
Will, tell him to go home. I can't stand the sight of him.
You're coming with me, Will.
No more. You're not telling me what to do.
Will.
You stupid oaf.
Stay away from me, Pop.
Will.
Put that gun up.
Stay away, and you too, Angie.
Oh, Will.
Shut up, Angie. All these years I've been taking lessons from you, Pop, so right now I'm going to show you what I learned.
Well, you wouldn't shoot your own father now. Not after all we've been to each other.
You've never been anything to me. All my life I've been scared of you. Now I'm not scared no more.
Will, don't shoot him.
Get some sense, boy.
I'm just beginning to get some sense, boy. Sit down, Pop. I'm going to shoot you just like you shot Mr. Miller.
Will, my boy.
Sit down.
Will, don't do this to me.
Hey.
Police officers, don't move.
Yeah, well,
Don't move. I have a dozen guns on you.
Oh, Will.
You lady, open the door.
Don't do it, Angie.
Open the door.
All right.
One side. That's it. Just keep your hands up. Hey, he's my son, officer. We were only joking.
I wasn't either joking.
If there's any humor in this situation, it's beyond me. And you won't think it's so funny either when you face the judge and the jury.
That, Don, was how this strange pair of killers, father and son, were apprehended. They were returned to Iowa, where they were found guilty of murder in the first degree. On March 29, 1946, Philip and William Heinze paid the extreme penalty for their crime on the gallows at Fort Madison State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief Hartman, for this most unusual case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers whose brilliant investigation brought this pair to justice. Now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents an interview with the two young listeners who were responsible for the apprehension of the dangerous kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg, whom they recognized from the description given on a gangbuster's clue. Here they are from the studios of KEX, ABC's new 50,000-watt outlet in Portland, Oregon.
Hello, I'm Pauline Virgin, age 12. I'm a Girl Scout.
And I'm Navarre Smith, 14, Andy Boy Scout.
Well, Pauline and Navarre, you've had quite an exciting week. And now you're on Gangbusters. Why don't you just go ahead and tell all these millions of people just how it happened?
All right, Mr. Hunter. You see, we live in Gerhardt, Oregon. And everybody...
Gerhardt's about 80 miles from Portland. Isn't that right, Pauline?
Yes, sir. Well, you see, I took riding lessons from Cowboy Jim.
Mm-hmm.
And, Saturday night when I was listening to Gangbusters, I heard the description of him. And it said that he had the limp and the tape on his fingers.
Mm-hmm. What was the description that they gave in Gangbusters? Did they say he had his fingers taped?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I see. And then this Cowboy Jim had his fingers taped, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were pretty suspicious then, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, what did you do about it?
Well, I told my cousin Navarre Smith.
Oh, I see. Navarre, how did you feel about this whole thing?
Well, I thought if the FBI wanted this kidnapper, that the best thing to do was to turn him in. I went over to Seaside and turned him in to the policeman there.
You turned the kidnapper in?
No, I asked him where I could get in touch with the FBI, but...
Oh, I see.
He asked me why, and I told him, and so he says that he would do it for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you talk to your mother about it, Pauline, at all?
Yes, I did, and she kind of laughed.
Oh, I see. Well, you didn't let that bother you at all, though, did you?
No.
Well, you say the policeman now was going to do what for you?
He was going to turn him into the FBI for us.
Well, I see, and he certainly did from all the activity we've seen around here in the last week. Agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation did some checking, and they found out that Cowboy Jim really was the kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg. And they found him hiding under the baby crib in a friend's house last Friday night. Tell me something, Pauline. What did your mother say after it was all over?
Well, she was kind of thrilled about it. She didn't think it could happen.
Well, she kind of admitted, too, that kids can be right sometimes, didn't she? Well, you and Navarre certainly were right, and observant, too. And now, on behalf of Gangbusters, I want to present each of you with a check for $100.
Oh, boy.
And we hope you'll continue to be observant young citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Now, this is Ben Hunter, transcribed from the studios of KEX, Portland, Oregon, switching you back to Gangbusters in New York.
Thank you, Pauline Virgin and Navarre Smith. And Gangbusters, congratulations to both of you. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Ted Corday, with Bill Smith and Bill Zuckert in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Park Avenue Pilferers, the burglar king and queen who looted New York City's most luxurious apartments, but who finally got stuck on a dab of wax.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Commissioner, New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Welcome back to Gangbusters, Chief Sullivan.
Thank you, Don Gardner. But before we get started, I think everyone should know that the alertness of another Gangbusters listener has resulted in the capture of a badly wanted criminal.
Yes, Chief Sullivan. Yesterday, a young woman, Mrs. June Cullender of Des Moines, Iowa, recognized Kaz Robert Henderson, a fugitive from Seattle, Washington, through a description of tattoos broadcast in a Gangbusters clue. The fugitive is now in a Des Moines jail, awaiting return to Seattle. We hope to have Mrs. Cullender on the Gangbusters program next week to tell everyone of her experience. Now, about tonight's case, Chief Sullivan. Just before we went on the air, you told me that the gunman type of criminal is actually less troublesome to police than the smooth operator.
Yes, Don Gardner. But brains or brawn, criminals usually have one common characteristic, and that is greed. To show you what I mean, suppose we begin in New York City a few years ago. It was after 4 o'clock in the morning, and the lobby of one of the city's most fashionable Park Avenue hotels was deserted, except for the housemen who were busy cleaning the floors and furniture. The handsome but slightly tipsy young man in top hat and white tie who walked across the lobby toward the desk didn't distract the workers. They had seen too many of the type.
One side, peasants, one side. Make way for the king. Make way for the king. Clear the king's highway. The key to the royal bedchamber, if you please.
Good morning, Mr. Carr.
My key, if you please.
Yes, sir. 432 keys.
The royal bedchamber.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carr. There's no key in the box.
No key? Well, that's perfectly ridiculous, man. There must be a key.
Perhaps, sir, your wife took them both upstairs with her by mistake.
Ah, you have hit the solution. I shall reward you handsomely. But it wasn't by mistake. Queen merely wants to see at what time the king arrives home from his rendezvous with the dancing girls.
Well, that appears to be the answer, Mr. Carr.
And I shall pound upon the door with the fury of a Henry seeking entrance to the boudoir of Anne Boleyn. Good night, my loyal vassal.
Oh, Mr. Carr.
You speak?
Perhaps I could send a bellman up with a passkey.
Ah, a noble plan. I'll reward you twofold.
Front boy.
We shall foil the plot of the wicked queen. See? One of my grenadiers in uniform approaches.
Oh, yes, sir?
Boy, take the passkey up and let Mr. Carr into 432.
Oh, yes, sir. After you, sir.
Oh, I am not above my officers. We shall walk arm in arm.
Yes, sir.
Oh!
You have to watch it, sir. Watch it.
Rough terrain.
Kind of a rough night, too, huh?
Rough. Absolutely wild.
Now, watch your step getting on the elevator there.
Yes, I shall reward you handsomely also.
4.
Handsome chariot. Rise, rise, rise to the heights.
Yeah, only to the 4th floor, sir.
Oh, well spoken, lad.
I know. You shall reward me twofold.
Tenfold.
Okay, King, let's go. In yon direction, King.
You know, it's a wonder how I can feel so good and so bad all at the same time.
Well, it's no wonder to me, King.
We approach.
Okay.
Try to key gently, lest we awaken the queen.
She's got the double lock on, Kingy. You're out of luck. It's okay.
Ha. Bully, lad, bully.
Okay, watch your step, King. I'll get the light.
Have a noble gesture, my...
Uh-oh. The queen is in the parlor.
Well, Andrew, are you dressed to go out tonight or last night?
We're just out for a walk around the block, my dear. Oh, excuse me.
Andrew!
Well, how do you like that?
Do something.
Well, he's only passed out, lady.
Do something quick.
Well, he's got to sleep it off.
Oh, Andrew, speak to me.
He'll be all right.
Run and get some ice quick.
Yeah, but lady,
Run and get some ice.
Yeah, all right. He'll be okay. Don't worry.
Andrew, speak to me. Speak to me.
Hi, baby.
Like a child.
Did you leave the key in the door?
Yeah.
Grab it fast.
Neat trick, Andy.
How about the wax?
Got it.
Okay, now let's get busy. We've got about a minute to make an impression of that key before he gets back. 50 grand. This ought to be good for it. At least 50 grand.
Oh, it was a real neat trick, Andy.
Talent, baby, talent. That's all it takes.
Hello?
Lieutenant Hanson?
Yeah?
Well, this is Will.
Will?
A bellhop at the park edge.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry if I woke you, but you said call any time, so I'm calling.
That's all right, Will. What's up?
I think I got some information for you, Lieutenant.
Oh?
Yeah. I think a guy registered here got a wax impression of the passkey. The key looked like it had some wax left on it. Shall I light a match to it?
No. We'll take care of that. You know who it was, Will?
Yeah, a guy named Andrew Carr in 432. He's supposed to be from Chicago. He looked like a phony to me. The minute I saw him, he looked phony.
All right, Will. Just take it easy. Just tell me what happened.
Well, he walks into the lobby a little after 4. Loaded, see? Or making like he was loaded. Mm-hmm. He walks up to the desk and asks for his key. But there's no key in the box, see? So the clerk gets the pass key and has me take him up.
Andy, you finished shaving?
Yeah, baby.
Breakfast here. I poured the coffee.
Yeah, I'm ready. What a life. Room service, class galore.
Oh, it ought to be good at $20 a day.
Well, every enterprise has got to have its investment, baby. This one will pay off. Want the cherry off my grapefruit?
Thank you.
Yeah, I hate to leave this comfort. Oh, takes this grapefruit.
Then we're checking out today?
Well, we got what we came after, didn't we? This trip, I mean. That little piece of wax is worth 50 grand at least. Pass the sugar, will you?
Yeah.
After breakfast, I want you to take that wax down to Harry and let him make up the key.
Okay.
Then we'll try it on our door here before we check out. You know, it's too bad, baby.
What's too bad?
It's too bad we just can't back a truck up to the hotel. As long as we're going to clean the place out, we might as well do a good job.
Oh, honest, Andy. Aren't you ever satisfied?
Satisfied? We're on the gravy train, baby. Nobody ever had a sweeter racket.
Well, I think we just ought to enjoy things a little bit.
What's the matter? Aren't you enjoying yourself now? Breakfast in your room? What else do you want?
They only have to get us once. That's all. Just once.
Don't worry about it, baby. It gives you wrinkles. How could it be safer? Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Carr of Chicago check out today. The hotel forgets about us. In a couple of weeks, if a few of the suites here are burglarized, nobody gets a connection. Well, eggs on a wren. Now, isn't that a nice way to start the day?
Lieutenant Hanson. Oh, hello, Chief. Well, I'd say it looks pretty good. We put a surveillance on the... Oh, come in, Ryan. Ryan just walked in, Chief. If anything looks hot, I'll call you back. So long.
Hi, boss.
That was the chief calling from downtown.
He's anxious, huh?
Well, after about 50 apartment house and hotel room burglaries, wouldn't you be anxious, too?
I am anxious. But I won't be for long.
You think they're right, huh?
Right is a 2-story flat in Elmhurst.
Good, let's have it.
They're registered under the names of Mr. and Mrs. Andrew Carr, Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
They call Chicago. There's no such address as the one they give on Michigan Boulevard.
Uh-huh.
He stayed in the room this morning, and she went out. I put Adler to following her.
And?
The lady went over to Lexington Avenue, down into the subway station, took the local to Grand Central, and changed for an express. She got off at Canal Street and went upstairs. She turned the corner into Lafayette, went into a hardware store. A hardware store owned by one Harry Nelson.
Anything on Nelson?
The safe and loft squad knows him. He did 2 to 5 in Sing Sing for unlawful entry. Picked up 4 times on suspicion of receiving since. Each case dismissed in felony court for want of evidence.
You think friend Harry is making their pass keys from the wax molds?
I'd venture a guess.
Did she wait for the key?
Apparently not. She wasn't in there more than 5 minutes. As soon as Adler called me, I sent Sherman down to maintain a surveillance of the hardware store.
What about the girl?
She hopped in a cab and went to Saks Fifth Avenue. Adler stayed right behind her. She took the elevator to the beauty parlor, where she now reposes.
And Adler?
He reposes there, too. He just phoned me. The girl's a regular customer of the Saks beauty parlor. She's known to them as Mrs. Mona Davis of 1642 Buchanan Avenue, the Bronx, from which address she has a charge account, pays her bills regularly.
All right, send somebody to take over from Adler.
Okay.
I want him to check around that Bronx address.
Okay, boss. Well, looks like we got a line on the right people, huh?
Maybe.
Maybe. What are they doing? Checked into the hotel with a phony name and a phony Chicago address. What does she visit a shady hardware guy for? It all adds up?
Yeah. Keep them under surveillance, Ryan. We can't walk in on these people and arrest them for burglary with just this to go on. We've got to nail them with some of the goods on them, otherwise we've got no case.
Okay, boss. Say, that's a pretty smart kid, this bellhop, huh?
Oh, yes. That reminds me of something I want to do.
What?
I want to see the manager of that hotel again. I want to see if we can get a few of our people onto the staff there for a couple of days. They might not try to use that pass key for a few weeks, but I want somebody on the inside just in case. Come on, let's go.
Right with you, boss.
So, Don, the detectives came across a bit of information that was soon to develop into a case against the suspects. But many days of patient waiting were in store for the police before a lost trail and a train whistle would bring the end of the case into view.
You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that several teams of detectives were put to work gathering all sorts of information on Andy and Mona.
That's right, Don. And by the time the suspects checked out of their hotel late that afternoon, Lieutenant Hanson already knew more about the couple than they knew about each other. In an effort to catch them in the act of committing burglary, skillfully operating detectives were close behind when Andy and Mona left their permanent apartment in the Bronx early the next morning and rode downtown in a taxicab. Still other detectives watched the cab pull up in front of Harry's hardware store and saw Mona get out alone and walk into the store.
Hello, Harry.
Mona, sweetheart.
Is it ready, Harry?
Sure, baby, it's ready.
All right, let's have it.
That's no reason to be in a hurry, sweetheart. Let's talk it over.
But I told you, Andy's waiting.
Andy's been on the gravy train too long. You go out and tell him this key'll cost him $5 bills.
$5 bills?
In plain language, sweetheart, $500.
That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? What good would you two be without me to make them keys? You wouldn't be no good at all. Now go out and tell Andy.
Harry, please.
You can't soft-soap me, sweetheart. I know where the body's buried. Without $5 bills, no key, no mold, no hat full of jewelry.
Harry, you better not...
Okay, hold it. Customer.
Good morning. Have you got any...
Just a minute, mister. The ladies first.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, lady. That's the only size we got.
Well, I'll see if it's okay with my husband. He's right outside.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll be right back.
Okay, mister?
I'd like to see a lock.
There's all kinds of locks.
For my tool shed.
Oh. Maybe I got something. Maybe. Take your pick. The prices are marked.
2.5 for this one?
That's what it's marked, ain't it?
Awful lot for locks.
There's other locks there, better, cheaper. Look 'em over.
Yeah, thanks.
I brought my husband with me.
I still ain't got the size you want.
Well, let's see what you do have.
How much is this lock, mister?
The price is marked on it.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
And you look the locks over, mister. I got to show these people some merchandise.
Yeah, go right on. I got plenty of time.
This way, please, lady.
Maybe I can use the size you showed my wife, if the price is right.
In here.
Thank you.
All right, Harry. What's this about $500?
You want the key? That's what'll cost you.
Give me back my mold.
I meant to tell you, Andy, the mold got ruined in making the key. First time it ever happened to me.
You little swindler, I ought to...
Andy.
Business is business, Andy.
Now, listen to me. If you think you're getting away with this larceny act, think again.
Andy, you got a sweet little racket. Who knows how much you clean up? But it wouldn't be worth a nickel without me or somebody like me to make the keys. So I figure I'm entitled to some consideration. Not a lot, just 5 bills worth.
Let's get out of here, Andy. Forget it.
Forget nothing. No cheap hustler's going to take me over the coals.
If you want the key, Andy, consider yourself took.
All right, Harry. You got your 5 bills. But it's the last business we ever do.
Lieutenant Hanson.
Ryan, boss.
Yes, Ryan. Let's have it.
They flagged a cab in front of their pop and rode down to the hardware store. I went inside to buy a lock. Looks like they had a little bit of trouble with Harry.
What kind of trouble?
I think he tried to hold him up with the key.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like he got away with it. He was in a pretty good mood. He came back to wait on me. Hey, you know, boss, you got some bargains down there in lots. I picked up a neat one for $1.98.
Ryan, where'd they go from there?
Yeah, this was a sort of a... Oh, yeah, well, they had a cab waiting. Adler and Mackey are behind them. I told Mackey to keep on top of the couple and Adler to bring in the cab driver when they drop him.
Okay. You get yourself in here, Ryan. I want to talk to you.
Go up 5th, driver.
Yeah.
Let us off in the corner of 57.
I got you.
Look, Andy, as long as we're leaving town, we ought to get rid of this stuff.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Andy, listen to me, will you? We're leaving town. Why don't we wait until we go to Florida or someplace before we try to sell any more of that stuff? It's too dangerous here in New York.
You think we're going to travel on air?
We've got cash. Plenty of cash. You know we have.
I got to make up that 500. Now remember, when we get in the jewelers, the ring is an heirloom. Your grandmother left it to you.
Okay. Well, at least we're leaving. That's something.
Sure, we're leaving. After I do a little more business.
Andy, you're not thinking of going back to the hotel before we leave. The key will be just as good when we get back.
In 3 months, the hotel could burn down.
But, Andy, it's only yesterday we checked out. They'll remember us.
Well, I'm only thinking about it, baby. That's all. Just thinking about it.
Okay, boss. I sent Wallach over to the jewelry store to pick up the ring.
Good boy. Well, the best I can make out, it came out of the Central Park South job. Mrs. Weston.
Mrs. Weston will be delighted. Not to mention her insurance company.
Mm-hmm. As soon as the ring gets here, call Mrs. Weston to come down and see if it's hers, huh?
Sure. Well, at least that gives us a receiving and concealing charge against them.
I don't want them for any 1 to 2, Ryan. We'll stay with it until we can nail them for first-degree burglary at least.
Well, if you got nothing else, boss, take what you got.
Besides, we might have trouble making a receiving charge stick. They can claim they bought the ring from a friend, they found it on the street, anything. This Andy character knows the ropes.
He should, with his record.
When we get them, let's get them good. Then we...
Busy, Lieutenant?
Come on in, Adler.
I got the hacky outside. Hi, Ron.
Adler?
Did you get anything out of him?
He couldn't hear their conversation while they were driving. The hack's a 1942 job.
Yeah, they're about as quiet as Ebbets Field on payday.
Well, when they stopped down there at the hardware store, she goes in by herself.
Yeah, I saw her.
Well, she comes out right away. Driver hears her tell Andy he wants $500 for the key.
Oh, so it was that.
Andy about blows his top. He tells the hacky to wait.
Wait a minute. Lieutenant Hanson. Oh, hello, Mackey. Where? That's so. To where, do you know? All right, stick with them. I'll send Adler over to meet you. Don't let them get away. We're coming down the wire.
What is it, boss?
They're buying railroad tickets.
To where?
He doesn't know yet. They're waiting in line to be called. Adler.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get down to the Consolidated Ticket Office, 47th Street. Mackey says there's a big line. They'll be there another 10 minutes at least.
Right.
You and Mackey stay with them. Okay, get going.
What about the cab driver?
Ask him to wait. I'll talk to him in a minute.
Right, sharp. I'll call, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Well, boss?
Well, yourself.
If they get on the train, there goes your beautiful case right out the window.
Well, maybe the tickets are for 2 weeks from now. Who knows? Andy's got a lot of money invested in that key.
I know guys that keep passkeys in their pockets for months before they try them. Now, if they're going to Florida or someplace and you want me to stick close to them, I'll just get my fishing tackle out of the attic, throw a few things in the
They're
suitcase.
not going anyplace.
No.
No. If they do a job, we got them. Otherwise, we'll pull them off the train and try to stick them with the receiving and concealing charge.
Thought you didn't want them for 1 to 2, boss.
Well, it's a lot better than nothing. Come on. Let's talk to that cab driver.
Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Ryan Adler. Where's the lieutenant?
He's out. What's up?
That train tickets are for tonight.
Uh-oh.
11:31 on the coast, special to Miami. Bedroom A, car 381 from Penn Station.
Where are they now?
They're having a hot chocolate in the tea room.
With a marshmallow?
No, with whipped cream.
Nice people.
Awful nice people.
Okay, you and Mackie stay with them. Looks like we'll have to grab them when they get on that train.
Lieutenant?
Yes?
Adler. Mackie and I are at Penn Station.
Already?
They must not want to miss that train. They checked their bags, then went into the restaurant.
Well, all right. Stay on top of them, Adler. Ryan and I will be down to help with the pinch just before the train pulls out.
Gotcha, Lieutenant. Wait a minute. There's Mackie outside the booth. Hold on just a minute. What?
Adler.
Lieutenant, we lost them.
You what?
Mackie says they ducked out of the restaurant. Went into the subway station going uptown. The doors closed before he could make it.
All right, get this. Have Mackie stick there. Tell him to get out the bags they checked and go through them. You hop in a cab and meet me at the entrance to the Park Edge Hotel in 10 minutes. You got that?
Yep, I'll see you.
Ryan. Sergeant Ryan.
What's up, boss?
Come on, let's go.
Sure, where?
I think Andy and Mona are on their way to make the hotel.
You're kidding.
They've got an hour and a half before the train leaves, and Andy's just the kind of a guy who doesn't let grass grow under his feet.
Here's what we're after, baby.
Gee, it's gorgeous.
I'll say. Bracelet alone is worth 10 grand. Okay, let's go. Hope these people are having a nice time at the theater. They're sure not going to be happy when they get home. Hold it.
Okay.
Open the door, take a look in the hall, then head for the stairs. We'll go up a flight and take room 423.
Andy, please. We'll miss our train.
Open the door, baby.
Looks okay. Please, Andy, enough's enough. We've only got a few minutes.
Okay. We'll take the elevator and get on out. I'll ring.
Andy, we're back here too soon. Much too soon for me.
What's the matter with you? In 2 minutes, we'll be out of the front door and on our way to Florida. This was one of the best yet.
The elevator.
I'm free.
Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right.
You don't have much time, dear.
Don't worry, darling. We'll make the train.
Excuse me, trains run on standard time, you know, not daylight saving.
Yes, we know. Thank you very much.
Main lobby. Go on, honey.
I hope we're not spotted by any of the help that knows us.
Don't worry about it. Just head to the street. We're a cinch.
Evening, Mr. Carr.
Oh, Andy.
Quiet. Hello there.
Remember me? The bellhop that fixed you up that night. Boy, were you a mess. A royal mess. Now, you been feeling okay lately?
Oh, yes. Fine, young man.
I thought you'd be back in Chicago by now.
Well, we flew up to Boston and back. We just stopped by to see some friends between planes.
Oh, well, have a good trip. You too, lady.
Thank you. We will.
Come on, dear. Good night.
Good night. And watch your step, Your Majesty.
Yes. Good night.
Thanks a lot, Will.
Well, Lieutenant. Hey, they're going out the door. They'll get away.
I don't think so. Reception committee is waiting.
Oh, good. I was worried for a second.
Confidentially, it's better evidence if we arrest them after they leave the building with the stolen goods. Well, I want to be in on this.
Yeah, me too. Can I?
Why not? It's your case. Come on.
Yes, sir. I'm right with you.
That, Don, was how these slick jewel thieves were finally arrested with the goods. It was the result of diligent and patient police work following a tip from an observant citizen. Nearly $250,000 of loot was recovered from the persons of these thieves and from the bags they had checked at Penn Station. It was all returned to the rightful owners, and the criminals were given maximum terms to serve in New York State institutions.
Well, thank you, Chief Sullivan, for this extraordinary case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the detectives who participated in the investigation and arrest. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Arnold Moss and Les Damon in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now another crusade against crime. Tonight's episode of Gangbusters was made possible in part by a grant from the Bank of New York, the bank that manages money.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Garner Robinson, Sheriff of Davidson County, Tennessee, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Sheriff Robinson, before we begin tonight's case, I think the Gangbusters audience would like to know that later in the program, we will hear from the Des Moines young woman who recognized a dangerous fugitive from the description given on a Gangbusters clue and was responsible for his apprehension.
I'm anxious to hear myself, Don Gardner. You know, the alertness of Gangbusters listeners in helping apprehend these fugitives is really amazing. It's a tremendous help to us law enforcement officers.
Thanks, Sheriff Robinson. Now, I know that the Gangbusters case tonight involves a problem on which police officials must make frequent and difficult decisions. Well, how does tonight's case relate to this problem, Sheriff Robinson?
According to our records, Don, the first pertinent event occurred early this year in the city of Flint, Michigan. About 10 o'clock one evening, a young woman opened the door to the Hillside Cafe, a bar. She stepped inside, closed the door, and looked around. After a moment, she walked through the crowd to a table in the corner where another woman, a few years older, sat alone. You got your bag packed?
No, not yet, Stella.
Don't stand there. Sit down. You want something to drink?
Stella, what do you think?
About what?
About going.
Give me a chance to get out of this town, and I'm going. There's nothing here for me but misery.
Well, I'm not so happy myself, you know.
But your bag isn't packed.
It's different with you. You've known Andy Motes a long time. You know the kind of fellow he is and everything. I haven't been out with Chuck but only once.
He thinks enough of you to ask you around, doesn't he?
Sure, but...
What's the matter? Don't you like him? He looks all right to me.
Oh, I like him like this. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? Get wise to yourself, honey. You never get any place being afraid. Okay, here's your chance.
Supposing it doesn't work like we want it.
Then we'll come back. What do we got to lose?
Sure, you can say that. But if I leave, I've got to stay away. Worse than ever when I came back. You know something? Chuck's sort of a funny guy.
I never noticed.
I didn't like him at first. He looked so mean.
He turned out all right, didn't he?
Sure. But he still looks mean. Like it wouldn't take much to make him mad.
I don't think you have to worry.
I'd sure like to go.
Then why don't you? What are you debating?
All right. All right, I will.
Now you're thinking straight. Go on home and get packed. I'll call the boys and tell them we're ready. Telephone, Chuck. Well, go on, answer. Closer. Go on, will you? I might sit down.
Oh, it's a barber shop.
You ever stayed at a hotel with a barber shop?
I'm looking forward to the day.
Who is it?
Stella, hi, baby.
Chuck's there, huh?
Yeah, how'd you make out?
She'll go along?
Okay, that solves everything.
What'd she say, Motes? Lucy going with us?
Just a second, Stella. Yeah, Lucy's going. Stella says something.
Okay, make it snappy. We've got work to do.
Yeah. Hello, Stella. I gotta make it snappy.
Hey, look, I'm telling you right now, honey, I don't like the idea.
Oh, who does?
If it don't work, it's no skin off my back.
It'll be okay, baby.
Yeah, well, I'm going now to get Lucy. Where do we meet you?
Just a second. Hey, Chuck, she wants to know where to meet us.
Tell her to get the black sedan off the lot.
Get the black sedan off the lot, baby.
Yeah.
Drive out the old hollow road, wait at the spot I showed her.
Drive out the old hollow road and wait at the spot Chuck showed you.
Okay, what time?
What time, Chuck?
Between midnight and a quarter after.
Between midnight and a quarter after, baby.
All right. We'll all be there. The sedan and Lucy. And Lucy's nursing.
Oh, babe. Come on, will you? You gotta go, Stella. I'll see you.
Now, let's get moving.
Just a second, Chuck. Stella don't like the idea of Lucy.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like the idea of Stella.
Why couldn't you say that? She's my baby. I leave her here. It's like cutting off a pigeon.
Look, we made a bargain. No Lucy, no Stella.
At least Stella is wise. She knows what's going on. She knows what we're after. But this Lucy's liable to be a problem.
Then she'll be my problem. Come on. Gotta close this door in 20 minutes.
Wait a minute, will you? When she starts asking questions, what are you going to say? What are you going to tell her? You're a traveling salesman or something?
I'm not going to say a thing, and neither are you, and neither is Stella. We stick up this guy tonight, we throw him into the car, we'll take him along till we meet the girls, then we dump him. Let Lucy think what she wants. But the first crack out of you or out of Stella, and the whole deal's up. Is that straight?
Why do you need a dang?
Is it straight?
Yeah, straight.
Okay. Now let's go out and make some traveling expenses.
Stella, they said a little after midnight.
Hmm? How much after midnight is it?
Are you sure they said the old hollow road here?
They'll be along, Lucy. Don't worry. You want some music? These new models got good radios.
No. I think we have to go home now.
I told you, they'd be here.
Well, I hope so. You have any idea where we're going?
I don't know. South, I guess.
Boy,
What difference does it make? We're going.
this is a funny place for them to meet us. What's the matter with back in
Hey, look, honey, let's get something settled. If you're going to be a question box this whole trip, we got to come to an understanding right now.
I'm sorry, Stella. It's just that I'm kind of...
Car.
Is it them?
I think so. Yeah. It's them.
Who's that other man in the car with them?
I don't know, honey. And I wouldn't ask.
Why not?
There you go with the questions again. And here's Chuck. And I'm glad to see you.
I am glad.
Hello, girls.
Hello, Chuck.
Well, sweetheart, you all set to travel?
Sure. Like yourself.
Go on, Lucy. We'll ride in the back. Motes will drive.
All right, Chuck.
Suitcases are in the trunk, Chuck.
Good.
Yeah, that guy will keep for a while, Chuck.
Get in and drive. You're going to like yourself, Lucy.
I sure hope so.
I'm going to show you the best time you ever had in your life.
We're off. Yeah? Bigger and fuller life.
Chuck,
Yeah, kiddo.
who was that other man?
What other man?
You know, in the car you came in?
You're a little bit mixed up, Lucy. There wasn't no other man.
Oh, Chuck, I saw him with my... Okay.
Not yet. We might as well start off right. I'm going to give you a little pocket money, so you won't have to run for Nick.
Oh, gee, thanks, Chuck.
Look at it close.
Oh, it's $100.
And all in one piece.
Oh, gee, I never saw a $100 bill before. Except in the movies. And then for you. Thanks, Chuck.
Oh, what do I get for it?
I'll kiss you, ring.
Yeah, I mean.
All right.
We're off to a great start, kiddo. I like you around. Just stay like you were, and you can be around for a long time. I got big plans.
In business, you mean?
Yeah, kiddo. In business. Awful big plans.
So, Don, after obtaining $2,000 in this midnight robbery in Flint, Michigan, Chuck Craig, Andy Motes, and their women. The criminals anticipated new crimes, and the women looked forward to the adventure of travel. But all was soon to learn that a car racing bullets is anything but adventure.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Sheriff Robinson, that the criminals Chuck Craig and Andrew Motes pulled a $2,000 robbery in Flint, Michigan, then headed south in the company of the young women Stella and Lucy.
That's right, Don. They drove leisurely through Indiana and Kentucky, carefully looking for hold-up victims. Finally, they arrived in Nashville, Tennessee, where one night the two couples went dancing at one of the largest nightclubs in the South. For Craig and Motes, the nightclubbing was not entirely for pleasure. They were looking the place over with a view toward staging a robbery there later. At the moment, the band had just finished a set of numbers. Waiting for Chuck and Lucy to return from the dance floor, Motes and Stella sat at their table.
All right. So I'm complaining. What do you expect me to do?
Ah, Stella, cut it out, will you?
Oh, what does he think she is? A little angel or something? Lucy can't know this. Don't let Lucy find out that. He asked me she knows more than the three of us put together, and she's just smart enough to make herself the center of the show.
Look, there's only one thing to worry about. As long as she sticks around, Chuck says you can, too. You gotta just... Okay, here they come.
Hey, aren't you to dance? No, honey. I don't get any pleasure out of having this ox walk all over me.
Who's it on?
Get a chance to look around the place, Motes?
What kind of a chance? How long we been here?
Did you spot?
Yeah, he's over at the bar.
Good. Look, why don't you two girls go powder your nose, huh?
Sure. Come on, Lucy.
Oh, gee, I want to finish my drink.
Come on, honey. Let's powder our nose.
All right.
We'll be back right away.
Okay, Motes. See if you can catch the guy's eye.
Yeah. You got it. He's coming over.
How much do you think we can get out of this joint, Motes?
Chuck, look.
What?
And don't you think this Lucy business is going far enough?
What do you mean, far enough?
I mean, either she's with us or she ain't. I can't go peeking around corners to see if she's there before I open my mouth.
I like it the way it is.
Yeah, but why tie ourselves down? Stella says
Who cares what Stella says?
What do you see in this Lucy? She's a blank.
All right, she's a blank, but she's okay for me. I like him that way. Why, there he is.
Hi, fellas. What's doing? Anything?
Sit down, man.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I didn't want to come over with the dames here.
Well, what about it?
Nothing about it. I've been scouting around, see? I know this Nashville town. Know a lot of people.
All right, so you know a lot of people. What about this joint?
Steer clear of it. It's a bum deal.
That'd be a cinch.
You see, you ask my advice and you know everything.
What's the matter with this place, Monty?
Joint's always full of cops, city guys, deputies, you know. Lots of them come in for a good time when they're all... It's loaded with cops right now.
Yeah?
You'd never make it. Never in a million years.
Okay. Then we won't even try.
Smart.
We're running kind of low, Chuck.
How about a bank? You got anything against banks?
Looks good. We're interested.
This one, you got no trouble.
If there's no trouble, there's no dope.
Plenty of dough. Come here.
Yeah.
Goodlettsville. You ever hear of Goodlettsville?
No, where's that?
Not far in the county. The bank there. Cinch, believe me, a cinch.
I don't believe in cinches.
4 people tops. That's all you got to worry about. 4 people. Burglary alarm, yeah. One of them kind that rings downtown. Gives you plenty of time. You can handle a bank like that.
We'll look it over.
10% for the finger. 10%.
A deal.
Yep. I got to go. I got a date.
Okay.
Well, look it over, huh? Look it over.
We will, Monty.
I'm seeing you around.
How long do you have to be in a racket before you get that way?
Don't worry about him. He knows this town. He's a handy guy to have around.
Yeah, but what about this bank, Chuck? No bank's a setup.
That sounds pretty good. If it looks as good as it sounds, we make it. car to get it?
Well, Sheriff, can't you fix the car after breakfast? The table's all set.
Yeah, we might as well wait for Motes. Should be back any second.
Oh, gee, I hope so. I'm starved. Well, I guess I'll go back in the cabin and tell Stella.
Wait a minute, Lucy.
Yeah?
Go look in the glove compartment. You'll find another pair of pliers. Get them for me, will you, honey?
Sure. Hey, where did Motes go?
He had something to do.
So early? This glove compartment?
Is there another one?
Oh, I want to be sure. You want...
Well, bring me the pliers. I'm waiting.
I can't, Chuck.
What do you mean you can't?
I didn't know there were guns in there. I'm afraid to touch those guns.
Guns won't bite you.
What do you need them for? I didn't know you had any guns.
We do a lot of traveling, Davy. We gotta have them for protection.
Oh.
Nah, you just forget about those guns. Oh, there's Motes.
Whose car's that? Where do you get it?
Well, he borrowed it from a friend in town. We got important business dates this morning. We need 2 cars.
Oh.
Now, you go on in and tell Stella we'll be ready for breakfast in a minute.
How do you like the new place? Neat, huh? Hi, Lucy.
Morning. Well, I'll tell Stella you're about ready.
What's eating her?
Nothing. Skip it. Don't you have any trouble?
What kind of trouble? The garage door was open, the keys were in the ignition. I walked in and drove away.
Okay.
You know, Chuck, that burglar alarm in this job's got me worried.
Oh, let him hit the alarm. There won't be a cop closer than 5 minutes away. We can be out of there in 2 minutes flat. But remember, the bank's going to be no cinch for the 2 of us to handle. We got to be on our toes from the second we pull up to the time we drive away. Now let's go and have a fight.
That's for me. I always work better on a full stomach.
Yeah, they need plenty. We got plenty of a job on our hands. Here goes, pal.
No customers, great.
Okay, everybody stay where you are. Shut up and you'll be okay. I don't want a word out of any of you. Keep quiet.
A couple of customers, I think. Dame, see them. Okay, girls. Keep quiet. Quiet. Come in and shut the door. Walk over there with the rest of them. Go on, walk with it. Away. Keep it up and you won't get hurt.
Get them all in the closet. I'll get the dough.
Right.
And fast. I think they touched off the alarm.
Come on, walk you two.
Come on, all of you. Get over there. Get over there.
Go on, in the closet. Get in there. Come on, you guys. Make it snappy. Now, look in here. Get in. I'll go. So you two, go on. Now, all of you, keep quiet. Let's see what's inside of a gun. Roll in, Pap.
Okay.
How's it take?
Good. Watch out. I'm coming over the rail.
Come in.
All right. Let's get out of here. Take your time. Walk to the car. They turned the alarm button. It'll be okay. Pull up the door.
Looks all right on the street.
Okay, open up.
Watch your fly. Bang.
Walk to the car.
Looks like we're gonna make it.
Go on. Get it started.
What you know about it?
Get it moving.
Getting it? Listen, cops. Move. 5 minutes. Right. They're gonna try to cut us off. I'll fix it. Hey, they're shooting back. Move. Hey. All right, what you try?
before we're out of trouble. Now, look. We drop this car a couple of miles from the camp. We walk over, pick up the girls, and we're on our way.
All that dough, brother.
Hey, what's the matter?
I don't know.
I got an idea. Yeah, look at the gas gauge.
It was full when we started. I put in 14 gallons.
One of those shots must hit the tank.
Yeah. Hey, how about it? We can't stay here on the road. We're like sitting ducks.
No. Come on.
I could go back to that station for some gas.
Don't be crazy. Take your coat off.
What?
Take it off.
Okay.
Now, look. We separate and walk back to the cabin. The cops won't think anything of one guy alone and in shirt sleeves. Now, you get back there as soon as you can, and then we'll pull out.
Okay.
Okay. You'll cut through the road. Hey. See these woods? We'll cut through there. You go that way, and I'll head through here.
Just a minute. Let's split up the dough, just in case of a tie.
I haven't got time. I'll see you at the cabin.
I want the dough split up now.
Look, do you want the dough or do you want to get nailed? I'll carry it back and we'll cut it up there. I'll get moving.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Lucy. Yeah? What are you sitting there dreaming for? Get back. The boy said we're pulling out as soon as they get back.
Okay, Stella.
So what's the matter with you?
I don't know. I got a funny feeling.
Get back.
You know, Chuck had a couple of guns in the glove compartment.
No kidding.
I went to look at them again after they left. They took the guns.
Well, don't you worry your little head about it. Just get packed.
Stella, what do they really do? For business, I mean.
Look, who are you kidding?
No, really.
You put on this dumb act for 3 weeks now. Chuck can't see through you, I can.
What do you mean?
You're not so stupid you don't know what's going on around you.
Well, what's going on?
Sure, you got everything to gain. If you play dumb, you got a good answer for the cops when the time comes.
What has the police got to do with it? Good. I don't understand.
The boys are out sticking up a bank right now. As if you didn't know.
They're what?
Hi.
Oh, Chuck.
We're in trouble. We gotta move fast.
Where's Motes?
He'll be along.
Chuck, you didn't, did you?
I didn't what?
She's kidding me. You didn't hold up any back.
Don't let her put anything over on you, Chuck. She knew all the time. How could she miss?
I didn't, Chuck. I didn't.
What's the idea, Stella?
She didn't fool me a minute.
It's a good thing I don't have time to go into this right now. Come on, let's get the stuff in the car.
I'm staying right here. I'm not going anyplace.
You can do what I tell you.
I won't.
All right, get them up. Every window's covered.
Okay, we won't try anything.
Welcome to the sheriff's office. Your partner was right. Said you'd come back. He's been waiting for you.
I didn't know anything about it until just this minute.
That's right, Copper. She's clean.
Don't let her kid you.
The kidding is over for all of you. From now on, it's all serious business. Come on. Come join your friend Motes in the lockup.
Well, Don, that was how this gang of bank robbers was broken up only a few hours after they staged the holdup. Craig and Motes each received terms of 71 years, which they're now serving in the state prison at Nashville.
But what about the girls, Stella and Lucy, Sheriff Robinson?
In Stella's case, Don, the fact that she had guilty knowledge of what her companions were up to was quite obvious to John Cole and Jim Richardson, investigators for Attorney General J. Carlton Luther. She was sentenced to a term of 1 to 5 years, which she is now serving. With Lucy, it was a different matter. The criminals insisted they kept all knowledge of their activities from her. So she was released in custody of her parents and returned to Michigan.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Robinson. And Gangbusters, congratulations to the police officers who participated in the apprehension of these criminals. Now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents an interview with the young woman who helped apprehend Chaz Robert Henderson, indicted for grand larceny in King County, state of Washington, whom she recognized from a Gangbusters clue. And here she is from the studios of KRNT, ABC's outlet in Des Moines, Iowa.
I'm Mrs. Ralph Cullender, age 24, and the wife of a doctor and World War II Air Corps veteran.
And you recognize Chaz Robert Henderson, the fugitive wanted by Seattle authorities.
Yes, I did, Mr. McEwen. The clue on the Gangbusters program 4 weeks back said that Henderson had the letters True Love tattooed on the back of his fingers, and that he might seek work as an electrician. Well, I was working for the Keith Electric Construction Company here in Des Moines.
And Henderson actually walked into your office a week ago?
Yes. And he asked for a job as an electrician, just as it said he might on Gangbusters. Then he rested his hands on the office railing, and I saw the tattoo. I wanted to scream.
But you didn't.
No, I ushered him into the office of our vice president, Mr. Timon, for an interview. I signaled Mr. Timon to stall him there. While Mr. Timon stalled him, I called the police. When Henderson walked out, he walked right into the arms of two detectives.
Well, you were observant and cool-headed, Mrs. Cullender.
I remembered the point in the gangbusters' clue that affected me. The fact that Cass Robert Henderson might seek work as an electrician.
On behalf of gangbusters, I congratulate you, Mrs. Cullender, and award you this check for $200.
Thank you, Mr. McCune, and thanks to gangbusters. My husband and I can use the money. We're expecting a baby, and I'm leaving my job July 1st.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Ralph Cullender. Now, this is Charles McEwen, transcribed from the studios of KRNT Des Moines, Iowa, switching you back to Gangbusters in New York.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweet, with Ted DeCorsia and Susan Douglas in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
You've been watching Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.